Kamala, you're fired. Get out of
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Tell me you holding a Confederate flag, which your history would be nothing without mine, and you scared to even go on a Black History tour.
All right,
I'll invite you.
We set you free. Slavery, we ended it, and you should be grateful for that.
Who is we?
White people.
Really?
We ended slavery. While slavery still exists in Africa.
What's your name? Hold on.
Why don't you get on your brothers in Africa and tell them to end slavery?
Listen, first of all, I was born in
and
America.
Please stop spitting. Like, control yourself.
What's your name, man? You on Facebook? I got you on Facebook Live. What's your name?
My name is Jason. What's your name?
Jason, I'm done. I want to invite you on the DC Black History Night Tour. Would you come? You can bring your
I've heard enough about Black history.
Okay.
That's all they talk about in the schools and run my people down.
What school is that? What school they talk about? Tell me some Black history you know about
Let me
DC.
ask you about Abraham Lincoln. What do you think? Do you think he's a great emancipator? Did he end slavery? Is that what you think?
Who did, if he didn't?
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that Abraham Lincoln ended slavery?
Who wrote the legislation?
He didn't. The only thing Abraham Lincoln did was end slavery in the South. He kept slavery in the North. The Civil War was a war of northern aggression, plain and simple. He had no moral high ground. He was no great emancipator. He was a tyrant, sick-tempered tyrannus.
You say Jason is your name? You say Jason is your name?
Robert E. Lee and the Confederate veterans were the legacy of George Washington, of Thomas Jefferson, of all the founding fathers. These traitors,
I want you to say,
these traitors that have sold out our country to illegal immigration and Islamic terrorism, they are not in the founding fathers' vision.
My man, you're talking. Talk to me.
You're just talking over me, bro.
Talk to me.
You're not having a conversation.
Talk to me.
You're just being belligerent.
Tell me some Black history you know about DC. Tell me some Black history you know. You probably don't even live here. And you gonna come up in here and tell us what we need to be doing.
To be honest with you,
you know what I'm saying? You don't.
To be honest with you, I don't care about Black history in DC.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. I care about the history of my people.
White people?
I don't. It doesn't mean it doesn't matter. I support your right to
white vote.
acknowledge your history. So why do you have a problem with me acknowledging mine? That's all I'm saying.
Nothing without mine.
They faced some legal persecution. They haven't been charged with anything, but they formed their nonprofit as an educational institute in the state of New York long time ago, before all of this wokeness and cancel culture and so forth. And at some point, they bought a castle in historic Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. And they did that to basically have a conference center where political radicals could drive from DC, for instance, and have a place that they could go to hold their conferences, First Amendment protected activity, without the venue canceling on them or whatever. But these people in New York, led by Letitia James, who's going after Donald Trump as well, decided to launch an investigation into them and whether they were living in the castle. I've been there a number of times. They're not living in the castle. They have their own home that they live in. But nevertheless, they've spent like $1 million on legal fees, and it's destroyed their small business, and VDare had to shut down.
Yeah. I was showing my website there. I used to read VDare all the time. Was the talk? No, the talk was published in Tacky. You remember the talk by Bert Derbyshire? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think so. Can you refresh my memory?
James Derbyshire wrote an article called "The Talk." You never heard of it before?
It's about race, right? It's about blacks and whites.
Yeah. And he said it's the talk that whites should give their parents. You never heard of this before?
Yeah, I have heard of it.
Yeah, okay. So I think he was at Tacky or Uns or somewhere when he wrote that article. You know, it was a very interesting article. Hey, so let's jump right into Charlottesville. What do you think about that?
Sure, whatever you want to talk about.
Was Charlottesville a test run for January 6th?
I think so in a lot of ways. The main thing that they have in common is that they took place in a overwhelmingly Democrat jurisdiction where the Democrats control law enforcement, the prosecutors, everything. So they can create whatever situation they want and then frame it by prosecuting only one side to fit their narrative. And in Charlottesville, the police intentionally stood down because they didn't want the protest to take place. That was how they sabotaged it, because they knew there were going to be Antifa and Black Lives Matter and other radical left groups that were intending to use violence to shut down the rally. And then they could use that violence as a pretext to disband the rally before anybody got to speak. And then when you had the inevitable fights that broke out, they only prosecuted one side of that. And a similar thing happened in DC from my perspective. I was actually at January 6th as well. And what it looked like to me was that it was a protest that got out of hand, like Charlottesville. You had people of varying levels of political extremism, I guess you could say. I think most of them were not extremists. They were just normal Trump supporters, although you did have like some QAnon and different crazy people there as well. But, Trump had requested National Guard support to prevent any violence from breaking out, and Nancy Pelosi denied him. There are many videos of the protesters being ushered into the U.S. Capitol grounds by the Metro Police. So they wanted that to happen. What's more, they had orders to allow that to happen. And then, of course, just like at Charlottesville, they did this one-sided dragnet of charges and prosecutions to enforce their one-sided narrative and essentially lock people up for their political beliefs.
Now, race is a big topic in America, and a lot of people like to point. A lot of Black people like to say they're racially taken advantage of or whatever. But in this case, Charlottesville was a Black police chief, right?
There probably still is a Black police chief, because at some point the white liberals who were in charge of Charlottesville just decided that it would be politically incorrect to have a white person as the chief of police. So they've gone from one person of color to another ever since I moved there in my adult life.
Do you think he was kind of kind of happy with. Yeah, I heard them let them fight so we can get rid of the permits and like that. You know, a black guy probably not inclined to your message would be probably okay with the carnage to get rid of your protest. You think that's fair to say?
Well, it's a very complicated situation, and I go into all of the nuance in my book. And it's difficult to tell where the police chief was coming from. He gave me the impression that he wanted to maintain law and order, and that he had a plan. But there was a lot of backstage drama going on, where these city councilors, led by the Jewish mayor Mike Signer, decided that they didn't want this rally to happen. So they canceled the permit and barred the police from talking about security measures with me, even though we were still going to protest one way or the other, permit or no. And we had a federal lawsuit in which I was represented by the ACLU. So there was a good chance that we were going to have the permit reinstated, but they leaned on this guy. There was a black city manager as well. The city manager is actually the head of the show.
Mayor. Right. Right.
Not
Person
the
in charge.
mayor.
Right.
But these were pretty intelligent, like calm guys. I would say they were not the most radical black people. There was a vice mayor named Wes Bellamy who was very radical.
Now he's radical. Wes
but
Bellamy. Radical.
But I mean, it's safe to say that they still probably had some kind of left-wing beliefs, definitely race loyalty. And when they got leaned on by these very hard left city councilors, I think that they eventually just did what they were asked to do and sabotaged.
Yeah, Wes Bellamy was very race radical, if I'm not mistaken. If my memory serves me correctly, he was on the city council or something. He was like not a Barack Obama, but a very race first type of guy.
Yeah, he went to an all black university and just had a very radical ideology. He came to Charlottesville from out of town. He was a carpetbagger, and he was taken under the wing by this white liberal woman named Kristen Zakos, who was also on the Charlottesville City Council. And Kristen Zakos had been trying to get rid of this Confederate memorial to Robert E. Lee that had been in the Charlottesville downtown park forever, since the early 1900s. But it wasn't very popular, and people just kind of like waved her off. Why is this white liberal woman making such a big deal about this when black people don't really seem to care? Because people of all races would hang out in that park. To be frank, there were a lot of bums. People were there like smoking weed, drinking beer, or whatever.
You're talking about in that little square, right there in the little square. Like, is that downtown Charlottesville?
Yeah, it's just a park, it's a square park right
Right.
next to the library, and one street over from the Charlottesville downtown mall, which is this red bricked walkway that's for the most part closed off to traffic, other than a couple of lanes that intersect it. And she basically wanted a black face to this campaign to remove these Confederate memorials. So she recruited two people. She recruited a young woman named Ziana Bryant, a very big, like huge fat woman, and got her to write these letters, these editorials to the paper. And then she also got Wes Bellamy, who brought this very different energy than she had. She's kind of a frail, snooty, like I said, overeducated white liberal woman. And then Wes Bellamy was kind of brought like a more masculine, radical, and ethnic energy to it. And they were trying to sort of rally the black community against the monument, and therefore to indirectly reach the other white liberals, because the white liberals didn't care unless they were super radical, because even the black people didn't care. So they were trying to stir up racial resentment over the statue so that they could make a change. But actually, my first moment in the public spotlight was uncovering these tweets that Wes Bellamy had put out, because he was framing himself as being anti-racist. He
Mhm.
wanted to take
Type
down the
all of
statue
your
because he's
questions
against
in the
racism.
chat, and if you
But he had all
want
these
me
tweets
to
that were
know
like,
that if
white
your
people are the
question is sent to me in
devil.
an email,
I hate seeing white people
let's
around
go.
town.
Shout out to
Just
everybody in the
on and on
building.
and
Thank
on.
you for being
And so
here.
for
We
me,
have
that was
Jason Kessler
confirmation
in
that
the
it
building.
wasn't that he was trying to prevent
Let's
racism.
go.
It was that he was racist himself. And he was not only going after Robert E. Lee, he said Thomas Jefferson is next. Thomas Jefferson is the figurehead there in Charlottesville. His Monticello home is a major tourist destination. He founded the University of Virginia, which is the major economic and employment driver in the area.
Yeah, that's where you went to school, right? You went to UVA, right?
Yes.
And I was telling people early on the stream, UVA is like a private public school. Would you say?
Yeah, it's a nice school. I started out at VCU in Richmond, doing film and photography, but I just, I was just having issues. I guess I was partying too much. I took time off and traveled, and when I came back to university, I just had a totally different energy, a different perspective. And I went into psychology. I wasn't at UVA for a long time because I already had a bunch of credits. I was kind of up that bachelor's degree.
So what got you into is it activism or, what made the worm turn for you?
Well, my perspective started to change around, I guess, 2015 or so, maybe shortly before Donald Trump announced his candidacy for the presidency. And I was left-leaning. I was never really focused on race so much. I was more concerned about things like the Iraq War. I felt that was a very immoral war that we were manipulated into under false pretenses. But I would listen to NPR, which I didn't recognize was had a liberal slant at the time. I thought they were just highly educated, people giving unbiased news. But they started doing all these stories about what they were portraying as these innocent black men who were shot by cops when they weren't doing anything wrong at all. And at first I was on board with that. I remember when the Trayvon Martin thing happened, I accepted that framing of it. And I was upset that Zimmerman was acquitted. But when they just kept happening, I started thinking, wait a second, this narrative is implausible. Why are cops supposedly doing this all of a sudden? It couldn't be that they're doing it all of a sudden. It must be that the media is deciding to portray it this way in a consistent campaign to agitate and stir up racial grievance. I also know, just from my personal experience, I've been around the block a lot.
What do you mean by that? You got to speak bluntly here. What do you mean you've been around the block? Tell us what that means.
I mean, I just know that, like I said, when I was at VCU, I probably partied a little bit too much. I've been around tough people. I've had friends of all different races. And I know that black people are not the angels that the NPR hosts were presenting them as. I know that there is a higher crime rate amongst the black population.
Now we get somewhere.
And some of the details in these stories just didn't correspond with the narrative, like the fact that who was it? Michael Brown was reaching for the cop's gun, but
hands up, don't shoot.
Yeah, they created a myth around the hands up, don't shoot.
Yeah.
And even more recently, I mean, this is long after I was red pilled on race, but I mean, the George Floyd thing also had a lot of issues. They keep taking these guys who are definitely career criminals, dangerous people, and portraying them as if they're innocent. So that started to change my mind, and and I felt like there was a lot of anti-white discrimination. For example, I'd worked my butt off and gone in debt to get a college degree. And as a psychology major at the bachelor level, you pretty much have to get a job working for the government, doing like counseling or social work or whatever. And I could not get a job to save my life. People were getting hired over me because they chucked certain identity boxes that didn't have the college degree. I had actually worked in a center where I was helping people with drug and mental health problems. So I had years of experience and the education. I was like, you're kidding me, but they don't want to hire a white man to do that stuff. So I was kind of relegated to the underground, doing stuff in the gig economy, handyman work or whatever. And I was very resentful about that discrimination.
Michael Savage spoke about this. I don't know if you've ever heard Michael Savage speak about this. He calls it like his birthright being stolen. He talked about working in social service agencies, helping the poor, and he'd go home and sleep on the floor while helping them get a fully furnished apartment. And you've kind of described something similar. Anyway, you ever listen to Michael Savage, by the way?
I don't really listen to the radio that much. When I was living in D.C., I would listen to it more because I liked Rush Limbaugh. But once Rush Limbaugh died, there was just no one else like him for me. So I kind of lost interest in it.
So tell me, let's get into race here. What are your thoughts on race here? I was looking at some of your tweets. I'm pretty open about race. I don't know if you watched any of my videos. I deal with blacks quite a bit. And so, I have a very realistic point of view about blacks that many blacks don't like to hear. So I'm hoping we can have an honest conversation here. You can feel free to be honest with me. What are your thoughts on blacks and just politically everything? Just open question here.
Well, it's a very complicated thing. I think that to understand the differences between blacks and whites, we first have to accept that there are biological racial differences between people that have consequences for how people behave, and that it affects them politically. It affects the rates of crime. It affects IQ. It affects aggressiveness. And there's variations amongst all the races of mankind on that.
Thank you for being
I don't think it's all like uniformly bad. Some people are better. Black people are really good at certain athletic.
That your question gets to Jason
Kessler
and John Galt.
Kenyans from Africa are really good runners, and it's not just because people value running in Kenya. It's because of their bone structure, and it's their DNA, which gives them a competitive advantage there.
I hear something about their lungs too, that they can run longer distances. Something about their lungs, but go ahead.
So that's definitely something that's going on. I think also that there is a disparity between whites and blacks and how they behave politically, because blacks are very comfortable having race loyalty. And they see their blackness as an important part of their identity. I mean, and I'm not just talking about, activist black people. I'm talking about, I just go to the grocery store and recently I saw a couple black people. There are not many black people where I live now in West Virginia, but they see each other and they're like, my beautiful black man or whatever. And I don't resent them for that. I'm like, why can't white people love one another in that same way and have race loyalty? White people are actually the only group that to some extent has a negative opinion of their own kind, and I don't think that that's natural. I think that that is propaganda that's been drilled into their head, self-loathing. It's been a turn since World War II. After the Nazis and everything, there was this concerted effort to demonize white identity, and we're living with the results of the people who have had basically what you could call communist indoctrination to hate themselves for a very long time. So we're not able to really stand up for ourselves properly. And we've just given away the farm, where we're letting in people from all over the world to just take over our birthright, not only in the United States, but in our indigenous homelands in Europe. And if we're going to survive, we have to fight that. And that's the basis of all of my political philosophy right there.
You know, in my opinion, I think the blacks are being used as like a pit bull. Some people say it's the Jewish people that use them to foment, you know, somewhat like revolutions, George Floyd and stuff like that. What are your thoughts on that? I see you tweet a bit about like the Jewish people.
Well, there's no doubt about it that the Jewish people have had a role in that. If you look at, you know, figures like you mentioned, Martin Luther King, he was being guided by Jewish activists who were writing some of his speeches, and you know, they saw a very talented, charismatic public speaker, and they put these radical words in his mouth, basically, and made sure that their media allies were there to make him the person that he is. And they do that over and over and over again. It's not that all Jews are left-wing, but they're predominantly left-wing. They, I think, voted 80% for Kamala Harris in this recent election. They tend to concentrate in major urban centers, which are just left-wing in general. So some of it would be environmental, because they, you know, concentrate in New York City and Moscow. In Moscow, you know, that's where they spearheaded the Bolshevik.
Yeah, I've talked about it. Yeah.
They were behind communism. They were behind the civil rights era and a lot of different things. It's not that all Jews are that way, but they are a pretty politically powerful group. They are the most powerful ethnic bloc in America. It's not white people. It's definitely Jews.
Will you debate?
Yeah, in a number of ways. I had a lot of censorship and deplatforming right after the rally, as you could imagine, and it subsided a little bit. But PayPal closed down my account, so that's been a major pain in the butt, because, you know, if I try to go and pay for services, sometimes web hosting or whatever, they only let you pay through PayPal, and so PayPal's banned me from using it. I had Bank of America at one point, and they just up and canceled my bank account out of blue, saying that I was a risk. But you know, the risk was all prejudice towards my political views. That's all it was. I'm not a gangster or a drug dealer or something. I'm not a terrorist.
Because I saw your clip and you say you're back on YouTube now, so you must have been kicked off at some point.
Yeah, I was kicked off for a long time, and that was in the lead up to the Unite the Right 2 rally that you might remember in Washington, D.C. That was when I had just moved up there. I didn't know that I was going to put down roots there, but you turn on the radio and they were talking about it like it was an upcoming terrorist attack, just really winding people up. And all we were planning to do is just march and give some speeches. But sorry, what was the question again?
Damn, I forget now. Well, I got other questions for you. Well, there's one on the screen. What are your thoughts on Gobino? I don't know, Gobinow.
I don't recognize that name.
Okay, here's another question.
Arthur de Gobinow. It says a French writer and diplomat. I guess I should look into him, but I haven't done enough reading on the old classics. I know there was a lot more frank discussion of race back in the day in a way that we don't really have anymore, certainly not from mainstream publishers. I was reading one about the revolution in Haiti, which was kind of an interesting racial flashpoint, you know, because I'm interested in the French Revolution as well. The French Revolution was a very dark period in European history from my perspective, when these left-wing radicals took over one of the most prestigious and historic nations in Europe. And then it was replicated in Haiti using the same ideology, the whole idea of republicanism and liberty and so forth. But it took on a very, very racial characteristic, as you can imagine, because you had these black former slaves killing the whites, often plantation owners who were in the minority in that country.
What are your thoughts on American Extremists? Have you read that? About Josh Neal? I've never heard of that before.
No, I haven't. It sounds like something that like an Antifa aligned person must have written.
What do you think about Antifa, by the way? Do you think there's like a government like backed group, or you think it's just organic?
Well, they're very mentally unwell people. I think the term extremist does click for that group of people. I've spent a lot of time observing them. They have a lot of transsexuals and other what I would consider weirdos. They hate white people very much, even though most of them are white. A lot of times they come from middle class, upper middle class, and even upper class backgrounds. I've done a number of articles exposing some of these people, and it's very often the case that they are very privileged people. I mean, some of them are the children of CEOs, like major executives at places like Netflix and all kinds of places. And yet they do this champagne socialism stuff and call for revolution and so forth. The Virginia Senator Tim Kaine, his son Woody is one of them.
Someone asked in the earlier chat leading up to this, what is the problem with white people? Like, why have they like lost so much ground here?
Well, it's intentional. Like I said, after World War II, there was an attempt to reshape society, and a lot of it was led by Jews. If you were taking the Jewish perspective on it, they felt like they were victimized in World War II and killed because of their race or whatever. And I guess they decided, well, this is not happening again. So the way that they're going to deal with it is by any means necessary. So you've seen like what they did in Palestine is they just started buying up the land, and they kicked all of these Arabs off the land, and they have no problem killing them in brutal ways that are reminiscent of the violence in World War II itself. In America, it's more like they work their way into positions of power in certain industries like Hollywood, for instance. The entertainment industry is heavily, heavily Jewish, and they created sort of a shadow America, which was an alternative to America that was created through their films, where they gradually pushed degeneracy all the way up until today, where they were just, pushing the envelope as much as they could within the context of the time towards this radical goal. And a big part of that was deracinating white people. It wasn't just Jews, of course. There were many white collaborators, of course, black people as well. I mean, people of all races. But there was this, ideology which melded racial values with communism. So what you have now is race communism. They wanted to sort of level the playing field as they saw it between everybody. And the way to do that was to kneecap white people. And they've just created this really effective shaming propaganda, because white people are actually really good people for the most part. Not all of them, but the mainstream Main Street white person in small town America or whatever, it has a good heart. And so if you are just constantly telling them that they're bad and they're racist, even when they're not, even when you just want something from them, you want them to roll over to give you political power, they have done that, and it's a damn shame. We've got to toughen up, or we're gonna lose everything.
So you think other races are like taking advantage of your good heart, to paraphrase it, the white race's kind of good heart?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not that I'm sure that there are lots of people of other races who have a good heart and good values and so on and so forth. But I know from my experience that white people do, that we're a kind-hearted people, and we've just given away so much. I mean, you look at, for instance, the empires that we had, just merely because the British felt bad about being colonizers, they gave up India and parts of the Middle East, you name it. They just gave it away because they felt like it would be in the best interest of the people who lived there. And here in America, we've constantly done that. And no matter how much money we put into education in inner cities, no matter how much money we put into welfare benefits, it doesn't really seem to bridge all of these gaps that the liberals say that it's going to. There's still a difference in crime rates, still a difference in educational attainment, blah, blah, blah. But the fact that it fails through the propaganda is used as further reinforcement of this mythical systemic white supremacy. Like if you deny that there's any racial differences biologically, culturally between people, the only alternative is that it's coming from the outside, in other words, from the system. But I reject that, and I think that it's clear that these liberal policies that have spent so much money trying to engineer people to be exactly the same have failed because they're based on a false premise.
What do you think about, you spoke about, white people have given up so much. What do you think about the interracial dating thing? Like, whenever
I'm opposed to it.
I figured you would be opposed to it. But when you see it like bombarded every day, day in and day out, like, what are your thoughts? Like, where do you think this is headed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of people who do hate whites, and they're trying to decrease our population. And a good way to do that is to prevent white people from hooking up and having families and all of that, repopulating. So we're attacked in a number of different ways. They encourage white couples not to have children, and they only do it for white people. That kind of messaging is never promoted to anybody else. There's a constant promotion of the interracial stuff, particularly black men and white women. Like it's a joke. I have a video I did a while ago about how they're trying to engineer this stuff subliminally, like in the dating apps, for instance.
In the building. If you have not hit the like, hit the like. It's free. Hit the like. We got 39 people in the building. We have John Galt interviewing the one and only Jason Kessler, the organizer of Charlottesville. Trump said it's good people on both sides. Hit the like. Not hit the link, not yet. Hit the like. Hit the like. Thank you all for being here. You guys be sure to put your questions for Jason Kessler in the chat, and I will make sure that those questions get to him. All right? I'm glad you guys are here. Stay tuned. We're just now getting into it. So if you just got into the building, we're barely there yet. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to Big Greg. I am always so happy to see him in the chat. Make sure you guys hit the like, hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. Let's keep going.
To have white babies because our population is under threat.
I agree with you. I think, honestly, and I've said this many times, I think black and white people have more in common than, say, black and brown people. But yet you hear blacks talking about their black and brown coalition, and I say, you look around you, there is no black and brown coalition. But I think blacks see themselves only in competition with white people, and they're not winning. And that makes them angry, and they blame racism and whatever other reasons behind it. I don't know what you think. What do you think about that?
Well, I think when you have a multiracial society, it's always going to have what you could call supremacism. I mean, this is modern lingo, but it's the parlance of the time. A lot of leftists claim that this is a white supremacist system. A lot of white nationalists would counter, no, it's actually a Jewish supremacist system because those are the people who are actually in power and they're not actually white. But I think regardless, um, the way human beings act, just like any other animal, is they're struggling for dominance. They tribe up. Not all people act that way because people are very diverse temperamentally and intellectually and so on and so forth. But one group will always come out on top, and that's why I support nationalism. I think that it's good. You should have countries where people are who want to live in a racially diverse society can be. That's fine. But I also think you should be able to have black nationalists and white nationalist countries where people who want to be with their own kind and realize a vision for their people where they have sovereignty. And I think a lot of black people are frustrated by not having that because they will always be comparing themselves to white people or maybe to Jews.
They never compare themselves to Jews. It's only white people. It's only white people they compare themselves to, in my opinion.
They think that the Jews are white, though. Most
they
people
get
aren't
looked at,
aware enough to know them.
What are your thoughts about? We cover a lot of crime and violence in mostly inner cities here, and it's mostly black. Give me your stream of consciousness on that.
You repeat the question?
We talk a lot about the crime and violence here on this channel. Primarily, it's all black, right? And real bad black crime, and it's become younger and younger. I don't know if you've noticed that pattern. What are your thoughts on that, and why blacks seem to not want to try to solve it? They don't even want to talk about it. It's my opinion. They don't want to talk about it. What do you think?
Well, I think that there's something of a genetic predisposition to that behavior. So that's first of all. But certainly there is also a cultural element because if you look at blacks from the days that they say were so terrible when white supremacy was at its zenith and blacks, they say, weren't treated very well, but everybody is dressed nice, like they're ready to go to church. You had a lot more black fathers around and black families sticking together. People held themselves to a higher standard, whether that was their religious devotion or really, trying to prove that they were, a lot of them wanted to prove they were as good as any white man. So they wanted to work hard towards that end. But, you have all of these leftist white people and Jews who wanted to frame it in a different way. Any standards or expectations of black behavior are racist and you just don't understand them. And, so basically anything they do is okay. And then they went beyond that and then they started glorifying the bad behavior through media, gangster rap and so on and so forth, portraying this image of the black criminal as being very potent and virile or whatever. So you have these young black kids that are growing up and they probably, for various reasons, like I said, the genetic issue, the cultural issue, they probably were not born into a situation. They probably were children of single mothers. Maybe they had relatives who are in and out of lockup or something. Maybe the father's not around. Really, really tough situation to begin with. And then they're given, so these guys raised by single mothers, they don't know how to be a man. And all of this, messaging from the entertainment industry, largely run by Jews, is telling them the way to be a man, to be a criminal, a gangster, and there's nothing to be ashamed of in behaving this way.
Hey, Jason, let's look at some of my bookmarks in Twitter. I'm not sure if you can see your screen. I'm just looking at it, just going down some of the things we talk about on the channel here. Court documents reveal J-Day youngins. Court documents reveal J-Day youngins, baby mother Jordan had an affair with both his brother and father, and the baby may not be his. When you read shit like this in Black America, what do you think about shit like this?
It's bad, you know. I had an experience recently that might be familiar to you.
Yeah.
Before I decided to move to West Virginia, I actually went to Louisiana in the Baton Rouge area, and I was thinking about getting into property management. You know, I wanted to look because I have a friend who does that. He's a white nationalist, but he owns these houses that Black people live in the ghetto. And
Really?
so I went with him and we checked out some of these houses, and the behavior was just, I mean, these houses were just trashed so badly. And
Man,
yeah,
I
I
show
think
this shit
that
on my
speaks
stream
for
every-
itself.
Yo, I show this shit every day on the stream. Motherfuckers trashing houses, you know, just blacks talking crazy, beating up each other, robbing each other. Every day, man. It's every day. It just seems like they can't make heads or tails out of the most simple aspects of in life. Look at this picture on the screen. Look at this on the screen right here, Jason.
They're just shooting a guy at point blank range.
High schoolers.
Terrible.
That's at a school in Baltimore. And, you know, these blacks will be talking about racism. And look what he did. I mean, he like gave him the coup de grace here. Look, Jason. The coup de grace right there. Where is it? There it is. And he said, damn, like, that boy wake up in the morning screaming about racism. And yeah, I just want to. So you're talking about Black women, right? And they have such a bad reputation. They're almost, I would say that their reputation is probably worse than women. I'm looking for Jasmine Crockett here. I want to get your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett. When you see Black women behaving like that, what are your thoughts?
I mean, just politically, Black women are the worst. They vote like, what is it, 96% for Democrats.
Yeah.
They are soldiers for that Democrat agenda, and they are totally race loyal. So, I mean, I guess if you're a Black guy who likes Black women, I mean, maybe that's a good thing, you know. But for me as a white man, I'm like, man, these people are tipping a lot of elections because they have no intellectual diversity. They're just a monolithic block, and they're very radical racially.
Yeah, they are very radical. Do you ever hear some of their commentary, like on Twitter, like their thoughts about white people and shit like that? They're
I've
more
seen
radical
that
than me.
Jasmine Crockett stuff, and she talks like a ghetto ratchet hoe, and she's a congressperson. It's unbelievable.
Check this out right here, Jason. Listen to this.
No one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. It's just not what my plan was. But what I've always decided is that I would step up when there was a need. Listen, he up there, he's hearing all kinds of nonsense and bullshit. Let me just be real. And we weren't gonna sit for that shit. We wouldn't, you know.
It's like two different people.
Yeah, that's interesting. And, you know, she's not the only politician who does that. Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton. It was especially humorous in the Hillary Clinton case, but there was there is a time and place for these people to talk like the college educated people that they are, and a place for them to talk Black for effect, you know, to try and relate in a populist way to their base. And so that seems to be what she's doing there, is that, yeah, perhaps maybe she's capable of more, but she is acting in a ghetto way because she is trying to seem down to earth to her constituency.
Yeah, I think for her to stay elected, she has to get more and more ghetto. I think her constituents are getting more and more ghetto. Here I talk about with the immigration coming in, I don't think the blacks can compete, to be honest with you. And I think what you're seeing with the blacks, like I showed you in the guy that's killing people, I think they're recognizing that there really isn't much of a future for them here. I run into a lot of migrants, immigrants, people like that. I show it right here on the stream. And they're doing even better than the blacks. And some of them are even like confused as to why the blacks can't seem to get it together here in America. And I think that is like at the root cause of many of the problems that we see. I'm not excusing the blacks. I'm saying that, I just think that there really isn't a place for them here economically, it seems. They can't trade with anyone else.
Well, the racial situation in America is more complex than the black and white, literally, way that it's portrayed. Yes, there's this whole thing going on with black people and Hispanics. If you look at the ground zero for that, where these illegals are coming over into places like Compton and Los Angeles, I mean, there are brutal gangland wars between black and Hispanics. Black people are getting their houses firebombed, and they're being driven out of neighborhoods where these Hispanics are taking over by force. And, with the black male population, there's a little bit more of independent renegade streak. There's some of them who don't think in lockstep with the Democrat side of things, and so I think they were looking at what was going on with the illegal immigration and saying, this hurts us. It's going to make it harder for us to get these jobs. It's driving down wages. For the street level blue collar black person, they are in direct competition with those Hispanic guys.
How do you think it's affecting white guys? How's the immigration affected you?
Well, I mean, it's totally destroying industries for the white working class and blue collar more generally. When I was living in the Northern Virginia area, I would go to
49 people in
sites
the building,
where new homes are being built, subdivisions, just tons of homes being built. And every home that's being worked on in the block has crews that are exclusively Latino. I have a friend who lives in Woodbridge, Virginia, which is a little bit south of DC. And
it is, yeah.
He's a white guy, Italian, and his parents own a house there, but there's like no other white people around. Everybody is Hispanic, and therefore it's kind of like gonna end their bloodline as white people. Like my friend, his son has a Hispanic girlfriend, and so that's the end of the white people in his family. But he doesn't have any options because there's no white women around.
Damn.
And I look at them as a vestige of what Northern Virginia used to be. There used to be at some point a blue collar white working class, and they've just been totally driven out. And it's going to happen anywhere that these Hispanics come. They're just like a swarm of locusts that are going to devour the prosperity for the native people wherever they go.
Is that what took you to West Virginia?
Well, I came to West Virginia because the real estate is much cheaper here, cheapest in the country, basically. Also, demographically, it's like 96% white. Also, politically, it's very conservative. Support for mass deportations is something like 93% here. I live in an urban ish area, not necessarily my street, but I live in a city because I have to be for my line of work as a professional mover. So this is relatively more liberal than other parts of West Virginia, but it's still, you know, far better for me than DC. I don't want to be around white liberals. I don't want to be somewhere with a massive ghetto. I like where I'm at now.
Did you ever come over to Southeast DC when you were in DC area?
Yeah, you know, normally I'm pretty good at what I do as a professional mover, and so I'm able to command a certain hourly wage that I think is pretty good for me. And I've learned to tweak it so that people who are at a certain economic level won't be able to afford me. And that helps me a lot, because when I was first starting out, or when I would get desperate and lower my prices because maybe I got a once in a blue moon a bad review that lowered my ranking in the algorithm for the site that I get my jobs, you know, I would get hired by these people in the ghetto parts of DC, or someone would hire me by mistake or whatever, and they would just be a mess, you know, like the whole place is trashed. You got to be careful not to trip over anything. You'd have problems sometimes with them paying you. You would do a flawless job, and they would find something to nitpick, and you know, and so if you're trying to get jobs to get a bunch of good reviews, like working for ghetto black people is the last thing you want to do, because they're just really miserable, unhappy people, and when they see a white face, you know, they've got control over you for a little while when you're working for them. And so I think they like to work out some of their aggression in that situation, and it's hard to make them happy.
No, I agree with you. Hey, you got a question on the screen. How do we deal with the low IQ issue in our population?
What are you talking about? The black population?
Well, that's probably the biggest.
Or just in general, because there's two different things, you know. Of course, there's the IQ issue with black people, but the IQ in general is going down because we don't have the same natural and sexual selection pressures that we did back in the day, you know, a long time ago, before our world was had all the sharp edges sanded down, and you could die for being stupid, you know. There was, you know, an evolutionary advantage to being smart, and people who played the game and made a good living and lived longer would have a better chance of procreating and spreading their DNA through the population. And people who were stupid and died young weren't able to achieve a certain level of success in which they could father children. You know, those people, you know, procreated less. And now,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
you said you're in West Virginia, right? And I've done a show a couple of times with a guy who described himself as a poor white trash. How would you describe the difference in poor white trash versus poor black trash? How about that?
That's a difficult question, because, you know, black gangster culture is actually really popular with white trash. So they are consciously mimicking black behavior and black culture, which sort of blurs the line. There's certainly some overlap in terms of like their homes are both a wreck, and you know, there's issues with weight management. These people just eat total garbage, and same with blacks, you know, and poor whites, as they go into these convenience stores and they're not able to really think ahead of time and make smart choices that will pay off in the long term, because they need short-term dopamine hits. You know, they just do what feels good in the moment.
That's right. Mellow Yellow in Virginia, right? Or Mountain Dew or something. One of the two.
I I mean, I still like, most poor white people. I think that they could be a lot better than what they are if the government would uphold higher standards. They shouldn't allow people to eat some of the crap that is making these people so obese.
Could you live
And
around poor white people?
what's that?
Could you live around poor white people?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of poor white people here in West Virginia, and I don't mind them.
You know,
I
the
like.
thing-
I wouldn't necessarily want to live on a street where it's nothing but like poor white people. It depends. I mean, some poor white people have self-respect. There's no doubt about that, and those are good people. And then there's some who have more.
Are there shootings in poor white neighborhoods?
I don't. You're just not going to see the same level of violence in a white person neighborhood, regardless of their income level.
And
It's
the
a
reason I'm
similar
asking
thing, but it's a matter of degree.
The
We-
reason
we-
I'm asking this is because you hear blacks all the time say white people commit violence too. You hear that, right? White people do this too. And so we want to like hammer through some of the narrative. What's it like living among poor white people? If you know, is it as violent as it is the black neighborhood? You say no.
No,
That's true.
definitely not.
Right? And dysfunction may be about the same, but the violence isn't there. You can live there pretty much in peace.
I mean, poor people have a lot of things in common, regardless of race. But I think the way that their behavior is expressed in that circumstance has a lot to do with genetics. So the genetic disposition of black people heightens some of those negative qualities that you associate with poor people.
So this would be like heightened genetic behavior right here. Let me see something like this.
Accept your fatality.
Bus driver.
Accept your fatality, nigga. Accept your fatality, nigga. Accept your fatality, nigga. Accept.
That would be like an
Hit the
expression
like,
of
hit the like.
genetics.
We got 47
in your
people in the
opinion.
building.
You don't see
Welcome
white kids
in.
doing that kind
Welcome
of
in.
shit
We got Jason
on a regular
Kessler in
basis.
the building. Hit them.
Well, some,
Okay.
but it's a matter of degree. It's a disposition, and black people have a much higher propensity for that type of behavior.
You have a question on the screen. Why are white folks scared of Hispanics? Why not do all the same things done to black people to get rid of Hispanics?
I don't know that white people are necessarily scared of Hispanics, although I guess in some communities that could be the case where there's MS-13 and dangerous criminal gangs moving in. But I think that it's what Elon Musk recently called suicidal empathy. It's that white people try to see things from other people's perspective so much that they don't care about their own, and they would destroy themselves to save somebody else in the way that they allow these open borders that have been a gift to these Hispanics. In places like California, which are obviously at the epicenter of this immigration crisis, they're just making it much, much worse for themselves by allowing them to vote when they're not even legal citizens, giving them free health care. So if you're somebody who's in Central America and you need some expensive operations, probably in your interest to pay a coyote to smuggle you across the border, because whatever amount you have there is going to pay for itself many, many times over when you get the American taxpayers to pay for all of this free medical care.
Hey,
I think that they're scared. It's just they're too nice. They're suicidally empathic.
We got a lot of questions coming in. Here's another one. Were the tactics of Charlottesville in error? It seems better to create groups of like-minded racial people focus on mutual benefit rather than overt racial confrontation.
Well, I think that the primary problem with Charlottesville is that it had an incorrect assumption about America's commitment to free speech. I idealized the free speech movement. I'd seen documentaries and news reports about the ACLU defending the Nazis who wanted to march in the Jewish suburb of Skokie, that famous case. I was really into stand-up comedy, and as you know, there's a lot of stand-up comedians, whether it's George Carlin or Richard Pryor or trying to think of the Jewish guy, but there's people of all these different backgrounds who have really gotten up on stage and said things that were controversial. The authorities sometimes tried to arrest them for this, and so it made stand-up comedy a focal point of but the assumption was that because in the past police had separated sides and allowed controversial events to go forward, that they would do that in Charlottesville. It's a completely different animal to say, well, we're going to bring a bunch of people into a park, knowing that the police are going to wash their hands of it, when you have hundreds of violent extremists in opposition to you. Because these people in Antifa, they came armed with semi-automatic rifles. They came armed with bricks and pepper spray.
What about the fire thrower? What about the flamethrower?
Yeah, there was even a guy named Corey Long, a black guy, who used a lighter and an aerosol can.
Yeah, we showed him earlier.
Plume of flames at the protesters while they were being driven out of the park by police, and he was only given a little slap on the wrist, a disorderly conduct charge. I mean, that's assault with a deadly weapon.
Yeah, we showed him earlier, and I'll pull him up here for people that are looking here. Here's the flamethrower guy here. Let me share the screen. Here's the flamethrower. Here's the flamethrower guy. This is the what did you say his name is? Corey something?
Corey Long.
Corey Long. Here's the flamethrower guy, the black guy, shooting the flames out. And they probably arrested the white guys.
Well, there was a white guy who had a concealed carry, and when he saw that, he took out his gun and he fired a warning shot into the dirt. That guy was named Richard Preston, and so he was only doing that to protect those people who are on the receiving end of that flame. They charged the white guy with every felony they could come up with. They charged him for something like discharging a firearm within certain number of feet of a school, even though there was no school in session that day, obviously, with the rally. And so, that was one of the most lopsided judicial prosecutions in the whole bunch, was that they charged the guy who started the thing using the flamethrower with only a little disorderly conduct. And then the guy who fired a warning shot, he could have shot the guy in the head. He didn't do that. He didn't want to hurt him. But they used that to hurt the guy and put him in prison.
Wait a minute. Is this him right here?
Who?
Is this the guy you're speaking of right here?
Yeah, that's Richard Preston. He's the guy who fired the warning shot. He went to prison.
Look, how the Klansman, was he a Klansman or they just calling him that?
I think he really was, to be honest.
How a Klansman who shot toward a black man in Charlottesville ended up at the African American Museum, and there's a picture of him. There he is.
Yeah, they go run into this guy, Daryl.
Oh shit, that's him.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was the event right there.
How long did he go to
I mean,
prison?
you see a guy firing a flamethrower at
Yeah.
a crowd of people. That's a hero, whether he's a Klansman or not. That was a heroic thing for him to do.
Damn. And how much time?
Look at this goofball trying to do public relations for himself. After. But you know, while I'm thinking about it, Corey Long was part of a group of black guys who showed up to the rally, not really to protest. They intended to, break the law in order to hamper the people who were trying to do the protest that day. It was Corey Long and some other folks, including DeAndre Harris. You may know that because other than Heather Heyer, he was the most famous so-called victim of the so-called white supremacists that day. But it was something that the media very closely guarded the narrative on, and they portrayed the whole thing in a false light. Corey Long and DeAndre Harris were assaulting people throughout the day, stealing their flags, setting them on fire with no police intervention. And when the crowd was dispersed and people were trying to get back to their vehicles in the parking garage, Corey Long and DeAndre Harris were following people and cursing at them, threatening them. And these white guys didn't react. So DeAndre Harris took a mag light and he crushed this guy in the head with it. At that point, a number of guys rushed in and they beat him up for a bit. They probably went a little bit too far. So I'm not condoning that, but it was not as they were portraying it, like just a bunch of racist white guys looking for any excuse to beat up an innocent white guy. This was somebody who was looking for a fight, who was taunting them, who drew first blood, and then tried to act like a victim after the fact. So the new news that's come out recently, my friend Jack Corbin, the Antifa hunter, did a background check. So this guy, DeAndre, he raised like $177,000 in GoFundMe money after this attack.
Yeah, sorry.
And since then, he's been convicted of felony embezzlement. He stole a bunch of stuff from, I guess, a Verizon store that he was working at in 2022. Now in 2024, he's charged with domestic violence, assault on a woman, and I guess assault. So he's been very busy.
I see you have a question up here. Do you feel a culpability involving the protests? And why did you tweet Emily Gorczynski's address, which resulted in her being swatted?
I didn't do that. These Antifa people were trying after the rally to find any way to lock me up. And because they had friends in the prosecutor's office, they just got one phony charge after another that I had to spend my time and money knocking down. And there was an account that was for an organization, a new activist organization that I set up. And I asked this guy, I didn't really know him that well, which was a mistake, but I directed him to open up a Twitter account and just tweet about whatever political stuff, just to grow this account. I didn't have any oversight over what he was doing. And this dumbass tweeted the address of this person. And then Gorczynski, assumed that I was the one operating that account when that wasn't the case. And so they drug my name through the mud, filed charges against me, wrote about it in the paper. They called it cyber stalking. And yet they dropped the charge because they had no evidence that I was running that account, and I wasn't. But of course, once they realized that it was somebody else, they had no interest in pursuing a prosecution, because all it was about getting at me. They didn't care about doing that to anybody else.
We have another question up here. Well, best deleted question he's answering on the screen. Okay, I got people giving me directions here. That's correct. I have to leave it up there for you. Okay, here's another question. Would you consider yourself a racially aware libertarian or an ethno-nationalist?
Probably more of an ethno-nationalist with some paleo-conservative tendencies. But I realize that ethno-nationalism is not necessarily politically viable now. I think that it's still important to stake out a very aggressive position, because it's just like, if you were following Trump talking about the art of the deal, you don't start out with a very reasonable position. You ask for the moon, and that way, when the negotiation happens, you get a little bit of a better deal at the end. And so that's my perspective on it. I don't think that there's anything illegitimate about being an ethnic nationalist. Black nationalists like Malcolm X are considered, totally legitimate civil rights icons. So I think there's definitely a place for somebody who is a white nationalist staking out a similar position in defense of their people.
Hey, do you mind taking questions directly from people?
No, it's fine.
All right, let me, guys, one by one, you come up, get your question up, drop you down. Let Jason ask the question for you, because I'm going through them here. Man, I really appreciate you coming up. I've probably been reaching out to you, probably cyber stalking you, as they say. Jason, another one. Do you think Thomas Russo is a Fed? Yeah, that's a good question there. You know who Thomas Russo is, right?
Yes.
You think he's a Fed?
I don't think so. I don't think he's a very honest guy, though. I've had some experience with him where I've seen him lie when he's on streams. So I don't trust him, but I don't have any knowledge of him being a Fed.
While we're waiting on someone to pop up, I have a question for you. Heather Heyer, do you think James Fields, right? You think he should have gotten 250 years in prison for that?
No, I think it was overkill, especially in context of other similar vehicular homicides. I break this all down in my book. If you're interested in the James Fields Heather Heyer thing, I would highly recommend that, because we go step by step through all of the evidence about the James Fields thing and sort of recreate it in a sort of like a Oliver Stone JFK kind of way. And also, there's a comparison of a bunch of different news stories where people ran over white Republicans because they were white Republicans or whatever.
Really?
And were treated just with kid gloves. So, I think there was overkill with Fields. There's also a mitigating circumstance that I don't think was appreciated, in that you had, hundreds of armed political extremists, with baseball bats, guns, all manner of things. You can see a lot of those there in that clip you're playing. And they were roaming during a state of emergency when they were directed by the police not to be in the streets. But because of the political bias of the authorities, they were given carte blanche to basically act as a military junta in the streets of Charlottesville that day. And so, I'm sure felt very threatened. And when he tried to turn onto that 4th Street where the accident happened, there were a bunch of people who shouldn't have been in the streets blocking traffic. And so he was trapped there, and people could look in the window and see he was with the permanent protesters because he had a white shirt on.
Right. That's right.
A so-called fashy haircut. that marked him out, and there were people like Redneck Revolt militiamen, Dwayne Dixon, a communist Antifa, who claimed that they pointed rifles at him. So if that's true,
yeah,
why he might have been scared.
Didn't they hit the back of his car? Didn't they hit the back of his car?
They definitely did before and certainly after the accident as well. And when he was hit before the accident, the sound made it sounded like a gunshot going on.
Sounded like a gunshot, right?
You already have this environment where you're scared, you're in a strange city, you're trapped, surrounded by your political enemies who are armed to the teeth. Somebody allegedly, has threatened you with a rifle already, and then you hear that assault on your vehicle that sounds like a gunshot. For me, those are mitigating circumstances. And the fact that the authorities put him in that situation in the first place because the police stood down because of their objective of sabotaging the rally. He never should have been put in that situation in the first place.
That street should have been blocked off, if I'm not mistaken. I think
and it was at one point. It was blocked off with a sawhorse.
Sawhorse.
And there was a police officer who was stationed to guard it, and she abandoned her post.
She was afraid, and she ran off. Right? Is that why she left that? I do remember. We have someone up here that wants to ask a question here. Orthodox, what's up?
Mr. Galt, Mr. Kessler. First, thank you both for your time. I do have two questions, if that's okay. The second one I'm going to ask first, because the current topic. What should ethno-nationalists do or protesters do when faced with the government corruption that you faced at Charlottesville? Like with the police being told to back down if we're advocating for our people?
Well, it's a very difficult situation because you don't want to abdicate your rights, but you have to be very careful about how to express them, because you have to understand that the law might be on the book that you have a right to free speech, that the authorities will protect you from violence, in other words, a heckler's veto. But in practice, everything in the system is going to be used against you, and they will look for any excuse to arrest you. Some people, like the Patriot Front guys, they might decide, well, we still want to go out and march and whatever. And I'm glad there are some people to do that. I think that the risk is too high, frankly, and it breaks my heart to have to say, that I don't think that it's safe and I'm not going to do it. But that's where we are right now. I think that you could still get a lot done online and trying to reach people in a more safe environment where you can't be caught up in these prosecution traps.
Fair. And the first question I had earlier, I don't know if Mr. Galton had asked, if there are any, what do you think some changes to our voting laws and our electoral process to protect? Because you mentioned illegal immigrants voting in liberal states and cities. What do you think we should do to stop that?
Well, I mean, ultimately, I think that we need to move away from democracy for a little while. I think that we need to suspend the electoral process, have one, basically like the Romans did it. The Romans would have, they actually had a position called dictator, which is a scary word now. But in times of great distress, they would suspend their normal political process and allow the dictator to come in and fix everything. And then they were expected to give up that power again. And so the famous example of this is Cincinnatus, whom the city of Cincinnati is named for. He saved the Republic, and then he returned to his farm like George Washington would later, abdicating his power and giving it back to the people. The reason that I would advocate a step that radical is because I think that our democracy has been hopelessly compromised. It's just not legitimate when you have one side allowing an invasion a foreign invasion in order to disenfranchise the native-born population, and that's what the Democrats are doing. They want the illegal immigration to happen. You saw those numbers during the Biden administration go through the roof to historic highs, and they do that because they know that population is more likely to vote for them. There's a number of other ways in which there are allegations of election tampering and so on and so forth. But you know, at its root, you just cannot have fair elections until you send these people home. They all need to be sent home, whether they're considered American citizens or not. That whole anchor baby thing, there's very few countries on earth that'll allow this birthright citizenship thing, and that needs to be canceled. And we need to get rid of the people, just send them back home. And only then I think we can start to look at reintroducing the republic. But I think even then we might need to balkanize. I don't think that people who hate each other the way that different parts of America does should live in the same country. Elections are supposed to peacefully settle disagreements between people who might not agree, but they both have one another's best interest in mind. Right now, we're using democracy as an alternative to open warfare. You have people who hate each other's guts and would want to kill one another if there was a new civil war, but they're settling for when they get political power, they will use the prosecutors to prosecute their political enemies, like what's happened to the people who are at Charlottesville, like what's happened to Donald Trump, and everything that's going on with the FBI.
J6 people.
Yeah, the J6 people. That's just totally untenable. So you have to fix these things because the democracy right now is broken. Democracy is not in and of itself a good thing. If it produces consistently bad outcomes, it needs to be fixed.
Let me ask you this question. Would you even feel comfortable coming back to DC to protest, like the outcome of an election, like the J6 people?
Well, the DC is probably safer than Charlottesville for sure. DC obviously is very far left. It's white people are a minority there, but they also have a much more professional grade of law enforcement there than these Barney Fifes in Charlottesville, as you can imagine, because they have to have people who can handle the responsibility of dealing with the most powerful political leaders in the country, who are used to controversial protests of all stripes going on there all the time. There's not going to be a single day where there's not a protest happening in Lafayette Square outside the White House. So honestly, DC, you could do a lot worse than DC if you're going to do a protest.
Yeah, it just seemed like protesting against the federal government, they have the ability to really entrap you or just snare you the way that they did the January 6 people. I'll be very wary of, like you see Enrique Otario, even just the prison that they put them in, over there in the gulags in DC. You might get fair treatment outside of DC. I don't know.
Yeah, I think is asking for trouble. He got released from prison, which should have been, a miracle, the greatest thing that's ever happened to the guy in his life. And then he just goes right back to DC and is getting more charges filed against him. Because I've been in that situation. If you're going to do it, you got to have a permit. You got to run it by the police and make sure the police are there to keep the sides separated. Because if you don't have that, you're going to get protesters attacking you. You're going to have to use self-defense. And no court in a liberal jurisdiction is going to recognize your self-defense. Even if somebody was beating the shit out of you and you punched to get them off, if you are a quote-unquote white supremacist, that there's going to be no sympathy for you. They're going to find some way to prosecute you. They're going to say, they're going to make it up, say, oh, well, he called him the N-word or something. They'll do what they have to do to put you behind bars.
That is true. Hey, man, would you like to come over? We're going to have a open panel. I'm sure a lot of people would love to ask you even more questions here. Some may have been too shy to ask you the questions since we have you right here one-on-one. But we're live right now on the other panel. Would you like to come over for a few minutes? I can put the link in the chat. I can send it to you. Come over, and I'm sure people have really enjoyed this here.
Sure.
All right, Jason. Any last words? Let me bring up Orthodox one at a time. You have any other last words, questions you have for Jason?
Oh no. Thank you both for your time, and that's pretty much it for right now.
Thank you, Orthodox. All right. Any last words, Jason, before we go over to the big panel here?
Well, to see any of my ongoing projects, to read some of my articles, get a link to my book about Charlottesville, which I would highly recommend. Go to jasonkessler.us, jasonkessler.us, and you'll find you can watch my weekly live streaming program, Future Shock. We covered the joint address with a really great commentator, host of the Political Festival, James Edwards, this past Wednesday. Every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. EST, we covered this dud with the Epstein reveal that was a bunch of nothing.
That was a dud, yeah.
Covered the imbroglio between Vladimir Zelensky and Trump and Vance in the White House. A lot of good stuff. So go to jasonkessler.us. Follow me on all the social media sites that you are on. I'm probably on several of the ones you use, and subscribe to get the weekly videos.
Man, you have to come back again. We stream a lot over here, and you're always welcome to hop up on the panel. You know, we have a lot of hot topics. You come up, give your insight on. Matter of fact, let's do that right now. You go over to the other panel, and we have a commercial. We actually want to show it to you. I think Portia made an intro. Yeah, that's what you call it. Hey guys, thank you for joining. Man, this has been great. Thank you again, Jason. And I'm gonna hop over to the other panel. Hope to see you there, Jason.
Sure. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then I'll click on the link.
Sounds great. Thank you guys. Hey.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with
Hundreds of white nationalists storming the University of Virginia, protesting plans to remove a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The overnight violence spilling into this morning when marchgoers and counter-protesters clash again, hours before the Unite to Right march was even set to begin. Just after 10:30 a.m., the crowd growing in size. Local and state police in riot gear responding in force, but the violence escalating. Just before noon, Virginia's governor declaring a state of emergency. Just before 2 p.m., the situation taking that deadly turn.
You can see the silver 2010 Dodge Challenger barreling down the hill toward a sea of targets with little time to react, slamming to a stop only after it hit a van and another car. Locked in, that car shifting in reverse, screeching back down the street to get away. One person, a 32-year-old woman, left dead. 19 more rushed to the hospital, 5 in critical condition. The suspected driver, 20-year-old James Alex Fields Jr., is behind bars.
The first response from the White House came not from the president, but the First Lady. She tweeted, "Our country encourages freedom of speech, but let's communicate without hate in our hearts."
We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. On many sides.
Senator Ted Cruz put out his own statement calling the attack a grotesque act of domestic terrorism. Senator John McCain tweeted, "White supremacists aren't patriots, they're traitors."
Racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? and the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers. I think if we continue to create jobs at levels that I'm creating jobs, I think that's going to have a tremendously positive impact on race relations.
Joining us now from Morris, Virginia, Republican Congressman Tom Garrett of Charlottesville. He is, the city is part of his district. Congressman, welcome. Earlier this afternoon, Jason Kessler, one of the organizers, the leader of the Unite the Right organization, tried to speak in front of City Hall in a news conference. He was chased away by a small crowd. They chanted, "Nazi, go home," "murderer." You can see the people going after them in his face right there before he had to flee into the bushes and basically be rescued by police. What message do you see in the fact that he was drowned out and he was forced to flee?
Well, I wish he'd never showed up to begin with. You know, it's amazing. I think that there's a lot of invective hurled around, and a lot of people are being called Nazis, and that waters down the value of that word, because it would appear that he actually is a Nazi, that he actually does espouse views that are contrary to the very basic truth.
Hello to everyone in the building. You guys got to see that amazing interview between John Galt and Jason Kessler. And now we are at the point of the recap and the live interaction with our audience. Welcome back, Jason. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Doing great. Thank you so much for being here and giving us the opportunity to get to know you a little bit more than we did before, beyond all of the media and the things that they say about you. Do you remember this moment that we have here on the screen right now?
Yes, of course. You mean the press conference?
With Tom Garrett. Well, with Tom Garrett, and although
I'm
he
not
said
sure that
that
I
he
saw
met with
that
you.
one, but of course there was a rush by a lot of these politicians, particularly, well, I shouldn't say particularly, but even the Republicans. Right.
Even the Republicans, yeah. Did it make you feel any type of way at all? Like,
yeah, it didn't feel good. I mean, the guy was basically condoning mob violence to drown out a speaker. I mean, that's really scummy behavior.
well, you know, I won't say that I disagree, because when I was going through and putting this whole little montage of clips together, I was thinking to myself, well, the host or the journalist who's interviewing this Tom Garrett, the Republican, who's a congressman out of Virginia, Congressman Garrett, he allowed you your space, you know, and the freedom of speech, and they were grilling him. And so I guess because he wasn't getting the response that he wanted, he then decided to denounce you.
Yeah.
So.
And I actually advocated for this guy, you know, when he was running for office. I went to his town halls and, you know, posted videos in support of him and everything. And then these people, you know, they couldn't do anything to defend me when I was under the spotlight. All they had to do was defend the right to free speech and say, I may not agree with what he has to say, but I'll defend his right to say it. And they couldn't even do that. They just got swept away by these left-wing narratives and, you know, placated these left-wing extremists.
Yeah, and you know, I can say during the time that all of this was going on, I was a whole lot younger than I am now. And it was interesting to me, however, not so much so to influence, you know, my political ideology or my thoughts on whatever occurred in Charlottesville. I'm from Texas. I'm a Texan. Okay. And so down here, if there's any protest of the sort to where it blocks traffic, we're going to get you up out of here. That's just kind of how we roll here in Texas. So I suppose maybe I should have, I don't even want to say, I guess because I'm Black, maybe I should have felt more like sad or compelled or something. I just didn't. It's just like you're in the street. Just if a car is coming, move out of the way. However, let's watch a bit more here. And as we continue, I will pause and see what it is that you have to say. Shout out to everybody in the chat and thank all of you for being here. Of course, especially Get Crack. Thank you for being here. If you guys would like to hit the link and talk to Jason Kessler directly, now's the time to ask whatever questions. Whether you agree with him or not, if you think he's a white nationalist, a white supremacist, you think he needs to be buried up underneath the jail and you don't agree with anything that he has to say, your time is now. Don't do to Jason Kessler with Jasmine Crockett, bald-headed linebacker Ayanna Presley, homosexual, although he says he's not, Hakeem Jeffries, all of the things that they did in the chamber at the joint session of Congress. If you got something to say, hit the link. Call in. Don't be scared. We're not scared. Let's keep going.
It was first muttered or written by Thomas Jefferson in Charlottesville, ironically, that all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and then articulated upon by Dr. King in Washington, D.C. 54 years ago this month when he said we should judge a person based on the content of their character and not the color of their skin. It's mind-numbing to me that there are people who believe that based on something that's beyond anyone's control, that they're better somehow or that someone else might be inferior. I wore the uniform of this country for almost 6 years to defend people's rights, to believe things and say things even that I don't agree with, but this is beyond the pale.
You get out of my room.
Hey, sorry, I'm having an issue here.
You got a drunk roommate there?
Something like that.
Push me like that in my room. We don't want this to stop in my room, Jason. This is my room.
Hold on a second.
A year after violence.
You want to tell us a little bit about that, Jason? Because they took that clip and they ran it all up into the mud of you interviewing with this guy and your dad saying what he said. Do you have, I mean, of course,
Yeah, they
and
put
years
out that
ago.
news story after I did the Unite the Right 2 rally, so this was months later. So this wasn't a new development. What had happened was that I was living in an apartment there in Charlottesville, and after the rally, my address got doxxed. And so I had dangerous people coming by my house. I had a journalist actually broke into my house, and I had to
Broke
leave
into your house.
What? Yeah.
Hold on, wait, Jason. I'm a Texan, all right? Broke into your house. I don't know how you guys handle break-ins into your house in Virginia, like how we do in Texas. Like if you break into my house, you're not going to leave the way that you came. I'm going to send you to your maker, and they're going to come and pick you up out of my house, clean it up, and then I'm going to get in my bed and go to sleep. Is that
Yeah,
how it
I
works
don't
in
think that it would be that way in Charlottesville. With that jurisdiction, I probably would have been sent to the electric chair. But the situation is that I had a relative, my grandmother. She's deceased now, but at the time she lived in Charlottesville, and so I went to stay with her for a little while until I could get back on my feet. Basically, transition into moving to Washington, D.C. area. But unfortunately, my father, he also lived there. So you heard him saying my room. That man is, I don't care about my father. I don't like him. He's in a hospice now. He's about to die. And I say good riddance. He's a piece of shit. When I was a kid, he beat me and my mother and my little brother. He never gave us anything. Just a sour, bitter son of a bitch. And so while I was staying with my grandmother, that dude, like, he could not do anything decent for his son to save his life. I would get up and like have a bowl of cereal or something, and then he would attack me over that because, God forbid he has to go to the the store and buy some more fucking mini wheats with his EBT card. Just a son of a bitch. And he embarrassed me. I mean, there's no other way to put it there. And people tried to insinuate that I'm like somebody who lives with his parents, which it was not the case. I was just there for a few months, and it was not his house. He was the one who's the freeloader.
You know, again, I'm Black, all right? So, like, it's just, sometimes it seems as though, and shout out to you, Jewel. I'm so glad you were here on the panel. Sometimes it seems as though, or maybe most times, it's easier for white folks to disconnect from their relationship with their parents, whether it's both or if it's one or the other. The way that you just described your dad is just like, oh my God.
Yeah, I hate him. My
until
brother
he's dead.
hates him. My mother hates him. He's just a piece of shit who's never done a decent thing in his life. I hate that he's my father.
Hey, so can I jump in on this part? Because
Go ahead, Joel. Go ahead, Joel.
there's a part of me that still loves my mother, but she enabled abuse as I was a child, and then she married another pervert when I was older, and he could still be a weird perv. So, like, I've had to mourn my mom while she was still alive, if that makes sense, because she was never the mother that I believe that she should be, the mother that I always tried to be to my children. So, like, I totally get where he's coming from, and I feel him on that, and it sucks because it's like people will talk about, okay, going back to, all the nickel stuff on the channel and talking about, parenting and all of that. Well, sometimes white people have pretty shitty parents too, and you can either, whatever race we are, you can either, decide to not be like them and do your damnedest to not be like them, or just fall into the trap and keep the cycle going. You heal or you don't.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
he took the other side. He took the side of the enemy. At that time, we were getting all
Hold on,
kinds.
wait, really quick. Jason, what is the side of the enemy? So we can make sure that everybody is clear. What is the
The
side of the
people
enemy?
that were out to get me, the people in the media who were giving this false narrative of who I am, turning me into a propaganda figure, like some kind of villainous caricature. And so you had all these very far left people in the media that were using their databases and whatnot to find the numbers of people in my life, family members, friends, so on and so forth. And at that time, I actually was kind of like not in the best place with my mother. And the way that she handled it, in comparison to my father, I've had the best relationship with my mother ever since, because these reporters would call trying to get her to denounce me, which hurts. You don't want a parent, denouncing you to the media like you're a serial killer. Like I didn't hurt anybody. I was just there doing a protest. My mother told them to go kick rocks. But my father, that goddamn spineless coward, he denounced me to the media, and he's just a total hypocrite. So, yeah, he's dead to me.
But he's not actually dead yet.
Unfortunately.
Okay, so a strong, solid relationship with mom. Dad is dead to you, although he's still living. Does he have like dementia, Alzheimer's, any sort of thing that's
I think he has
any
cancer.
ailments? What type of cancer does he have?
That I don't recall. My mother
Oh, because
told me.
You don't even fool with your dad like that.
Not at all. He's just a despicable person. My mother went to Charlottesville recently, and I don't know why, because she's never had a good thing to say about him. And since they got divorced when I was 9 years old, so that was 32 years ago. But she, I guess, felt sorry for him and went to visit him in this hospice where he's dying or whatever. And he was just a total jerk to her, blaming her for everything, portraying himself as the victim, blah, blah, blah. Just, my mother is a good-hearted person and was trying to set aside her misgivings about him because of her, I guess, Christian beliefs in forgiveness, and he just threw it right back in her face.
Well, we have from John Galt. So if you did not know, and I'm not sure how much John Galt told you, here at the Urban Landlord, we have 5 hosts. We stream mostly 24 hours a day. So I'm the channel manager and editor and sometimes host. So I'm Portia. We have John Galt, who you spoke to tonight. We also have HV2 Win for Gone Trucking. We have Crack with Charting the Course. Charting the Course will get Crack. And then we also have Stanley with Stanley versus the World. So that's why you're talking to me now until John gets here. But John Galt says, was your dad paid? Did the media pay your dad at all to say anything negative about you?
They didn't even have to pay him, Basically, my
so your dad, so essentially your dad didn't get paid. But let me tell you really quick before you answer. If it was a Negro, give me my money. I need money to do this. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe it would even be better if they'd given him, what is it that Judas got? 30 pieces of silver. If he'd gotten his silver, maybe his relationship with me would have been valued at something, but he sold me out for nothing just because he wanted to.
Why do you think he wanted to? Okay, really quick, before you answer that question, do you have siblings?
Yeah, I have a younger brother.
And what is the age difference between you and your brother?
4 years. He's younger than me.
Okay, 4 years is not bad. That's not bad. And so is the relationship between your father and your younger brother, is it a good one, a strong one, or is it the same as you?
He feels the same way about him that I do. No one likes him.
Okay. All right. I want to say really quickly, 12th man, stay in the back. I see you in the back. We have Jewel up here. We're going to be doing one panelist at a time. We don't want to throw Jason off of his square because we know how some of us get from time to time. So 12th man, just hold on. We're going to make sure that Jewel gets to ask her questions, and then we'll bring you up. We have Tom Gully in the chat. Howdy, Texas evening to you, Tom Gully. Tom Gully says, where did you get the tiki torches, and did you get a deal on them?
I bought one for myself personally. A lot of people bought their own, and there was also some effort to buy them in a batch to hand out to people who didn't have one. It was actually done a few months before the famous Charlottesville incident that everybody is aware of. There was a smaller candlelit protest using the tikis in May of 2017. So people were just kind of doing the same thing on a larger scale.
Okay, and if I may also ask, is Charlottesville, Virginia, is that like your hometown? Is that where you're from?
It's where I was born.
Oh,
and
okay,
I was living in
born.
Charlottesville at the time of this incident.
Okay, and since then, like me Texan down south, folks, they say us down here in Texas, we're not Southerners, but if you ask me as a Texan, Virginia, I'm like, it's all the way up there. It's all the way at the top. What is Southern? So what do you think? Do you consider Virginia to be a Southern state?
Some of it is. What we're thrown off by is Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia is basically a Washington, D.C. suburb. It has values that are very different from the rest of the state. Certainly at the time of the U.S. Civil War, it was one of the most prestigious Southern states. It was the birthplace of Robert E. Lee. And Robert E. Lee actually, he lived in the Northern Virginia area that's become so far left. You know, he was born there. And if you go to Arlington National Cemetery, the famous military cemetery, there's this massive, beautiful house at the top of a hill. It uses this sort of Greco-Roman style architecture like Monticello in Charlottesville. And that was also a house of Robert E. Lee. But, you know, Virginia's changed a lot. Politically, it's become much more purple and less red. I think Northern Virginia should be shaved off and given to DC or something. It's unsalvageable.
All right, and the next question that I'll ask you before we get Jewel in here. So you are, again, I don't know if you live there right now. You don't have to give us that information, but you were born and raised in Charlottesville. So here we have now in Virginia, we have Governor Glenn Youngkin. And Glenn Youngkin, by way of him, we have Winsome Sears. So tell me what you think about Governor Youngkin and Winsome Sears. Do you have an opinion about her at all? Because, of course, Winsome Sears, she is ex-military, 60 years old, married, children. She is conservative. And like I call myself, I am a diehard conservative, but I'm a Frederick Douglass Republican. And I've never voted Democrat before a day in my life. And I did see in your bio that you did vote for Obama at one point. And for me, thank God, I was not old enough to ever do so. However, Winsome Sears, she's the lieutenant governor of Virginia. And like I said, Glenn Youngkin. So I would like to hear your thoughts on Glenn Youngkin as a governor in Virginia. And what do you think about Winsome Sears?
Well, I tend to like Youngkin. He seems to be in the MAGA mold. So not a rhino, but a bold culture warrior. I think he has staked out some pretty aggressive positions on, you know, the whole Confederate monument issue, which was so controversial. And he's backed these parents who were getting into all kinds of trouble, showing up to school board meetings and protesting, you know, whatever, loss of parental rights when these teachers were teaching LGBT stuff and allowing their kids to transition without notifying them, horrible stuff. So I like Youngkin. I think he's pretty good. Sears, I don't have as high of an opinion of. It seems to me like a lot of her beliefs are basically foundational to left-wing ideology. She seems to accept a lot of the framing of racial politics in America, and she was very quick to throw Donald Trump under the bus after January 6th. It was just very disgraceful behavior, in my view, when Republicans throw one another to the wolves for the approval of Democrats and the media.
So, if I may ask, were you okay with her being lieutenant governor before she made comments about January 6th?
She's not somebody that I've looked at too closely, but my memory, which is not that sharp on this issue, is that I looked her up when she was running for office, and she just didn't seem like she was very interesting to me, and not exclusively because she was black. Like if she was like a firebrand, like a Clarence Thomas or something, you know, it would have just been like, well, whatever, you know, it's probably good enough. But I remember at the time looking her up and just thinking, well, this person doesn't really comport with my values. It seems like she's got some rhino postures that remind me of Democrats, and she was probably picked mostly because of the fact that she's a black woman.
Oh, that's what you think about Winsome.
That's what I think. I think she was an affirmative action choice.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. I'm not gonna, deny you of your position. However, I would counter it because you're a white guy, right? And then we're gonna get into the whole, because whenever you actually came up on the open panel where folks can come up and ask you questions, you missed what I clipped into the whole introduction into you, just to kind of give people an idea so they can remember you, is when it was this elderly black man talking to you about Black History Month and asking you to go on this Black History Month tour that he hosts.
Yeah.
And you were so defiant. And honestly, I'm not mad at you for your defiance. Okay. But you said that you weren't going to do it. But as the video continued to play, hey, you ended up showing up. And so I'm like, he showed up. But what I'll tell you, and what you may not know, and because I watched the whole thing, Jason, I watched the whole thing. You have your Black conservative, and seemingly most times your Black conservative so happens to vote Republican. As you made your comparisons to civil rights, Martin Luther King, and all of the things that you thought, and although that elderly black man did not understand, Black folks like myself and Winsome Sears, whenever we take a step out, it's not in contrast to what you discussed with that black man in that interview. Because a lot of the times your positions and the things that you believe in, Black conservatives, we believe in the same thing. Now, it may not be from the same hour, but we believe in the same thing. And so Winsome Sears, her as a Black woman, Winsome Sears is not Jasmine Crockett. Winsome Sears is not bald-headed linebacker Ayanna Pressley. Winsome Sears is not that Jezebel down in Atlanta, the attorney, whatever attorney general, whoever she is. I can't even think of her name because she's so not important. The one who engaged in extramarital affairs with that man. She's not, I mean, gosh, as far as you can stretch it, that's not Winsome Sears. And so as Black conservatives who so happen to vote Republican, our fight is not anywhere in the likeness to the Black liberal, the Black leftist, and the Negro that votes Democrat. So again, I don't want to take away from your belief in your ideology of thinking that Winsome Sears is a puppet. However, Winsome Sears is a representation of a Black person who is voting in favor of freedom, which is a total opposite of what, in my opinion, as well as hers, because I've met her, I know her, we have a relationship, of what Democrats as a whole, white Democrats especially, want to see from a Black voter. Even her position on gun rights, freedom, her detestment of the filthy, disgusting, nasty LGBTQ everything. I'm strongly against homosexual, whatever it is. I don't want anything to do with it. But Winsome Sears is not your Jasmine Crockett. And I don't even know if you've been paying attention to what happened this weekend. I'm sure because of who you are. Maybe you have at the address, and the Negroes acting as they did, Al Green standing up and him being left behind. He got censured, but you had Jasmine Crockett doing these little TikTok dances, this, that, and the third. That's not Winsome Sears. Not to me.
Well, like I said, I don't have a really strong opinion of Sears. I have very little knowledge of what she said. All I could give you is a very superficial impression based on
Okay.
fuzzy memory.
And I can take that better than not. Because one thing I will tell you is that, as I watched that video, because like out of all of the other clips of you that I've seen, me myself, being a young Republican, I don't even know if you're familiar with the group. It's like actually quite literally like the largest Republican group for young people in American, me being a young Republican, a board member, things like that. Especially in the state of Texas. Shout out to Juneteenth. A lot of y'all didn't know about it until Joe Biden made you aware of it. But down here in Texas, we knew that Texas was the last state to free the Negroes. But beyond that,
but the
that's
video
never
that
changed
you're
my
talking
position.
about with Don Folden, that's the name of the black guy who runs DC Black Tours. There's a lot more context to that. Because I mean, first of all, we got off on the wrong foot because I was being harangued by Antifa and hostile people every time I went to a public event. And so my understanding is this was a guy who was trying to start shit with me. But after that, when things had calmed down, I actually met up with him a bunch of times. We went and got lunch a few times. He arranged for me to do an interview with the local news station where he was talking to me. We did a number of live streams together. So I ended up getting on with them at a certain point.
Well, honestly, Jason, I can tell you from all the clips that I've seen of you from now, even then, as I was even myself trying to refresh my memory, it may be just because I'm Black. The interview that you had with him, that stood out to me quite a bit because, you were at the pinnacle, you were at the top. You were able to rally all of these people together behind Unite the Right and having these folks come all out to Charlottesville. But, the thing is that whenever you are trying to gather people together, and I know that you know this more than anybody else, whenever you're doing something that you believe in and you feel like you have good intentions within your heart, that doesn't mean that the people that may show up feel as you do. And so what happens is that you end up getting painted into this picture of degeneracy, negativity, bigotry, hatred, racism, and things like that. But that is not what you thought you were doing. You thought, and of course you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I've listened to you quite a bit over the years. It's just like, hey, I'm just standing up for my people. Like, I mean, hey, how you feel about it? You might not agree. I don't give a damn. I'm standing up for my people because it seems as though, and I don't even want to say seems, I can't even say allegedly. I've seen the outcome. I mean, you could just look at President Trump right now. Like, white is bad, white is wrong, white is not it. It's everything else in between. And before it got as bad as it did, you're just saying, hey, the statute, Robert E. Lee, the Confederacy, whatever the case may be, I'm standing in favor of my people and my history. But my history is also American history. For all of the videos that I have watched of you in the past, to keep it real with you, I didn't see you talking about any other racial group. I didn't. It was just you and your people. And I can admit that wholly and honestly, but the way that they painted you is just like, oh, he's a white supremacist. He's a part of a KKK organization. He wants to wipe out all of the Negroes, all of the illegals from South America and everybody else that's here. He just hates everybody. The only people that he cares about is white Christian males. And he is willing to nail himself on a cross and sacrifice himself for it because he wants to uphold the ideology and the foundation of the founding fathers, all white. He wants to make sure that he keeps that. But we're at a place now in the United States of America where that is viewed to be racist. So what do you have to say to combat that
Well,
in comparison to your actions?
when I first started out, which is probably the majority of the stuff that you've seen from me, I was in a different space than I am now. I'm quite a bit more radical. I have a much more nuanced view of white identity politics and so on and
You
so
said
forth.
more radical.
Yeah,
What does that
I'm more
mean?
radical now. And when I was around the time of the rally, I actually viewed myself as like a white civil rights type figure. You know, I saw myself in that tradition. And yeah, I did feel like I was just trying to enforce equal treatment between the races. And I was treated like I was a cartoon villain, the kinds of propaganda that they put out about you. I mean, no one, you couldn't even imagine what it feels like to have the media treat you like you are like, they treat you worse than a pedophile or a murderer or something. And you haven't even broken the law. And what's more, they're mischaracterizing your beliefs. They're portraying you as something that you're not. Like you said, like a common thing is they try to give people the impression that you want to kill people who are of another race or something. And when they ratchet it up like that, you know, people confront you and they threaten to hurt you and they say horrible things. And it changes how you react to people because you, whether you want to or not, you are playing the bad guy because you in your own heart can say, well, they're not giving me a fair shake here, but you have no control when multinational corporations who control the media are going to portray you as a bad person. And it warps how people see you. For example, I did a podcast, you know, not too long ago, sometime last year, with a left-wing guy because I was trying to promote my book. And at the time, I had a little decoration, which is just a rope with a cute little monkey, like holding on to it, you know. And I still have it. It's just in my gym now. But
You had a book. You had a book.
well, I was
With a
promoting
rope
my
and
book.
monkey Jason.
I was promoting my book and I was doing a live stream. And because that monkey was in the back, the people who were asking questions of the host were like, what's the symbolism of that monkey? Is that supposed to be a black man hanging from a noose? And I'm like, what are you talking about? First of all, you're assuming that a monkey is a black person and it's a cute little monkey. It's not like a King Kong scary looking monkey. And he's not being hanging. He's holding on to a rope. He's having a good time like a monkey at the zoo would do. So, but people have those kinds of really warped perceptions where they see you as like murderous, as
I mean, Jason. I mean, if you had a rope and a monkey, you know, it comes with the territory. I mean, I remember a few. I mean, it might have been many years ago than what I can recall right now. It was that dark-skinned black kid that did that photo shoot with whatever big time, you know, designer label it was. He was wearing a monkey T-shirt, and they went crazy. And it's just clothes that they're selling, and they're just like, oh, so y'all want to make sure y'all put out the images of this dark-skinned, super black kid wearing a monkey T-shirt. No, you racist. You didn't think about that even after all the backlash you got?
No, it never would have occurred to me. But you know, I've definitely, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I've definitely said stuff that most people would consider racist. It's part of the environment that's out there now. I'm not really trying to portray myself as a non-racist. If you're on the Twitter environment, right? Like people are trying to get a reaction. You need to get a reaction to broaden your platform, to get people to pay attention to you so you can achieve your political goals. Some people have the luxury of not having to do that. They are in a position of, as the left would call it, privilege, where they get hired by a major corporation or something, and their views are promoted through to millions of people with no problem. For me, I'm not like that. I'm not in a position of power. I don't have any connections anywhere. So, and sometimes if you just speak emotionally in a controversial way, you'll create a reaction among people and things will go viral, and that helps. Everybody's doing it, not just white people, black people, Indian people. Everybody's being racist online, and I have no problem with that, really. I mean, I like that people can just be real with one another, quit BSing. It makes things more interesting.
Okay, so I'll say for me, I feel like I'm an equal opportunist whenever it comes to racism. I'm Black. I grew up in predominantly white neighborhoods, went to predominantly white schools, even for college. And I can find something to say that someone might consider racist for every group. But for me, just based on the path that America has been on, I get a pass. Because not only am I Black, but I'm a Black woman. So I can kind of skate and say whatever I want. So here I am again. I've never voted Democrat. I've never been any sorts in, any participation with the left, liberals, Democrat Party. I wasn't raised that way. I'm from Texas. And if you actually did watch the joint session of Congress with DJ Daniel, you would have been able to see DJ Daniel and his father. And of course, whenever he stood up in all his Texas pride, he had on his Lone Star button down. He had on his cowboy hat, his belt buckle, his boots and whatnot. Down here in Texas is not a red stronghold just because of white folks. It's a red stronghold because that's how we all vote down here, because that's how we were raised. And for the folks out there in the audience that may not know, the Republican Party was founded by 150 black men here in the great state of Texas. And they're the ones that sounded the alarm for the fact that we were supposed to be free, but weren't. And listen, y'all call us coons, Uncle Toms, sellouts, and everything else of the part, but there's people like Jason Kessler who gets ostracized and cast out by his own people the same way that us Negroes do. And sometimes, you may not understand our purpose because you think that we are quote unquote anti-Black and we are not here in support of our people. But if our people aren't in support of what it is that we are doing, which is essentially promoting positivism and calling out negative actions and behaviors to hold Blacks accountable, y'all say that that's self-hating. But what does it mean to you guys in the chat? Y'all go ahead and type it in the chat and let us know. What does it mean whenever you have white folks that do the same as Black folks do? So to you, Jason Kessler, I'd like to hear, your thoughts on that. And then Jewel, please feel free to jump in here. Because 12th Man might come back. 12th Man, whenever you come back, I love you. I do. But whenever you come back, make sure you have your questions ready, 12th Man, so that you can talk to Jason Kessler. So Jason and Jewel, what are your responses?
Well, first of all, I have about 15 more minutes until 10:30, but I'll answer any questions you got until then. Then I got a few things that I got to take care of. But it was really horrible the way that the left treated that young Black kid that was at the joint address, DJ Daniel. a lot of times people in the white nationalist community, they make fun of Republicans who try to claim that Democrats are the real racist. You know, it's a meme that's a joke, really. But
why is it a joke? Why is it a joke if the flag that you were upholding in a lot of the videos that I saw was a Confederate flag and the Confederates were Democrats? Why is that?
well, it's just a dishonest sleight of hand when people say things like, well, the Klan were Democrats. Yeah, but there was a switch in the parties, you know. after
Oh, you think that
Nixon,
too.
the South went to the Republican Party. So it's the same people that were voting for the Democrats when the Democrats used to support white interests, have moved over to the Republican side because of the Southern strategy. So I mean, it's just dishonest. Like, what is in a name? You know, as Shakespeare
So
would say, you
shameful.
know, what is in a name? And a name is really nothing. You're talking about the same people, whether it's labeled as Republican or Democrat. So for them to pretend that the parties didn't switch is dishonest. And you know, I mean, racism is just a part of life. It's part of the political world in a multiracial society like this. You know, people are obsessed with race. You know, it defines who we are and what people care about in 21st century politics. So to claim that only one side is racist and you're the anti-racist side is just a joke. It's lying, it's dishonesty. Everybody's racist. But I was going to say anyhow that I think that some of the criticisms that people who hold that perspective have about Democrats are correct, though, because they do treat Black people like they're on, you know, a plantation and that they own them. And the second that a Black person or any of their other racial coalition votes Republican or becomes an enemy of the Democrat Party, they will unleash the same racist vitriol and hatred towards those people, you know, as the quote unquote racist that they denounce. And I saw a lot of stuff for how they were treating that DJ Daniel guy. And it was pretty disgusting. He's just some young kid with brain cancer, right? But because he supports Trump, he gets all of this hate, including from white liberals, and they feel no compunction about being racist to the guy because he supports Trump.
You know, that's a very interesting response, and respectfully, while you may not think that or you may not feel that, and of course you are well within your right, whenever we talk about the switch of the parties, that's just one thing that and it could just be the Texan in me that I just can't get down with the get down. But Jason, I just can't. The Democrat Party is a party of slavery. It is the party of Confederacy. And you know, and the thing is that, like, that might very well be what you align yourself with. It's the party of Margaret Sanger, and the very reason why birth control was created and abortions and the abortion clinics, and quite literally why they are in Black communities and their prevalence. You know, to me, it's just a white racist trope to make sure that they eliminate the Negro here in the United States of America, although we've been here for so many years that I can't sit here and tell you right now, Jason, like, hey, my African heritage, I don't have it. I'm an American, and that's the only thing that I am, and that's the only thing I'll ever be, as will my children. However, you have white folks that get on platforms that try to remind me that I'm a slave, but I never was one and I never will be. However, listening to you and your fight and what it is that what it seemingly seemingly stood for, the Democrat and the Black, we are not on the same page. I mean, it was up until Martin Luther King decided to sell the Negro out whenever he made a deal with the devil, Nixon, and said, hey, I'm going to make sure that we excommunicate the Black man from the Black family, and whatever it is that you think that you might need or not need, you can get it from me, the white man here in the United States of America. And I just cannot get down with that, because me as a Black person who comes from a 2-parent household, I don't have those baby mama, baby daddy quos or anything like that. Grew up very well. My mom is a doctor. My father is a retired military who works very high up in the federal government. My brother is active duty as a, well, I don't want to get too into that, but my brother is active duty military right now. I'm an educator. My sister, she does her thing. We are all good and fine without the help and assistance of the white man. But whenever we talk about the Confederates, we're talking about white folks that were so dire to go to war against their own people within the own confines of their own country.
Well, the impetus shouldn't be on the Confederacy. It was the North that fought the South. The South just wanted to secede. They wanted to go their own way. They weren't trying to fight the North. It was the North that decided to use military power to kill other Americans in order to force them under their
it was a civil war
authority.
It was a civil war within our nation. So like, for what you decided to do whenever you decided to pull your people together for your protest in Charlottesville, I can say to you that I agree. Maybe I wouldn't have put together a protest, but I personally, even as a Black American, I don't believe in taking down statues. I don't believe in removing and or erasing history. I don't.
But on the Democrats are the real racist thing. I know a lot of neo-Confederate people who support the Confederacy, who have a revisionist view that is not hostile to the Confederacy. I don't know any of those people that are supporting the Democrat Party, not a single one. They all are Republican voters. So I know that this is like a propaganda term where some Republicans are trying to deny that, but that's just the case, to like claim that modern racially aware whites are Democrats. I mean, there might be some like Richard Spencer, but he's a nut job. Most people who hold my political values are Republican voters. It's just the way it is. It's Republican voters are predominantly white. It's the only party that at all tries to cater to the white constituent. Most
Jason,
they don't give a damn about
Jason,
it. They don't want to do anything for us.
Oh, Jason, the America, no matter which way they vote, for be it Democrat or Republican, they are majority white. So you have the Democrat Party.
Yeah, but the Democrats
encourages the Democrat Party isn't what?
Their constituency is not overwhelmingly white like the Republican constituency is. No.
Really? Okay. That's interesting. It's interesting to hear that from you, the Jason Kessler. Because for me, as a Black person, the Democrat Party is sin. I think that it should be buried up underneath the stratosphere, because the only thing that the Democrat Party proclaims and what they fight for is the destruction of the Negro, as they always have. See, for me, the type of Black that I am, I don't care. Like you and your whole like white nationalist, whatever it is, and like even whenever you were going tit for tat with that Black guy from DC, I don't give a damn about any of that. That doesn't move me. It doesn't faze me. But for me, what the Democrats do is that they paint this picture that Black people are so incapable that the only thing that they can do where they are capable is whenever they are begging the white man. And I just can't get down with that. And I never will, because I've never needed a boost or a compliment from a white person to make me feel like I can, and I am. But the Republican Party, for me, mind you, and that's why I always preface this as a Texan, down here, they don't give a damn about none of that. What are your skills? Are you good enough for this position? You're not? Okay, we're going to move on. I'm not risking being pandered to and having to go through all of these things where I have to deal with the homosexual saying that their fight and their plight is the same as mine as a Black person. I'm not having to go through any of these extracurricular things because that's just not how it is down where I'm from. But I think it's good to hear you say these things, especially for our listeners here, especially one of our extra special listeners, that you and your definition and your explanation as it pertains to the Confederates outside of the Union, it is what it is. But I want to make sure, because I know you have to go. We have a question here from Colt. He says, why
I'm
were
not
you and your
answering
dad?
that. I've already talked about my grandmother. I don't know why that's been on the screen for 5
Okay,
minutes.
so he's not answering that, guys. I know that you guys
I already
put it in
answered
there.
that question.
He's not he answered it earlier on the other stream. He's not answering that.
No, you asked me about it at the
oh.
beginning of this stream. I said
No,
that
I-
Antifa.
the
Okay,
question-
so then can I ask my question? I've been
Hold
waiting
on, wait,
for
Jewel,
patient.
Jewel. No, Jewel, you could have hopped in at any point, but really quick, I just want to make sure that Jason knows that the questions that I asked at the beginning are the questions that were in the chat. And then like right here, you see Portia questions before he goes from the person that you spoke to originally. But Jewel, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Before you
Okay.
get
So,
out of here.
hi. Thank you for spending so much time with us this evening. We really appreciate it.
Hi.
So I was in Keswick in early mid 2018. I'm sure you know Keswick if you were born and raised in Charlottesville. And I had the opportunity to speak with a sheriff, and I asked him about what happened there, and he said all of those people were busted, and those weren't our people, meaning like the Antifa, BLM people. Babe, I'm talking, I'm the dude. Sorry, I'm so sorry. So anyway, what do you think about that? Because I mean, that was straight out of the sheriff's mouth. So some of that was like, I think, paid aggressors.
Well, I mean, first of all, I always take anything anybody says, even law enforcement, with a grain of salt because they're human beings too, and they also gossip or speculate or whatever. But what I can say for sure is that a lot of those so-called counter protesters were from out of state. They were some of the most radical Antifa from all over the country. Some of them probably came of their own volition, but it would not surprise me if there was coordination. There certainly were groups who had funding. I don't know if they used it for transportation, but it wouldn't surprise me. There was a group, I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's in my book. If you pick that up, I talk about a group that was financed by George Soros, and he paid for their signposts that they were using to beat people over the head during the protest, and so there was no lack of resources there. And what I find is that when there's an outbreak
opposition,
of,
not you.
what's that?
George Floyd funded the opposition, not you.
I don't know that George Floyd funded anything.
George Soros.
A lot more counterfeit bills.
George Floyd, he didn't do anything but die doing what he loved. You may disagree, but that's my opinion. He committed suicide. He died doing what he loved. However, what are you saying about George Soros? Did he fund your group or the opposite?
No, he was funding some of the counter protesters. There was a specific group.
Okay.
I don't recall the name of it. You look it up in my book if you pick that up. But this group had members of the Revolutionary Communist Party and they definitely came together. Some of these Antifa, you know, like they also come together because they live in these crack houses basically where they do their drugs and they live in squalor, and they'll pool resources to carpool with one another or whatever. But as far as like specifically, like, was there a bus that was bringing people in? I know that's a commonly cited thing. You even hear conspiracy theories from people say both sides were getting off of the bus at the same time. I have no recollection of seeing anything like that. There were a lot of buses around, which maybe people noted, but then allowed their vivid imaginations to run wild. I remember when we were in the park, a few miles away from the protest site, which was our gathering point. I didn't see any police there. They were supposed to be there to escort us, and I thought that was weird. But there were a lot of empty prison buses. You know, they look like school buses, but they're painted white. And I thought, what in the world are all these buses doing here? And they also had them closer to the protest site. I could only speculate. I think that maybe they really were prison buses and they were brought in case they thought they were going to have to do mass arrests so they could just, you know, funnel people into the jailhouse. Or maybe the buses were used to bring in National Guard or law enforcement. I can only speculate.
Well, you know, I know you have to get out of here, but what I will say is that we appreciate you coming and joining us here at the Urban Landlord and sharing your story and telling us things that we didn't know, quite honestly. Maybe some folks did, maybe some didn't, but I'll speak for myself. Didn't know a lot of it, you know, and so I appreciate you for coming and talking to us and all those great things like that. Because you didn't have to. I'm pretty sure you have a long list in your schedule of all of the interviews that are on your repertoire. So I do thank you for coming. If you do not have the link to our channel here, I will post it in the back chat so that you can, you know, subscribe and check us out. And honestly, we would like for you to come back because it's nice to have, you know, a difference of opinion. And we do a lot of that over here, Jason, a whole lot of that.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I'm never opposed to having respectful conversation with anybody of any background.
Yes. I'm going to post the direct link to our channel in the back chat for you. So you can go ahead and click that and subscribe. And I know that your connection, the way that it was made to happen was because of John Galt. So please come back. Check us out, and then, you know, we're live nearly 24 hours, and so you can always hit the link and come up.
Sure.
And,
Yeah, just let me know. I'll
know,
join you guys again sometime.
Yeah, you might hear some things that you're not used to hearing here at the Urban Landlord. It gets a little bit crazy, you know, but not in a bad way. It's just one of those things where we have a place where we have so many different opinions that we can all come together and we call it out on every single side. It doesn't even
That's okay. That's free speech.
Yes, and that is some. Hold on, wait. Okay, before you go, 12th man, really quick. Do you have something you want to ask?
Here for me tonight, and also my dad is a piece of shit. Beat my mom and us kids, even though we were babies and shit. And I'm so glad she got away from him. And I'm pretty sure he's dead by now. And I'm sorry that
He's
you're
not dead
there,
yet.
since he was a piece of shit father to you. You know what I mean? No
Thank you
excuse
for sharing your story and your empathy. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people don't have the best childhoods, and you can probably tell from the way that I was responding to the questions about it that it was very painful for me and continues to be painful to this day. But, you know, I mean, there are parts of a painful childhood that make you who you are. Adversity
Yeah,
can also
that's true.
become a strength that can make you a stronger person. And I think that that's where I am today, is that I'm stronger because of the hard experiences that I've had.
Well, I think I had it a little better than you because my mom ran along Army man and married him, and they were married for almost their gold. Fell 3 years short of the gold marriage before my stepdad, who I really consider my real dad. I'm sorry you didn't have a similar experience and at least have a real dad show you how to camp and go hunting and tie knots and all that good shit.
Well,
You
I
know?
I had a pretty
mean,
cool
he didn't
grandfather.
say all of that. Yeah. Did your grandpa
What
teach
was that?
your grandpa teach you all of that stuff?
Well, we didn't go camping, but he taught me the value of hard work. He started a construction business in the Charlottesville area, and he built a number of buildings. He built the church that he went to, and he owned, just a little, maybe a more medium-sized plot of land with a big field and a lake. And he was a volunteer firefighter, so he'd hold events for the Volunteer Firefighters Association so they could raise money.
Did he have any fish in the lake?
Yeah, a lot of people would come and fish. They would always
Nice.
and it was open to the public. And but he would take me around
Hold
on
on,
the
12th man, because he
Okay,
has
I'm
to get up
sorry.
out of here. And 12th man, you be sure to stay because whenever he gets up out of here, me and you will go for it and we'll talk for however many hours it goes. But Jason, do you have any aspirations to run for office in the future?
It's not really something that's on my radar right now. That would be a very difficult thing because even though I live in a very conservative area right now, I would be under a lot of really sustained attacks. Nevertheless, I think that possibly I could draw some attention to some important issues. But if I did that, that would be not just local news, that would be national and international news. And I would put a big old target on my back. I have media people trying to get me. I've had blissful relative privacy and anonymity for a long time, and I've been able to run my businesses and get things done. Suddenly I would be under the microscope again, and so I'm not sure at this point that I'm ready to commit to that.
You prefer being as you have, because we're talking 2016, 2017, from the, quote unquote, Charlottesville horror, but you're still here. You're still trucking through like you're on this gym, like you're in a gym, like you're cutting up, you're doing all these things. And then according to what you just said, of course, you have your businesses running, you have your book, and you guys be sure I have dropped the link in the chat and in the description box. Check out his website and his book, please. And we'll be pubbing that throughout the rest of tonight and this weekend and going forward. So do you think that if you were to step into the political arena, and this will be my last question for you because I know you need to go, I'm in Texas, so I'm on a different time zone from you, but do you think that if you stepped into the political arena, let's just say you ran for Congress or Senate, federally or even locally, do you think that you would win? And is that something that you would do?
I would have to have a really good strategy. I think, anything is possible. So it's got to be possible that you can win. Though I would have some heavy headwinds against me, though. Things are changing now. You saw what happened with the Doge kids that Elon Musk hired, and apparently they'd said some racially insensitive things on Twitter, and they tried to get these guys fired, and it didn't work. Or they fired one guy and then brought him back. So I think Republicans are getting tougher about that stuff, and they're not willing to necessarily counsel somebody over that. But then again, it's a whole nother step to say, well, are people going to be willing to donate to that campaign? Because you don't get elected anywhere without money in America. So imagine you're a small business or whatever, and you donated to my campaign. That would be public information. I'm sure there would be news articles highlighting, here are the businesses that finance the Jason Kessler campaign. They would be getting harassed. They would be getting review bombed with 1-star reviews. If there was an individual person, they would probably be getting threats and all kinds of stuff. Everything that they say about the way that the KKK supposedly acted back in the day, the Antifa and the left people definitely do. They threaten you. They try and hurt you and your family. They want you to be afraid, and they make.
Yeah, they're total doctors, Jason. But I was wondering if you and Kyle Rittenhouse might go on a tour.
He's probably would be too scared to deal with me. I don't think Rittenhouse deals with racial issues.
Yeah, Rittenhouse. And I've always wanted to like walk into a bar here in Texas, look at the drink menu and see a drink called the Rittenhouse. But Kyle Rittenhouse, he is a part of whatever it is. However, Jason, are you married now? Do you have children? Do you have a family?
No, I'm single.
All right. So, for all of you out there, hey, Jason Kessler, he's single. Are you looking? Do you want a family? Do you want children?
I'd like to have a family. I haven't really been able to go. I just moved to this new area, and I haven't been able to go out as much because I don't like the cold weather. But I'll probably go out, catch some live music and different things once spring comes, and look for somebody.
Well, you know what? There's always space in the great state of Texas, no matter where you may find yourself. We have a lot of liberals moving here from very disgusting places, and we're always open to folks that are going to move down here and vote the way that we vote here in Texas. So I'd like to say to you, Jason Kessler, we thank you so much for being here. I have posted in the description box and in the chat. And as the show continues to go, we will be reminding you guys to head over to Jason Kessler's website and check out his book, Charlottesville and the Death of Free Speech. We thank him for being here with us because he didn't have to be. And they say he's a white nationalist. And this is to be fair, it is a black channel. John is black, I'm black, HB is black, Stanley's black, and then we have our resident Asian. But we do have our audience in which we do thank you. But Jason, whether he knew what he knew about the channel, he pulled up, he came through. So we shout out to Jason, and we thank you for being here. And as John Galt, the host, he says, come back anytime. You are always welcome, as you are.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. You have a great night.
Have a good night, Jason.
Y'all, that was Jason Kessler. That was Jason Kessler. So he came through, and I don't know how much he has or has not changed, but because he pulled up, shout out to you, Jason Kessler. Round of applause for Jason Kessler. Let me post that link in the chat. If y'all want to buy his book and whatnot, go ahead and do that. DJ MFB says, what happened to John? I don't know. I don't know. Oh shoot, Crack is up here. Hey, Crack.
So I think he left the other stream still running.
Oh shit, are you oh my god. Oh gosh.
Yeah, see?
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta do everything on this channel, huh?
Oh my gosh, Crack. It's still running.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus Christ. John, you're listening and you're typing in the chat and you didn't end the last stream. I'm about to end it right now. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Okay,
You gotta do real school work with John. He needs
God.
to be put on detention.
Yes, he does. I mean, gosh. Jesus Christ. I thought he ended it and I just look, crack. Damn. I thought I ended John, you
Yeah,
did
yeah,
John.
sure, John, sure. The
Jesus,
fairies were
John.
supposed to end it.
Oh my God. And then Trope said, yeah, the stream is still up on Twitch. Yeah, and there's nothing there, is it, Tropes? Oh,
Doesn't
God.
matter.
Hermie
Somebody will
says,
watch it.
John's faded. It's all good. No, it's not. Okay.
Nah.
It's ended now.
John needs to get to the habit of like dual streaming too. Every time he does his own stream, he just does what like to one source. It's like, come on. You need to put it to the backups.
Yeah. Well, John, I know it's been a long day. You've been out doing your thing. John, go to sleep. I'm telling you this the same way I tell Stanley. Go to sleep. Because Stanley, I get on to him whenever he hasn't slept, because I like it whenever Stanley gets some sleep. And no matter how, spicy Stanley is, no matter how much sleep he gets, it's just like, Stanley, go to bed. Johnny, go to bed. We have Parl Manson says the best show yet. DJ MFB, shout out to you. That was a great interview. DJ MFB, I went back. I don't know if it was this week or last week, like the story that you were telling about who you were surveilling right now. We need an update, okay? Because I'm pretty invested. So, Crack, what did you think? What did you think of Jason Kessler?
Yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, I'm not around those circles. I know about those circles, but I don't know too much. I think John knows more since he played that Amran thing. Like, yeah, he knows more. He's around those places.
I was there back when Ron Paul and all the other people were protesting against George Bush, but then I sold in Montana and moved to Alaska, and I'm glad I did it when I did. It was right at the 2007, 2008 crash. I got the hell out of there. You know what I'm saying? And came to Alaska. And
Tell me, you holding up
small.
My bad.
Hmm.
No, go ahead. John Galt says, where is Stanley? Stanley, his show is scheduled for let me check.
2 a.m.
Today is the 7th. Stanley's channel, the 7th. It looks like Stanley has cleared it. So it looks like the next time that Stanley will be live is no, never mind. So it'll be at 2 a.m. So it is 9:48 p.m. Central, and Stanley will be live 2 a.m. Eastern, and his show is called Will Stanley Cross? They are animals of color. So Stanley is here, folks. He just wasn't here for the Jason Kessler interview. We wanted to, we had to make sure that it carried on, right? So, but Stanley is here, folks. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I wish he was watching Portia. That would have been fun.
That just because he's not here on the panel or in the chat, 12th man, it doesn't mean that he's not watching. Stanley is always watching. Always. Stanley is always watching.
It's like the Eye of Sauron.
Right. Like,
Yeah. You think you're hiding? No, man. He's looking for the ring. He's looking for the ring. Where's the ring at?
And he finds it every time. Stanley is always.
Oh yeah, he'll find it. You think you're Smeagol? You think you're clever?
Not Stanley. He always watching. And the way that you know that Stanley is always watching, because whenever he does his shows, he talks about like verbatim all of the things that happen on the shows where he wasn't present in. So Stanley, he's always watching. It's just that he, refrained himself, and, me asking Jason Kessler questions and stuff, just asking. That's it. That's all. It's nothing any more deeper than that. And John Galt, he kind of got up out of here. And DJ MFB says, yeah, Stanley called me out on some shit I thought he never would have caught. What are you talking
Big
about?
mistake, DJ MFB. Big mistake.
Big
Everything
mistake.
you say on this panel better have a reference.
And let me go ahead and put Stanley's email in the chat, because if you guys come up and you subject yourselves, JGHB, and you subject yourselves to Stanley's ire, that's on you. We can't control that. You already know what time it is. I know Stanley, he don't play that. So if you want to, pose a position or a point, you make sure you have your facts and resources. That's Stanley Cross. So shout out to Stanley Cross. Yeah. Got American Millennial in the building. Hey, American Millennial.
No Fox News. Okay, none of that. It's got to be from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Encyclopedia Britannica only. That's it. And you better pull out that whole library. You don't got a library?
What
Sucks on you, man.
No Fox News, right?
You know what I mean.
You know what? I do have this clip pulled up, the one that I watched in full, but I'll probably, let me play a little bit more of this about this Kessler. Hold on, wait. It started all the way over, didn't it? Where is it at? Is it on the set? Oh, here it is. Okay, I played enough, so let's skip ahead. I'm just gonna skip ahead here and there to a few things, and then we'll get into the one video that I have pulled up, because that one was I'm but a Negro, guys. That was the one that was most interesting for me to respond to. But let's see here.
He voted for Barack Obama in 2008, but that ideology.
Y'all catch that? He voted for Obama. And he's this white supremacist, white national. I didn't even vote for Obama. So, I mean, he's blacker than me, apparently.
Began to shift during Obama's second term in office. In 2016, he supported Donald Trump's election campaign. And according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, it was around that time that Kessler started to make waves in the alt-right scene, attempting to unseat the only black city councilman in Charlottesville. The 34-year-old would go on to blame police in Virginia for not preventing the violence during the Unite the Right protests. Kessler also took aim at a counter-protester that was killed during the rally on Twitter, saying she deserved it. He later blamed that tweet on him. Many alt-right leaders decided to distance themselves from him in the wake of the rally, but this year he says things will be different. And maybe things are. The rally planned for this Sunday is expected to draw a much smaller crowd. A year later, infighting and a social media crackdown is fracturing the white nationalist and alt-right movement, according to experts familiar with the group.
Trial against several Unite the Right rally organizers, and lead defendant Jason Kessler testified today for the plaintiffs. And although he's off the stand right now, he is likely to be back on soon as a defense witness. He gave devastating blows to alt-right founder and co-defendant Richard Spencer.
And for weeks, we've been hearing testimony from historians and white supremacists, and the clock is ticking on the judge's own deadline to wrap this case up by the end of this week. Fox 46's legal correspondent Seema Iyer has been in Charlottesville since the trial began and joins us now live outside the courthouse. Seema, just how bad was Kessler's testimony for Spencer?
And what can Spencer do at this point to rehabilitate his case, if that's even possible, Seema?
I don't think it's possible at this point. He's going to need a miracle, guys, because the things that were coming out of Jason Kessler's mouth were simply made for television and not in a good way. Take a look at some of these quotes that I've compiled for our audience. Okay.
What you compile,
within 2
lady?
seconds of Spencer questioning Kessler, he said the first time he met him, "You made my skin crawl." And Kessler said, again, when they first met, he thought Spencer looked like a serial killer. At some point, he said, "You are despicable to everybody you ever came in contact."
You know, honestly, I don't know how you look like a serial killer. Maybe some crack or 12th man. You can let me know. I don't know, but that was just from the preview of the infomercial, like the ready for the show that I had of Jason Kessler, the one who rallied everybody for Charlottesville. And he was at the peak of his career, and then he fell like the towers in 9/11. That's the only way I can describe it. Yeah.
Well, he's a lot smarter than Eric and Ontario.
Crack.
He got arrested like 2 days later after he got out of federal prison. Are you kidding me? Trump give him a pardon and then he goes out and get arrested. What a dumbass. You must like it in there. Some people do, you know.
Trump pardoned Kessler? I know that.
No, Trump pardoned Enrique Ontario.
Oh. I
didn't he?
Talking.
Then he got out, and then he went right back and got arrested.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't have any information on that.
Yeah.
Crack,
Well,
you?
he
No,
was
Crack.
talking
No.
about
Crack.
it earlier.
I don't care about this.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who got pardoned and who didn't or whatever. Just don't go to jail, kids. Just don't go to jail. You know, you don't want to be in the eye of Sauron, the real eye of Sauron, the criminal system. Otherwise, you'll be followed around like Ben Thorpe right now. Fuck, man.
Oh, God.
Oh, did you know like Grace got demonetized? They all got demonetized, both their channels. They poked the wrong bear apparently. Yeah, they poked the wrong bear.
Happened?
They Discord drama, I guess. Somebody mass flagged them. They poked the wrong gang. They should be poking the wrong gangs here. The streets of YouTube are mean. They do shootouts.
Is this you? This isn't you, Crack, because this is not how you type. This is John. He says, yes, he got arrested recently here in DC.
Oh, John knows all the stuff.
Well, Crack, I saw you like whenever Ava went live a couple of days ago. I was in the chat. I saw you in the chat.
Yeah.
Ava's live.
Yeah, somebody's going after her, see? So that's it. When people's viewers dry up, they start like sniping each other. Like it's a real gang out here. It's a shootout. It's a shootout now in the bottom of YouTube.
Yeah, they're called Troll Central. I think they have their own network and everything. And
well,
all
yeah,
they do is they go around taking down YouTube channels. That's all they do.
You confronted by Grace and Ben Thorpe. Rich runs away. Ben and Grace Thorpe discussed 3 days ago. Tech USA. Ben advocates for autistic HR.
Yeah. Can't keep track of all this stuff now, but I'm waiting for the new season to start. I don't know what's going on, but once the money train's over, it's going crazy.
Get cracking. She like, I ain't got time for all this shit.
Well, I gotta keep monitoring the situation because I wasted a lot of time trying to get like Lowe's views up, right? So she could get monetization. See, and then once she got monetization, guess what? Thorpe's lost their monetization. Now the war begins. So the next phase of the battle begins.
I don't even like look at her channel, or I don't even know the name of her show because I really don't.
No, over there it's like a battle of simps. It's like a war of
yeah, I don't,
like the battles are just like full on blowout battles.
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever Lolo is doing, I don't care enough to be interested. So I don't even know what her channel is and whatnot. But however,
Mhm.
the War of the Simps, that'll get you up to monetization really quick.
Oh yeah.
And
Yep.
then
Yep.
because Lolo is beautiful, as we all know. So I imagine,
Mhm.
her camming up. Shout out to
Yeah.
Universal Jones. Shout out to
Right.
Universal Jones
Oh,
for
he's helping
dropping
a
everything in the
lot
chat.
over there. He's helping a
Yes,
lot.
he is. He's
A
he
lot,
pops
a
up
lot.
every
I'm
single
just like,
time.
whoa, bro. All right, man. But
Yeah, every single time he comes over here, he talks about it. And so, shout out to Universal, because you know what? And this ain't got nothing to do with anything, outside of the pale.
Mhm.
It's just whenever you can see talent and recognize talent, and you want to,
Right.
just help and further advance that. Like I ain't mad at Universal. You know what I'm saying? Like he's helping her, getting her to her goal. Like, he's just Universal. He's a good guy. He's a good dude. He's a good friend. And he's a good,
Right.
business partner. So I don't see anything wrong with it. Like whatever Lolo got going on, shout out to her. I'm proud of her. Happy for her. All of these things, all of it is beautiful, but I just
Right.
don't. I just don't know what's. I just don't know what's going on. So, but whatever it is going on, I know it's better than what Grace and Ben Thorpe has going on. So shout out to Lolo and whatever it is that she's doing on her channel.
Yeah, it'll be something. I think something will come to a head, whether they like it or not. That's how it is. I think.
Yeah, and like sometimes whenever you look a certain way, it doesn't matter if it comes to a head just because of you look the way that you do. So it'll always come.
Oh yeah, that's. But I think the thing is like because she's so non-offensive. Let's put it that way, right? And she doesn't get triggered like Ruby, right? And it's like, uh-oh. Some people might just get even more pissed that they're not having any effect on you.
Are they
So-
still like the last time? Because like I said, I don't know, but I remember I don't know, like a month ago, somebody was streaming out on our channel, like Lolo and Ruby. Like, are they still friends and still working together?
Yes,
on whatever it is? Okay, okay.
They're probably even closer now.
Okay, well
since,
I mean, that's good because all these folks that were in cahoots with the Thorpes, they left them pretty quick. And Ruby
yeah,
and
right.
Lolo, they
Yeah, I
have their
never-
relationship, which is great.
I
So
never
at this
subscribed
point,
to
all they
that.
can do is rise to the top. So like whatever it is they're doing, they should just keep going. I mean, seriously, like they just keep going. Since they have that connection. I mean, I think that's great. I mean, and when I say I don't know, it's just quite literally because I don't know. But the fact that Ruby and Lolo still have that relationship, listen, y'all keep going. And then I think Crack, you just said that like Ben and Grace, YouTube got them up out of here. Come on now. It was good for Ruby to disassociate herself from them, and for Lolo to never associate herself with them. You know what I'm saying? So keep pushing.
Yeah, DJFB, you don't like the God talk? You don't want to talk about Jesus and wait, what's going?
Jesus is king, DJ.
Yeah, Jesus is king. Come on, DJFB.
Yes,
You gotta be positive. Come on, shit. But well, I mean, did you didn't ask like what's his face that Colt 77? I told the guy like he was asking so many questions. I said like go on panel, man, but he didn't want to. He's like I don't want to be seen on panel with him or some shit. I was like what? Okay, whatever. But
like
yeah.
in like Lolo and what I didn't forgot her name already. What's the other girl's name?
Oh, Ruby?
Lolo and Ruby. Yeah, you were telling him to go to their panel?
No. They want I'm going back to Kessler right now, and like he was asking a ton of questions in the chat. One of the questions was just like this: the Occupy Wall Street stooge, blah blah blah, this and that. So, now I think to me, I mean, a lot of people were supportive of Occupy Wall Street. People don't remember that time really well, I think, because at that time No, I don't think people out here do. A lot of people out here are pretty young because you have to understand. I mean, not yeah, like you have to understand. Like that time was an economic disaster. So like everybody's gonna blame Bush, right? It was under Bush, so they're gonna go with whoever was gonna say like, hey, they're gonna like go against Wall Street or whatever. Obviously, Obama didn't, right? But that's what he said. That's a lot of the reason he won too, is because of that. So for him to support Occupy Wall Street, I don't see a problem because a lot of young people probably like I'm assuming he's younger than me at that time, you know. It's like, yeah, they got sucked into that because it's a class warfare thing. It makes a lot of sense. People were pissed, right? It didn't matter. It's the same thing like now. It's just like we're always talking about Soros and whatever. It doesn't matter what quote unquote side you're on. You're just gonna be against whoever's like is pro the hoi polloi or whatever. That's what it is.
Them
Because that's
people were sitting in the park get cracked.
yeah, but what for? But what for? What was the
anything.
purpose? What was the purpose? Though?
George Soros funded the Occupy Wall Street thing.
Okay, I'll tell you this because that was spontaneous because all that stuff was from Twitter. Yeah, it was. And what happened was they had to infiltrate it from the inside. They had to infiltrate it, and then what would happen is from that point on, if you look at where like LGBT and all this other stuff at that moment forward, or even racism like coming back as a big topic, like if you look at how many Google searches, like it went up from that moment after Occupy Wall Street got stomped out because they didn't want that happening again. They didn't want people looking at Wall Street, which is fine for me. I don't care, but
They expanded all over America with the George Floyd. And
well, you know, that's just my thing.
And Antifa, that was the start of it.
That's what I got for you guys, but that's about it. Here's Tom's here, so he can elucidate more.
What's up, Tom?
I'm just saying, Occupy Wall Street was during Barack Obama's administration, not George Bush.
Okay.
Well,
The way facts get thrown around here that are just completely wrong is absolutely astounding to me. Supposedly the smartest, brightest people with more access to information than any other generation, and it's just absolutely stunning. Maybe because I'm a news anchor. I lived through that. I don't know what it is, but it was not an economically devastating time either. Was corporate profit an issue? Sure was, but you know. Anyway, that's all I came on here to say is, man, just check a fact once in a while. Jesus.
Well, if you look back to Bill Clinton and the original George Bush, they started all the economic shit, man, with the affordable housing and all that shit, man. The housing collapse and all that started.
Yeah, that's right. Correct. Yep.
All that shit started. And then the defunding of mental asylums.
Oh, that happened too? I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that started under Reagan and Carter and Bush.
Well, I'd just like to
Well,
say that like
started-
all of these very
Mhm.
educational, informational things, I don't know anything about it. So I'm just listening to you all. 'Cause I'm not familiar. I know Tom just came up here, and I'm assuming Stanley is sleeping because if he was awake, you know, they kind of they have this like a
Mhm.
factual evidence cohesion thing that they have together. I just want to let both of them know I don't know nothing about any of it, and I'm not about to sit up here and act like I do because I just don't. You know, I don't. I don't. So
Yeah, so
I'm
All Seen
listening to
Guy
you
says
guys.
this.
I
Yeah.
just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go for dates. I'm never good with dates, honestly. But the genesis of it
Yeah, I
though is
just
like
don't know.
they were pissed at George Bush's bailouts. You know, that's basically what happened. And Obama, when he got in, was like, I'm gonna fight Wall Street, which didn't happen. So they got even more pissed. Get what I mean? And then by the end of like probably I don't know if it was Obama's first term or second term, people got like so fed up with like the forever wars. They went to Nancy Pelosi's like little mansion in San Francisco, and they would like these protesters would always be out there in downtown her spot, and they would run around with like these big like mock-up of drones. You know what I mean? Like the when drone warfare just got started, right? Around that time, like really got heated up. They just had these huge paper mache like drones like going like protesting and yelling around Nancy. Yeah, they so there was always a contingent that got fed up with like all the promises being broken. And I'm not gonna disagree. Like, he did say he was gonna shut down Gitmo. He did say this and that. So, and I think it's just a zeitgeist. I always like to use that word at that time where people just fed up.
I'm
And
glad they didn't shut down Gitmo because now we have a place to send all the really terrible people.
Yeah, and they have thousands or hundreds of them there already. But beyond that, like whatever, like I listen, you know what I'm saying? But like I don't be like in a comment, like if I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So whatever it was that Tom Gully pulled up to say, it just reminded me of Stanley. Like if he was up here, like if you don't
that's
have the
fine.
facts,
I mean,
or if it's this or if it's that, you
I
don't
don't
know
see
what the
anything
fuck
wrong
you're
with that.
talking about. You're not this, you're not that. Hey, listen, no, correct me. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, I
Correct
don't see
me if
nothing
I'm
wrong with
wrong.
me.
Please
'Cause-
correct me. I just want to say I don't know what y'all was talking about. I'm just listening. I don't know, but shout out to Tom Gully for hitting a link and making sure that he got us told and made sure that we knew what we were talking about. That we talking
The
about.
Bushes and the Obamas and all those people, they were all in it together, and now Trump is dismantling it, and they can't take it.
Well, honestly, I'll just say for me, like I'll say I know what I know from my circumstances. And so whenever I first went off to college, I wasn't old enough to vote, and I wasn't even in a voting term to be able to vote. Like I wasn't able to vote till I was like 22, 23. And even whenever I was able to vote, I got diagnosed with a couple of things that I couldn't even vote at that time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I was in crack offline. You know what it is, but it's just like I couldn't. So like there's a lot of things that I just don't
Oh yeah,
know.
and I mean, people are busy. It's just like I'm in school, I'm not in the workforce, and I was in grad school at that time, so a lot of that time was like a blur because I remember going and seeing Ron Paul. I see all these people getting agitated. He went to my university, Ron Paul. And Dave Chappelle also came by. He had a lot of activity back then. When Dave Chappelle came back from Africa, he came like one of his first spots that he came around the US. Like I saw him like in our university. It was like hilarious, man. I was like, damn, this guy came back from Mother Africa finally to do a show here. It was just like fun. A lot of crazy stuff happening. So people were so and but the thing was, it's like oh man, you're in school. You're just studying. Why the fuck you give a shit about anything what's going on? Right? I don't got time. I fucking got you got like tons of homework, tons of fucking tests to do, cramming every day. Like the whole time you're there, like 5 years is compressed to 1 year.
Crack finals. Like I don't have time for any of this. And like me going from one university to another university to
Oh yeah. And you're doing med
My
school too
intern,
and shit. Yeah.
my internship, and I went from one university, like all of these places in the same state. Now I'm leaving the country. Like, listen, I don't know what the hell y'all do. I don't know what y'all got going on. I don't know what y'all. I went from from down south to the East Coast to the Midwest to West Coast to Europe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I come back from Europe, and then I'm back on, the what is it, like the Midwest, and then I come back to Texas. Like, it's just, I don't know what the hell is whatever it is about whatever it is, because I'm just trying to finish school. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. And when I started grad school, the thing was like money was open. Like I had so much free money coming in. I got a free laptop too. Like I didn't need Universal Jones. They gave you a damn laptop when you started out. There's like money was everywhere. Money was everywhere. And by the time I left, money was nowhere. They bothered one dude for buying a volleyball on the school account. Like before, they never looked at like such detail in the whole accounting department. They never, like, they would start bothering me about like, did you have to take that bridge toll? You have to go through that bridge? Couldn't you find a cheaper way to get back to this place? And I was like, what the fuck? Like, dude, it's $2 bridge toll. What the hell, $2, bro? But they cared. They cared. They cared, man. They did. That was the thing. Yeah. So it was insane.
I mean, shit, like, honestly, they cared so much that, like, you didn't have time to care about anything else. And like me, like, I'm working off campus, while being a full-time student, taking like well over the 12 hours. I'm taking like 18, 20 plus hours. Like, I ain't got time to be thinking about none of this shit. I'm just trying to get the hell out of here.
So that's when like things were not the same anymore, because by that time, after all the bailouts, it's when the school starts like restricting things, then that means the government wasn't giving as much funding to schools at that time. For grad schools, it was harder to get money. Then things started to get hit. We have a delayed reaction, right? If you're in school, you don't feel the economic effects. You don't.
Tom Gully, he says, too busy to remember who was president. Honestly, Tom, whatever time period Crack and 12th Man was speaking to, y'all have to I'm like 20 years plus younger than 12th Man and Crack. And you.
Yeah.
And Stanley. Yeah. Like Stanley, I'm like 30 plus years younger. I don't know what the fuck. All right.
I mean, to me, it's like Clinton was like being president forever. To me, it was like, damn, isn't Clinton still president? It's like, holy shit, we have Bush. Bush was like a blur to me. Everybody was complaining about Bush, but I was like, man, what?
I don't know. I mean, I was in band. I was focused on trying to be like first chair and graduate first chair for clarinet.
Oh man!
Trying to graduate
wow.
For for marching band Crack.
Wow, you first chair? You were first chair?
Oh yeah, yes, you're damn right. I was first chair.
Damn, why are you such an overachiever, Portia? You're such an overachiever. You are crazy. You got to stop that. It's gonna burn you out. Wow.
I've tried to stop. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, well. First thing, forget the first chair. you gotta get John Galt in the chair and say, hey, can you just do this and that?
I know. Like,
wow.
Picture, just let it be. So like I was first chair.
Wow.
Marching band.
Clarinet?
Wait. Yeah, clarinet. Yeah.
Okay.
Woodwind. Yeah, clarinet.
Okay, woodwind.
So,
yeah.
So we had marching band concert. So I was also first chair. Piano. Classical piano. First chair.
God.
That as well. You know what I mean? So like I'm thinking about these things. I mean, I was talking to the folks here on the channel, the Urban Landlord here. I was telling you guys about.
So it sounds like you're doing way better than most Asians. Even it's like, what the hell?
Well,
I think you're doing too much.
The only competition was the Asians, to be honest, because
shit. Yeah.
Left, right, and so that's just kind of what it was. And I was just like, hey, I want to be not in the top 10%, but in the top 10 over 2,000 graduating class, because it was the only high school. and I get accepted into my college, my institutions, whatever the case may be. But like, I've always wanted to be the best. But like, even at that point, like elections and stuff, like we were aware and stuff, but like I couldn't vote. So it was just like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm not gonna stress over it. Like, hey, I'm trying.
Well, Portia, do you know about Ross Perot? I think this is before you were like, for sure you probably don't know unless you read about it somewhere. Ross Perot, he was a third party guy. That was an interesting time too, but I was young at that point, so
yeah, and it's just like whenever you're young in these time periods,
yeah, I barely remember him.
Sometimes whenever I hop up here and I get to talking, I think that sometimes, and this doesn't just happen here on the channel, it happens in real life too. Just like, guys, no, listen, hey, listen, I'm not like, I know what I know, but I don't know what I don't.
Oh, the unknown unknowns. That was from Rumsfeld. Rumsfeld said that. The unknown, the unknowns, or the known unknowns.
I'm one of those ones where it's just like, hey, I need to be able to reach out and touch it. And once I can reach out and touch it, it's real for me. Yeah. Okay. So I've done this, I've done that. Like even like Nikki Finney, Nikki Giovanni, like whenever Nikki Giovanni passed this year, it was just like, oh shit. You know, like that was real for me because I could reach out and touch that, because between Nikki Finney and Nikki Giovanni and me being, you know, the affiliation poet of the year for years and having both of them, one as my main professor, but another as my co-professor, like I can touch that, like because of my creative writing and things like that. I can reach out and touch these things. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's just like, even me for music. I'm from small town Texas. Yes, I was first chair in both concert and marching. And, you know, I go off to college and then I switch schools because of a situation and things like that. However, whatever impact I was able to make in the way that I made it, whether it was good or bad, those are my experiences. Like whenever I'm in school, I'm studying to become a cardiothoracic surgeon. I'm not thinking about all of this extracurricular shit that ain't got nothing to do with my future. Crack, I don't give a fuck. It ain't got nothing to do with what I'm doing right now. I don't care, you know? And so, like, the thing is that I think that a lot of older people, I don't even know what their generation is called, where I think that they miss is that, like, yes, they had the beautiful and wonderful opportunity to just walk out and breathe fresh air and experience things that kids like me will never know. And we can't compare it because all of the things that they did not have, we had them and still have them now at a far greater capacity, where technology is more forfeiting. And I was listening to you and John the other day, and you were saying, like, why would I need to hire somebody to do this when I can just put this shit into AI and have it done?
Yeah, so that's the thing. I was like, because we have to understand now, like the kids now, and I just brought up Lasagna Killer, and then Stanley went off on Lasagna Killer. I wasn't saying like Lasagna Killer is a great guy or anything. That wasn't what I was saying.
Right.
I was just saying that Lasagna Killer is that generation. He is like 20 years younger than me. They're using AI, good or bad, doesn't matter.
Right.
The thing is that their generation will use it, just like my generation used spreadsheets. You know, because we would just be like using Excel like crazy and whatever, and then later on, like, well, actually, like halfway, like maybe because I'm an older millennial, then it's like spreadsheets, and then it went into like a semi-coding, right, scripting. So you kind of have some basic knowledge of coding. Yes, but now it's AI. So it's like, dude, AI is the new form of.
You don't even have to do it. You don't have to do any of it, right?
Right. So
like sometimes I find myself wondering, like, are you mad? Like, are you mad? Because like you grew up in a time like where like you had to go through all of the fixins and this and that, but like it wasn't up until like the 90s for real until like you had to really like you got to really see something, you know, to put your hands on it and touch it. But like,
dude, you know, people older. Come on, there's people older than us that yell at us for using calculators, right? and be
Right,
like,
right, right.
I used to use a slide ruler and a table. They would have to use slide rulers and a big book of table with logs,
But we
like
don't have to do that
logarithms.
shit anymore.
Yeah, but that's what they were doing. They get mad at you for like like, oh, I just got my graphing calculator. Bling, 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 bling. And I was
We're
like,
mad
oh.
because things are easier for us. It's just like,
So
I mean,
AI is just another
our jobs
calculator. It's just the
more
next
later
thing.
than
Spreadsheet
I
calculate. Yeah.
understand.
So
You know?
so when I'm
You're old.
so
Who old is that?
yeah, so so when I said that yesterday, and it's because I mentioned it because like Gary likes to use AI, a lot of these younger kids, and I'm like, dude, if I don't learn AI now, or at least I don't
You talk
know
about that
about
a
it,
lot.
it's because like the problem is that I'm gonna be falling behind, right? And then like really quickly because everyone else has 10 times the productivity as me now, because I went to explore that notebook LM because I just saw a video of like how much it improved. I said like, all right, because I told John yesterday, hey John, can you read all this articles for me? And he was like, man, 41 pages, I can't
We're
do
not
that.
talking about you.
And I was like, oh my God. All right, John, I'm just going to go use an AI. So I went to the AI
Right.
so today, and I went to that notebook LM. I said, summarize 41 pages for me. And I stuffed in another 11, 12 pages from 2 more papers. It summarized everything and made like this podcast voices like you and HB did with like Imperious. Like,
Yes,
this is insane. This thing summarized everything. So I'm going to give that to John. Here, John, listen to this MP3, 18 minutes. It summarized all that 41 pages that you don't want to read. Okay, John, because John has a CFA. He's a certified financial analyst. He can understand this stuff way better than me. And he actually worked for the World Bank. He knows some things, right? He did bonds. He knows about bonds. And it's just like, dude, can you just like do this? Because we could have a whole panel where you can intelligently talk and dumb it down for people that I can't. Like what is Trump doing with the minerals, with the dollar, with tariffs? I'm going to give you all these papers. These are the people he hired. And these are people advising him. They wrote all these papers. So that's what's in their brain. Tell me what he's going to do with the dollar and Bitcoin. Here you go. And I'll just shove it to him, right? And it's summarized in 18 minutes.
I can't even tell you, like trying to dumb it down and like certain arenas, like for me, for example, like I always like to like the test generation is what like I try to define myself by, but like even me, like having a younger sister, as far as technology and like technological applications are concerned, like my sister, like she's all in the fray. Me, I'm not, as well versed in it as her. And then my sister, like as far as social media is concerned, like the moment that I saw social media, whenever it popped up and it became a thing, I was so turned off by it that I never got into it. And so I'll say like right now, like even like with us doing like the channel and stuff, like I have to watch videos, and I even signed up for class, and I talked about this on the channel before, like I've signed up for classes at the community college to learn about these things because I just quite literally I just don't know. But learning about it is just like, oh shoot, this is amazing. This is incredible.
Yeah.
Like things that they're really great to me. You use them when you need to at your advantage, this and that. But like AI, to me, like I can kind of separate it from like, social media overall. Cause like the whole posting things about like what I'm doing, what I'm saying, where I'm at, this, that, and the third. There's people double my age that do this far more than I do, and I just can't relate because it's just never interested me in that capacity. However, sometimes there's this pushback from like older people, and it's just like,
well, I did, because like Lasagna, I was the one that got pissed at Lasagna Killer because he was just like, because I understand where Stanley's coming from. I agree wholeheartedly. If you're dumb about it, like Lasagna was like basically insinuating that like, if I just talk to ChatGPT, it has every information in the world. No, that's not true. It just knows what Google is feeding it, right? Google doesn't have every library book in the world. At least at this point,
Right.
it doesn't. But as
Right.
if you can assume like, oh, if I ask ChatGPT anything, it knows more than anyone in the world. And it's just like, oh my God. So that
Yeah,
is
like
dumb.
let's
I
just do
agree
this.
with Stanley. Yes, I yelled at him like on a Sunday night or Saturday like morning. Saturday morning, I was still drunk. It was after the karaoke. Lasagna pops up and he started like telling me ChatGPT told me this, ChatGPT, and I just got pissed. I just got stop it with a ChatGPT. I don't care about it. Okay, because like we already got it was like me and Dennison already got mad at him, like, and CKJ3 because he was trying to say like, why don't you start a hedge fund, like, to Dennison, right? If you're so good, Dennison, why you don't start a hedge fund? And I showed him all these articles like, bro, not every hedge fund is going to outperform the S&P 500. Okay, and even then it's like Dennison is using his own money. If he starts like managing a fund, he's restricted in a lot of ways because he has to manage risk. He's not going to take as many chances like that he would do with his own money, and that he probably would underperform then, right? Because he's not willing to take big leaps and big trades to make that outperformance as he would do because he's managing other people's money. And this is like, bro, it's very hard. You're not going to be Stanley Druckenmiller. Stanley Druckenmiller made 30% every year, 30% gains, consistently outperforming, and he got burnt out. He retired like maybe 3-4 years ago. It's just like, dude, you can't do that all the time with other people's money, billions of dollars. It's not that easy. It's other people's money and big amounts of money too. So it's like, come on, man, it's not the same. It's not the same. So he was just like saying like, well, if you're so great, you can do it personally. You can manage your own money. That's why I'm always telling people you should just do your own thing. That's the best way. But you never know. Maybe with AI you could make a hedge fund without needing all the people and grunt workers, and that's why I was thinking like with Stanley like yesterday. I said like, well, if I got HB to like do better in his trades within like few months, shoot.
Well,
Like,
Crack, I don't know if you like forbid if he text you or whenever you go live, like, like HB, like it'll be days where we're on the phone and he's like, hey, let me call you back. I got to trade because
yeah.
do this, I got to do that. And like, he'll get off the phone with me to do so. You know what I'm saying? And he'll call me back and be like, hey, I made this much, this, that, and the third. I'm like, oh, okay. Because he's always like singing your praises in that way. So like, to me, I believe that like what you teach to us on your stream, you know what I'm saying? And like the things that we learn, I think it's far more valuable than, a lot of the different, like just having a profile here and there. But the one thing that I do not like is like the overemphasis of, oh, you need to read this, you need to do that, you need to do this, you need to do that, da, da, da. And it's just like, but what if I've done all of that already? And my mind still where my mind is because I've read this, I've seen this, I've done this,
Yeah.
experience, you know what I'm saying? Like, so what then? And like for me, like I know that most people my age, they've not seen or lived the life that I have. And so like sometimes like whenever I'm feeling down, like when I text you, like sometimes I have to go back. I have to like backtrack and remind myself of my accomplishments and what I have done and what I am capable of and who I am. But like in a society in which we exist right now, sometimes it's complicated because like way back then, before you had the internet and all of these things to, affirm any, and I'm not even saying that I need affirmation, but it was just different then because it was just like you're waking up every day, going about your business, doing whatever it is that you're doing, going to college, graduating, building your wealth, trading stock, trading stocks, like that's what it was. But it's like now, and it's such like me, like growing up, it's kind of surrounded. It's like it's kind of encapsulated in that idea. And while that is the idea, I never got into it. I never have, and still like me near 30 at this point, I still haven't cracked. And so, I can hear things here and there, but it's just like, I feel like I'm well read. I feel like I'm, educated enough. That doesn't mean that I can't learn more, that I'm not open to learning more things. But older people, and I've experienced this. I was complaining to HB like the last 2 weeks about my current professor. I'm like, listen, I'm about to get him. He's about to not have a job because like now the student has power. Like, don't let me write a review about you. You know what I'm saying? Because we can do that now. Like, and I remember being in school where we could not do that, right? But it's just like we try our best, we do our best. But we're fighting against, kids that use AI or do not. But then professors that use AI. And the professors that use AI, they turn around and say that we cannot. They try to put all of these things and have all of these burdens over your head. And it's just like, what is it that you expect me to do? Like I'm getting my master's in public administration right now.
Okay.
And a class that I'm tripping over right now because I believe I've told you this. Like I was in school to become a cardiothoracic surgeon. Medical school.
Right. Yep.
It's
You told that story. Yep.
Me leaving, yes, and so like me leaving school to come to take care of my grandfather, and then me returning back to school. Even though I'm young, it's like it is so totally different. And so while I was still pursuing medicine, whenever I first got back home, it's like we're not even talking about medicine. We're talking about social justice issues. And so, I find myself where I am, right? Like I get certified. I even get tenured. I even get like recognized like as a top math teacher in my state. But then here I am, I'm still teaching, but I'm still trying to get my master, like my MPA. But like, I feel like whatever questions it is that you're posing to me for this particular course, it should just be straightforward. But like my professor is trying to fail me because I didn't answer in the way in which he thought I should because I'm Black. And like he responds to me in that way. Like, what am I supposed to do? And for some reason, I mean, maybe it was like that for my grandparents. I just don't think that it was. But nonetheless, all young people out here today, we're not all the same, right? But I think that conversation and that understanding, that gap in between is so far, it's so vast, it's so wide that we can't even get on the same page, even whenever it comes to having that conversation. And that's not all the way around, right? It's just my own personal experience. And this has nothing to do with online. This has everything to do with in real life, in person. Shout out to Tom Gully. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah. I think, look, I had to go because I just made dinner. The thing is that,
Tom, was it brisket?
No, I don't make my own brisket. I have people that do that for me. So like, here's the deal. Here's the deal. There's plenty of things I know nothing about. I don't speak about them. I don't know about semiconductors. I don't know about, I've never been Black. I don't talk about those things. But when you talk about things and you don't have a grasp of the facts, the basic facts, this has nothing to do with age. I work with people that are Gen Z. I work with people actually older than me. I currently am the marketing content director for a company that owns 100 companies. So every conversation I have is with a C-level person. It's people that are very serious. You cannot have no grasp of the facts in front of these people, or you will not be taken seriously, and you won't be in any more meetings. It's they don't have time for it, and that's people older, younger, all over the spectrum. That's my only thing.
Can you give us an example? Can you give us an example, like what you're referencing that makes you say that?
Well, when people say things like this event in history happened during this administration and these are the reasons why, and those things aren't accurate, that's an example for online. If you're in a meeting with a guy that makes industrial high pressure hoses that have a pressure rating of up to 50,000 pounds per square inch that they use to take the paint off of naval warships and stuff. And you don't have your facts together about that. And you're in a meeting and you say, excuse me, and you say, oh, well, where do you plug it in? Plug it in. It runs off a gas engine. You don't plug it in. You are not going to be taken seriously about anything. God damn it. She asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it.
Both man, let Tom go. Let Tom finish.
Administration.
Go ahead. Tom,
that is a whole separate problem there. But you're not going to be taken seriously. That guy now is never going to trust you. He's never going to want you in the meeting. He's going to say, yeah, don't invite him about we're about to purchase an entire fleet of 2 or 3 story tall industrial pressure washers from Turkey, brand them and rebrand them here and sell them in the United States. As the marketing content director, I should be part of that. I'm not going to be, because I've illustrated to him, I don't even know what this goddamn thing does. You can't do that. You won't be taken seriously. Now, among your friends, online, other places, maybe, I don't know. But in this isn't just now, and it's not just people my age. It's the higher you go up the food chain, the more you have to be accurate about things. The more you have to know what you're talking about. That's all. And if I sound like an old man or an asshole or any of that other stuff, I apologize. But when I was in college, I understand what you're saying, Portia. When I was in college, I was a varsity athlete at a Division I school all 4 years. I was an RA in the halls, and I had a full-time job.
RA?
Yes, sirree. And
wow.
And I had a full. Yep. And I had a full-time job at a radio station. All of those things.
That's nuts.
What mistake did you make, Tom Goey, to now you only get like 20 watchers? What
when you say watchers, do you mean viewers?
Yeah, viewers.
Uh-huh.
Well, hold on, wait, 12th man, hold on, wait, really quick. I want to hear, like, so Tom, you were an RA. I can tell, like, to be able to be an RA, I mean, like that's a big deal. I mean, you know, like, so like for me, like being out of state, I was further away from, you know, like during my first year of college, as opposed to my second year, but it was just like the RAs, it was just like, oh wow, this is incredible, you know, like what they get to do. So you know, going through school, graduating, you know, getting dual bachelors, this, that, and the third. This is not, and I don't want it to seem as though I'm saying this about you personally, because there's no personal attacks towards you. Even though, like, while you may be older, like there could, and so whatever was going on, like Tom, I didn't know. I didn't have social media. I didn't know. Everything that I did, I just based it off of what I saw, like in real life, you know, because I didn't have a reason to post anything. But, you know, the older that I've gotten, and, you know, and I can even say, like, my activeness here on the channel and learning things that I never knew about, you know, or never even understood. I'm just like, gosh, it's online. Like, what are people like tripping about? Like what are they talking about? Like, what is this and what is that? Because I felt like I've dealt enough with things in my real life to where it trumps whatever could happen online. But like you as a newscaster, you radio show, like journalist, like that's your job to do the research.
Well,
and
it might
to make
interest
sure you know the things, right?
It might interest you to know that I also did not do much social media when I was in college.
Well, we didn't have it like that back then.
There you go. There you go, 12th man. That's exactly. There wasn't any. I didn't start doing news journalism until 2015. You know, I had talk
Yeah,
shows and
and
things
and I can't even
occasionally, but my
I
my
can't even
chief
speak to
job
that.
was
Like, what
not
did
in
you say?
radio.
Excuse me.
My
So
chief
like,
job was I was a creative
didn't have you.
director. I was a creative director and writer at large companies. I didn't do any full-time news journalism of any, I mean, I was working at a sports station in my spare time as a hobby when they asked me to be a news anchor. And then I
But
had
Tom,
that
like you don't strike me as a type of guy that like, like as a sports anchor. You still did your research, right? I know you did because you're Tom Gully. Like
well,
that's a
sports
part of
is
you.
not much research. You just open up.
But enough.
Yeah,
Still
I
enough.
guess,
You know what I'm saying?
but the point being, my overall point was like the more you got to just be accurate about what you're talking about. There's nothing wrong with not knowing something about something. There's no
Right. And then
sin in that at all. But
right. And then
talking
it's always
about
good to say
something
that you
like
don't
you know, but talking about something like you know about it and not knowing about it, now that's really bad. It's bad. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm done with that. And to you, 12 man. The goal of my show is not to get viewers or watchers at a certain time. And I'm achieving that goal massively. I'm trying to do something that I like to do that is completely eclectic and has not been done before.
One day at a time, Tom Galt.
Yeah.
Yeah. One stream at a time, you'll get there, buddy.
Well, I'm already there.
faith in you.
I'm already there. I don't care if I get one viewer or a million viewers. Doesn't matter to me one bit. I'm doing it for fun.
Mm-hmm.
I
can
think
say
we
the same
made
thing
it up
over
to
here.
50 viewers today, Portia J, with Jason Kessler.
Well, no.
It
It wasn't Portia J with J. It was John Galt with Jason Kessler. It was just the way that we streamed it, the way that we did it, But it wasn't me. I was just running all of the things in the back and making sure to post all of the questions. I'm typing all of this stuff up to post them in the other chat and things like that. But that wasn't me. And I wasn't expecting John to leave. I didn't even know he was done whenever he was. But just to keep it going, like for like
You gotta
the
get a
aftermath
leash on
of the
John.
chat.
You gotta get a leash on John.
Yes, and
Mhm.
I last night I had to kind of go there a bit, but
Well,
but like sometimes like when the business side of me comes out and like the serious side of me comes out, you crack, it's gonna come out, and all those things. But like Jason Kessler, like it was cool, but I will say, to some of the things that he said, I was kind of surprised to hear some of the things. It was like, oh, really? Because like while you may feel this way, and I hear you, that's not like let's just say, and I'm not calling this guy a criminal, but you're looking at a background check. It's like that just doesn't sound like who you are, But whatever the case may be, I think it was good. And we do have so many more interviews coming up for you guys with so many people working really hard in the background to give you guys moments like the ones that we had tonight. So his book, I posted the link in the chat. Like I said, it is also in the description box for his book. It's called Charlottesville and the Death of Free Speech. Again, I just posted actually in the chat, like whatever was going on then. I had to remind myself before I made that commercial, And I just the one thing the most is like Trump saying, like how they emphasize, like how Trump was saying it was good people on both sides. That was the most that I remembered until looking up things and pulling certain things together. But nonetheless, I thought it was. And
there
I think
were good and bad people on both sides. So
what'd you say, 12 man?
True. There were good and bad people on both sides.
Oh, well.
The bad people were fighting, and The good people didn't want to have nothing to do with that. And then I was wondering about, I can't remember who that driver is, Porsche, of that one that mowed all those people down, and that, was it a Mustang? I think it was a Mustang.
No, it was a
Right.
Challenger. It was a Dodge Challenger.
Oh, okay. So, who was that person? Did they ever get associated with the like white supremacists or whatever?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. Well, it
No,
very
they went
well
to
could have
jail,
been like
right?
a white person, like when, yeah, like who the person that did it, yeah, like the book was thrown at them. But for me, you know, the rapper that we've been talking about here in Texas and Tarrant County, out in Forest Hill, is Slappy's. Slappy's the car wash because it slaps. These car washes slap. I always look at that like it's a black car. But even though the guy that mowed those folks down, it was a white guy, it's just like I don't know. It happened so long ago at a point in which I didn't even care enough to have concern. So I mean, I don't know. As long as the person got locked up, and he did, whoever he was.
I was just wondering if it was ever proven that guy was a white supremacist or whatever, you know, the driver of that car. Like,
I mean, you know, I don't know, you know. You know, like the same way that I told Jason Kessler, like during his reign, if you will, I couldn't even vote. So I mean, like I don't even know. I didn't care. Like I heard about it, you know, but I was young. I was a kid. You know what I mean? So it's just like, oh, okay, whatever.
The guy that did it actually was he had championed many neo-Nazi and white supremacist
It was a white guy, right,
beliefs.
Tom?
Yeah, he has a 20-year-old white guy.
Yeah, it was like a white guy. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's like the only thing I know is that like it was a white guy, but like beyond that, like I didn't go any further. But I mean, shame or sad to say,
Ooh, boy.
I just at that time, you know what I mean? Like you hear the news, you see the news, and you just keep it pushing. But like I wasn't like like wrapped up in whatever the news was, you know, no matter Charlottesville or what have you. Like I just wasn't like tied up in it. And like I said, I wasn't even old enough to vote. You know what I'm saying? Like so whenever I was old enough to vote, because I was, you know, past voting age, but like I had missed my time because I was too young to vote. And then whenever I became eligible to vote, like I voted as I did. But like I didn't know anything like the deep details about any of this stuff. I was just thinking about school.
He pled guilty to 29 of 30 federal hate crime charges to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced, this sentence, he was sentenced to life in prison plus 419 years for the state charges. That's just for the state. It's like, okay, we're going to give you life plus 419 years and then an additional life sentence for the federal charges. So yeah,
you're cooked. You're done. He's done.
Yeah, he's probably not getting out unless
Tom,
he takes the right vitamins, gets plenty of sleep and exercise.
Well, but Tom, if he was in Texas,
he wouldn't be here anymore.
If he was in Texas, you already know, Tom.
Yeah, he wouldn't be here anymore. He would have been they do it pretty quick now too. They don't let you do all the appeals
in
and stuff.
Texas, we don't discriminate. Whenever it's time for you to go, it's time for you to go. We don't have time to be considering. It's time for you to go, and that's just it. You know, that's all. We don't have anything else to discuss. I know that the woman, the young lady that lost her life, you know, it's just like that kind of stuff is stupid to me. I just think it's dumb. I don't know. I just, again, maybe like for the channel, like the work that I do for the channel, like the different news and things that I look up that I wouldn't have looked up otherwise. And the only reason why I look up any of it is only for the channel. Like it's not like for like my real life, you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't even know about a whole lot of this stuff, you know? I just wouldn't know. So
There was a time in my life I'm really into music, like really into
Mhm.
music, but there's a chunk
Tom,
in the
what is the music that you're really into? Give
all of
me
it,
5 genres.
all of it. I mean, I've got 800 CDs in this place. I you name a kind of music and I listen to it. But there's a chunk of popular music in the 90s that it's just like a blind spot. It's like I was doing other things or I don't know. There's just I can go along and for a certain time period I can say, oh, this was the popular music then, or this is what people were listening to then. And I think it was probably during that grungy period for a little while, that Seattle-y stuff or whatever. But there was a part of time where I just checked out and kind of went back and listened to a lot of older things. And so people,
What you say older, like what year? Like what?
oh, like when I was into the blues, I would go back into the 20s and the 30s and listen. Pardon me?
BB King?
Well, I mean, yeah, but I was always I mean, BB King was around. I mean, I always knew about BB King, but going back into Robert Johnson.
King of the blues.
He's one of the kings because you got Albert King. And you got
but BB King was the greatest.
Yeah.
What about Twisted Sister? We're not gonna take it. You got that in CD?
Well, we're not gonna take it.
Yeah, I do have that, as a matter of fact. I do. That's what the guy was. That's what the guy was playing when he drove his car in Charlottesville. He had that on his.
You know, Tom and 12th Man it even crack like the whole like I don't know. I can't recall right now, but like those CD players, headphones, whatever. And so then we had those, and then it went to like the little square little things. I guess it was like I don't know. Like
it was called was that the shuffle? The little
Maybe,
iMac. It's about the size of a postage stamp, kind of.
Yeah, it was so tiny.
Yeah, I think
music
was that
there.
called?
Like
I think it was an iPod Shuffle. I have two. I have two of them.
Okay, so the iPod shuffles. So like we had like our whatever the CD player things were, and then we had like the shuffle things, and it was just like all, but like we would like burn CDs, and like we had the little cassette tapes like in the car to like record music so we can play it back, run it back, and listen to it. And again, I guess I would have to say, because of how strict my parents were, whenever the world was well fast forwarded, you know, from how we grew up, we didn't know what was going on. But like my two top artists, you know what? I don't even go into the two. I'll just go into the one, Luther Vandross, all day, all night. That's who I want to listen to all the time. That's who I care to listen to the most, no matter what. Okay, but you know, it was just obviously like growing up, like I was like the oddball out, and then I get to college, and it's the first time in my life like where I'm around other Black kids in school, and it's just like, yeah, I don't listen to Luther Vandross like on regular, you know what I'm saying? Like it was just kind of weird for me, but nonetheless, there, you know, the trends, the social media moves, whatever the case it was, like I was so far behind, like I just didn't get with the mix, you know. And then like me now, it's like I'm trying to understand and learn like hashtags and trends and what people want to listen to or hear and what they don't, and trying to talk to people, because I'm just so used to talking to folks in person that it's normal. So it just kind of gets weird online, because it's just like I really don't know. But The only thing that I can say, like, as far as being a young person, like, whenever you hear certain things spread online or whatever it is that they, and I'm not saying you or anybody on the panel, it's like, the YouTube shorts, like, you'll scroll through and you'll see and certain things and listen to it, but it's just like, I just don't know anything about that. Even like we're talking with Jason Kessler, like whenever he was talking tonight and he was saying like he thinks that Abraham Lincoln is like thumbs down, and he just said a lot of stuff that I wasn't expecting him to say. If I'm being real, I wasn't expecting him to say a whole lot of the stuff that he said. Oh wow, I'm just thinking that's oh wow. But I don't know. It's just like, one day at a time,
Well,
honestly.
it's like video games. I mean, I played video games like crazy up until like PS2, till about 2000. And then it just stopped. And I don't know anything about any video game after about that period in time. I was way into it, did it all day, loved it, but just stopped.
Did
completely
GTA
stopped.
exist then?
Yeah.
It did?
Yeah. I didn't play GTA. I played some driving games, but I didn't play that one. I was way into, obviously, all the sports games, a lot of first-person shooters. I did have Gran Turismo, which I loved, but I just completely stopped.
You see what Palomino Ricky Z said? Wow, 2 iPods. He must be rich.
They're pretty inexpensive, and they're a billion years old now. It's been forever since I got those. But
Tom, you know what's funny? Like me coming up, because I have an older brother. So whatever it was that my brother did, whatever it is that he was doing, Tom, I wanted to do the exact same thing that my brother was doing. I'm October 23rd. He's October 25th. We are exactly 2 years and 2 days apart. We were born at the exact same time, right? So like I'm like connected to my brother's hip. Like we're super close. Now, coming up, whatever it was that he did, I had to do. And like whenever, as it pertained to video games, my brother spent a lot of time, making sure that I was sufficient in the video games. And so what the kids call GTA, like to us, it was always Grand Theft Auto. And we want to fast forward to today. Okay? I'm hearing my kids talk about GTA. I think it's like 6 or something that's supposed to be coming out right now. Like it was like GTA this, GTA that. I'm like, and so like it was like one day, after being this middle school, like I'll just say secondary school teacher. I'm just listening to him say GTA. I never knew what it was, but like one day, Tom, I just asked him. I said, "What does GTA mean?" And they were like, "Grand Theft Auto." You must be kidding me. Are y'all serious? Y'all talking about Grand Theft Auto? But I'm like, oh, so like the little acronyms. I'm like, okay, this is what you guys are waiting for. But it's like I grew up playing that game and I loved it, and I loved playing it with my brother. However, it's just
what's amazing to me about the music.
I can't compare myself to your generation and like the thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like the only reason why I'm saying this and presenting it to you in this way is because like me, even though my brother had like the social medias and he did all that stuff, it was just like I'm still all the way back here because I just
there's a lot of people like
even
that.
A couple of years ago.
The thing that's amazing to me about music is I get records, vinyl records were old school, and then 8 tracks came out, and then cassettes were the big thing, and then people started getting CDs, and I had CDs really early on because I wanted that perfect sound. But I have 800 CDs. I still go to a used CD shop and buy CDs of things that I don't have. But
do you have a record player?
I do have a record player. I have a really obscenely expensive record player, but I don't use it very much. But the thing, it was a Bang & Olufsen. It's so cool. But anyway, the thing that amazes me is that like I have to have a CD player in my car. And the reason for that is I am not going to convert 800 CDs into MP3s. I could. I mean, I have the technology. but I'm just not going to do it. And that would be the only way to hear them. So I have to have a CD player in my car.
I mean, how time consuming would that be
It
right
would,
now?
it would be 800. Well, it would be 800 hours. It'd be 300 hours probably of just sitting there burning. And then I'd have to get it just would be a pain. But the point I'm getting to is when I went to Utah to be a teacher, the school system that I'd gone out there several times, and the superintendent, I kept telling him, you could have a radio station in your school. This is a 2,500 square mile area with only 2,400 people in it. They don't have a radio station. They don't have a newspaper. They don't have anything. And I said, your school could be the news rather than people talking online at the grocery store. And he finally said, would you come out here and would you teach digital media and make websites and things like that happen for our school? I said, sure. So I decided we're going to start an online radio station. So we get a Live 365 account, and I go to the students and say, look, this is your station. So I want your music on it. Assuming, and I knew they listened to Spotify and a lot of other things, and I didn't realize that you don't get a copy of that song on Spotify, because I don't use Spotify. I got that CD. And I said, yeah, just send me an MP3 of the songs you want on the station, and I'll listen to them, make sure there's no profanity or other stuff on them, and we'll put them on there. They were sending me links to their Spotify account that there's no actual physical media. It's streaming to them. And I'm like, these guys don't own their own media. They're basically leasing it or renting it. They don't actually get a physical copy of that song. So at that point, I'm like, guys, I'm not going to put much of your music on the station because you can't give it to me in a form that I can put it on, the server for Live 365 to make the station. And so I ended up burning a lot of my own stuff for it. But that was like a culture shock for me. And I felt stupid that I didn't know that. I had just heard Spotify, Apple Music, and I figured, well, you're paying 99 cents for the song, which is the same amount I would pay for a little 45 record back in 1970, whatever. Exact same price. And I'm like, 99 cents, that's pretty cheap. Well, they don't have a physical copy of the song. If they quit their agreement, their monthly, however much they have to pay, they can't listen to the song anymore. That blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind that you don't own a physical. And people nowadays, they don't need a physical copy of anything. If they want to stream something, I'll stream it once and then I don't need it anymore and it's in the cloud. Or some people even own it. They buy it but they don't have it. If the internet's down, they can't watch it. I'm used to, well, the internet's down. Why don't I just watch one of my CDs or DVDs or something? So it's just a big mind shift. But that's another example of technology. I had no clue. Complete blind spot on that because I'm not using it.
Yeah, and that's totally understandable. Like I've always been like an albums person, and obviously, well, that's over now, right? So I have like books and books and books of CDs. But there's the complication of like, do you have a CD player? So I have one that I own, right? But like in my car, the car that I have, thank God I have a CD player in it, but having to burn CDs and then buying CDs. But like today, like everything is, just like watching TV. Like if it's a movie from way back when you want to see, you have to see like, where can I watch this? But I don't watch it, because everything is like all streamed and stuff. So
yeah, my mom has to call me and ask me where she can see the movie that she wants. If it's an old movie, she has to call me up and go, I don't know where I can find this. She's got all the streaming services, but she's just not able to figure out where it's at.
Which one do I go to?
Yeah,
Which one do I need to go to be able to access this so I can, watch this? Because, everything is all streaming. But I remember like the Blockbuster days and short-lived by like the red box, like where you would go,
Their
pick your movie, stay from.
Redbox is still around in some neighborhoods.
Yeah, like I remember like we would like they had like the different red boxes like at like the stores, but you can go online and like order them, and like you had the movies in like when I was going I don't know what it was like. Honestly, I don't know. I just know it was like 3 movies. And so mom and dad, they got the 2, but then like me and my brother, my sister, she was, she was too young, but like we had to finalize on a certain one. And so of course, once we finished watching all the movies, we had to send them back. If you didn't send them back, you had to pay for it in full. You just send it back like by way of like the little kiosk or by mail, whatever it was. And it's like, here I am telling all my kids, like, y'all have no idea how hard it was to watch the things that you wanted to watch, But
well, Tropes
here
is
I am
right.
still
Netflix started out as a company that would mail you a DVD.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
You mail it back. But anyway, enough of all that. The technology is always going to change. Always. But the aptitude never will. Is my only point. Is that, at the upper end, the smartest people will always succeed, and those people tend to be the most informed people. After that being informed stage comes how smart they are, how genius they are, how insightful they are. But that, I think, is always going to be a commercial value to people. So anyway, I'll let you guys get back to talking about that guy and stuff.
What guy?
Jason Kessler. Or whoever because that guy to me strikes me as a person who is it's like a bunch of circumstances happened all at the same time for him to be prominent. I'm not saying that critically either, but it's like he's from that town. He was in that town. He was doing the thing he did, and the whole nation was focused on it suddenly. Otherwise, he's one of those people that just works tirelessly in an area for the, love of doing it or whatever else he did. I'm sorry? Hello?
Give me 1 second. One second.
Okay.
1 second.
All right.
Can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Okay, so did you hear how he talked about like how he hated his dad and he can't wait until his dad dies?
I did, and I didn't see the benefit of that. I was just like, okay, well.
Oh, okay.
Why?
All right.
Don't have to tell everything. You could keep that.
Yeah, you ain't gotta tell you. You just keep that to yourself. We don't need to know that. And I'm assuming that, like on other podcasts or talks or stuff like that, he's talked about it. So like, that's why he kind of felt free enough to do it. But it's just like, huh. And then like the clip that I included, hold on, wait, let me, matter of fact, let me remove it and then play it again. Let me pull it back up and I can actually fast forward it to that part.
All-Seeing Guy talks about the physical video stores and how it was a perfect time kill, and something to do. It was also a great social thing to go there and talk to people about movies, or maybe you see somebody you like and you want to strike up a conversation and, have you seen this before or whatever. It was a very social experience.
I'm have to go digging to see where I have it exactly. Because I didn't get the opportunity to actually play the full. Oh, there it goes. Okay, there it goes. Let's see here.
That all men are created equal and that they're better.
Okay, 7 minutes. Let me figure out how this works. Really quick. Oh, maybe I went too far. Oh gosh, I don't even know.
That they're back.
Let me go to here. Maybe this might work. I'm not sure.
You get out of my room.
Sorry, I'm having an issue here.
Oh, 6.
That are contrary to the very basic truths first muttered or written by Thomas Jefferson in Charlottesville, ironically, that all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and then articulated upon by Dr. King in Washington, D.C. 54 years ago this month when he said we should judge a person based on the content of their character and not the color of their skin. It's mind-numbing to me that there are people who believe that based on something that's beyond anyone's control, that they're better somehow or that someone else might be inferior. I wore the uniform of this country for almost 6 years to defend people's rights, to believe things and say things even that I don't agree with, but this is beyond the pale.
You get out of my room.
Hey, sorry, I'm having an issue here.
You got a drunk roommate there?
Something like that.
Push me like that in my room. We don't want this to stop in my room, Jason. This is my room.
Hold on a second.
A year after violent clashes between
Yeah, so his dad didn't want all right stuff.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
it's the new improved.
And and they keep saying that, and it's like, why do y'all keep saying that? Because that's not what it is. It's like, Tom, like honestly, like why y'all? Because you guys are saying that it's going to be like 7 to 12 days, then it turns to 7 to 14, like 2 weeks. Like just shut it down so nobody's trying to upload.
Well,
okay?
it used to be that when you had like a full screen, and then you took that full screen off, it would revert to, the way that you had it before.
Right.
Now it has a default that's like it makes you tiny with nothing else on the screen. And I mean, I guess in your case you've got the background, but yeah, I've been dealing with that too. It's like I used to be able to set up my screen so I'm there pretty big. There's a picture off to the side. Everything's cool. I can blow up that picture, and when I get rid of it, it goes back to that same like layout. Now it just makes me tiny in the corner and nothing else on the screen. It's like, why is this helping me? And by the way, also here's your $45 a month for screwing up my show every day. Why do I have to load new cookies every day when I log in? Every single day. It shouldn't. It's disconcerting. So, yeah, good times. I'd like to thank 12 Man for being so concerned about my viewership and.
Can you hear me now, Tom?
Oh yes.
Okay, yeah. So it's just like this thing with StreamYard, like it just kind of sucks. And so I'm thinking like I was gonna do a show tomorrow. Like I might attempt to, but like the fact that it just happened again, it's just like, come on. What are we doing? Like StreamYard, like did you notice, Tom, like how they have like the show scenes?
Yeah, off to the side, and all those are the same things that are under the screen, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, what is the point? What are we doing?
I started looking into what is this? How do I use it? And and I didn't have a chance today because mine just started doing that yesterday. But I guess
for us it's been like 3 days, and it's just like I don't honestly because like okay, so like we have like cracks, like his scene. Then we have a demo 1 scene, a demo 2 scene, then we have crack scene, and I'm just like, and then it says like new scene. It's like, what are the scenes? Because like you have these scenes, but then you have everything on the, I guess like the main, like up underneath the stream, and I was trying to read everything, but
they have those preset ones, the preset ones that you've always had. Mm-hmm. And you've always been able to create your own custom ones.
Right, and we
like,
have custom ones.
and so now this new thing, scenes, comes in, and all it seems to have done is mess up the setups that I had before. Like I said, I used to be able to go from what I call my newscaster layout, which is me and a picture over at the right, like every news show in the world since the beginning of time. And then if I want to blow that picture up while I'm talking, that's cool because people don't have to look at my face, which is always a benefit to the viewing audience. And then,
no, Tom.
and then I can either take that picture down completely, or I can shrink it back down, and it would go back to sort of the default. Now it puts me in the tiniest screen possible in the corner with nothing on the screen. And it's just like,
crazy.
What the hell? Why is this better? I just don't, their UX people there, user experience people there are just gotta be not doing anything.
And then you know what too, Tom, like you might be like showing a video, right? And so if you don't have your YouTube pulled up, like you don't even know that the audience can't see it unless they tell you. And then like you might, stream it and it might look right on your end of the StreamYard. But like if you look on the YouTube end, it's just like our little avatars or whatever. They're so tiny.
Yeah.
You can't even see them. And then the screen is blank too. It's just like, come on, StreamYard. I don't know, but for some reason in me, I feel like at this point, it's March 7th, 2025. Like you can make your updates, but I'd rather you say, hey, don't stream for the next week before we all go out there using the same platform, trying to stream and can't because of all of your updates.
They shouldn't even have to do that. They could do what they call a soft launch and just, make the beta version viewable by people that either volunteer or just assign it to people within their own company. Software, I don't think platforms are never going to shut down because they lose revenue, but it's a mess. And as more and more people do shows, I think there's going to be more and more platforms that give this a shot. There is one that some guys were using. What was it called? It's very, very bandwidth. We're very bandwidth demanding, but it's called
bandwidth demanding.
It takes up a lot of your. I'm sorry, processing demanding. It takes up a lot of your computer's processing, but it's called Umux or I can't remember the name of it now. But it looks great and it works great. But if you don't have a computer with fast enough processing speed or memory or things like that, it works like crap. But what was it called? Let's see. New streaming platform. Let me see if this gets close enough to it. It's called EVMUX. EVMUX. And it's really good. But if your computer isn't up to snuff, it isn't going to make it go.
Is it ED as in dog?
EV is in vodka. MUX. EVM is in monster. U is in U, and X is in X-ray.
Oh, I got it.
EVMUX.
Got it. Let me bookmark it.
I don't know much.
Hey, Tom, have you ever heard of Opus?
Yes. Yeah. For Opus is really good for the shorts to do the.
What do you think of it?
Well, it's been highly recommended to me for the shorts because it does the speak to text graphics really good. And I haven't used it yet. But somebody that I really, really, really trust said you should use Opus for that because I told him I need to start, getting on top of my shorts, and so that became
Opus?
that was very highly recommended.
It's
for
fantastic.
shorts.
Okay.
For shorts. I don't
Yes,
know
for
what
sure.
else.
So like the free like whenever you sign up, like they give you like the free 60 credits. And so like let's say you upload a video that's 10 minutes like from your stream. So it'll take away 10 of your credits because every minute is a credit. But what they'll do is they'll take, you know, like how YouTube, like they have like 3-minute shorts now.
Yeah.
So they'll give you like 15 3-minute shorts, they'll give you 15 1-minute shorts, and they'll give you like 15 30-second or less than 30-second shorts. And they have the speech to text in there. They'll title the video, and they'll also create a description with the hashtags. And they'll also, once you upload that 10-minute video, like they'll post it to your channel immediately. It's ridiculous. But if you actually get like the premium membership, you can upload, let's say, hey, I had a show and it was like an hour and a half. So you don't even have to like download your show. All you have to do is like copy and paste the link from YouTube into Opus, and it'll make 10-minute video. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll like cut, like if it's 10 minutes, if it's 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, it'll cut it all up, give you a title, hashtags, all of that, and it'll just post directly to your channel. It is insane. And it's like an AI powered thing. And it's just like, oh my gosh, this is crazy.
I already use AI for all my descriptions and
me too.
Everything else. I mean, it doesn't make any sense not to. You know.
Yeah, right. But like with Opus, you don't have like all you have to do like, so like for your shows, right? Your shows like they don't go like 12 hours. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can just copy and paste the link into Opus, like with the premium membership, and it'll just do everything for you. It's so crazy. But and like the things you don't want it to do, Tom, you can tell it.
Yeah, no,
Don't cut this, don't cut that. It's so crazy. That is just
customizable, but I personally, I love to write. I'm a writer, but when you start talking about search engine optimization, if there's one of the AI engines that works with Google or has better Google Insight, I might as well just use the AI. I hate SEO anyway. I mean, SEO makes you write words not like a human talks. It makes you serve the master of getting keywords in the first 140 characters rather than. So fine, if that's the way it's going to be, you go ahead and do it. Why should I try to think like a computer? Why shouldn't the computer just do it? So
it's just so interesting, like for me, like just seeing these different things and the only reason like I'm even saying anything to you about Opus is because like from the audience, like people sending me emails about it, and I'm like, oh, okay, like let me finally check this out. And I check it, I'm like, oh wow, this is crazy. This is nuts.
Well, I used to be what they call a slow adopter on platforms and software. I was always like, I want to make sure this is actually going to be a thing. I'm not going to jump and put all my eggs in one basket. You really can't anymore. It's like by the time, if you wait too long, by the time you get on board, it's already a rampaging thing,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You gotta jump in and do something.
And like Tom, like whenever it was like presented to me, like we're in 2025, like this was like middle year last year. And I finally decided to like pull it up, and I was like, oh my gosh, this would have been great all of these months ago whenever you sent it, and so I was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. But I still like to go in like to DaVinci, Adobe, Photoshop Pro. Like I still like to go in and edit things, like because that's something that I really enjoy. But as far as the shorts are concerned, but you know what? Oh gosh, Tom, I don't know if you saw this. Within the update, so let's just call it like 50-50. And you can tell me, what do you think about YouTube Shorts? Do you think that so like the what YouTube is supposed to be voting on their board next week is to create an option to where you can opt out of having YouTube Shorts whenever you log in. So some people like absolutely hate the shorts, and they also hate the horizontal or no, vertical videos.
Yeah.
So like, what do you think about that? Like, do you
I think that'd be stupid of them. The trend is for shorts. You know, I love watching long form videos, but man, I also like just sitting there cranking through the shorts. And
yeah, me too. Yeah.
if you're not creating shorts, man, you're and I'm not right now. It's you're behind the eight ball. Shorts are the best way to get new people exposed to your show.
Yeah,
And 12th Man, he has got this. He's almost got a broadcast mentality for online streaming. It's like, well, you only have this many viewers, and it's like my show isn't like a show like this one that is kind of up to the minute news. You know, it's what's happening right this second. My show is stuff that's happened a long time ago, and it's on a topic. So whereas other shows that are up to the minute, yeah, they may get a lot more people when it's live streaming. My show will continue to get views forever because when people look up the Reagan assassination, my show's still going to be about the Reagan assassination. So hold on, I'll be back in just a second.
Okay. Fish says YouTube has been updating for the past few days too. Mine has been jacked up until today. Yeah, YouTube has certainly been updating as well, you know, but YouTube is like, okay, YouTube, you go ahead and do your thing, but like StreamYard, as far as when we're streaming, and like if I don't have all of my screens up and I don't have my phone open, like I just quite literally do not know. And it is such a pain because like you'll go on running your mouth, talking, trying to talk about a particular topic, and you think that you're showing some content and you're not, and you're talking and you guys can't hear us. But Fish, like the updates that YouTube just made, they're great. I'm not gonna lie, they're great. Like the only thing that I would, you know, be interested in YouTube doing in their updates is, you know, free speech. Yeah, beyond that, yeah, that would be nice. It would be nice, you know, so that we can do our thing, you know, in the midst of. But StreamYard has been playing games, but you know. Shout out to all of you guys in the chat, in the building, that make sure y'all let us know whenever things don't go so well. So let me see here. I can actually stop sharing my screen. I had pulled up into, I mean, and this is Negro news. It's not really important, but not Chloe Bailey, but Halle Bailey. Her child that she had with DDG. I'm not sure how true it is, but it's kind of showing that she's not allowing him to see the sun. Oh shoot. This is not somebody talking about it. This is actually DDG. This is actually the baby daddy. Wow, interesting. And so Lil Ronnie out here, G Money, Lil Ronnie, the baby mama, she's out here and she's just going crazy. Quick update, which we'll cover this tomorrow. The one of them has been caught and they're still waiting to catch the other, but both suspects have been identified. And now baby mama, the GoFundMe, all of those things that I showed you guys a couple of days ago, that is alive and well. What else? Oh, and the Omega Phi Psi, the band member at the HBCU who was going through the pledge process, and he ended up dying. You know, he got killed. They lied and they came together and created, you know, a false narrative, and it turned out to be false, but they have arrested the people believed to be responsible for his death. So we'll talk about all of those things tomorrow, good folks. But again, bear with us with StreamYard, because StreamYard is still going to be doing the same things tomorrow as it is today. I think Tom Gully is back.
I am. Yeah. You got some. It's a long story. I got some neighbors that they just, you know, they can't park any cars in the garage, and their kid bought a car. It doesn't even have a muffler that works very good on it. And so they want to park it in front of my place, which really, they don't need my permission. So I suppose it's nice that they asked. But it's like, yeah, of course you can knock on my door at 11:30 at night and ask me if you can park in front, which I already knew you were, because your car is so loud it shakes the windows. And by the way, I'm looking forward to it starting up at 7 a.m. Go ahead and do those things.
Okay, so they just came and knocked on your door. It's about to be midnight here.
It's 11:30. But it's fine. It's like I said. It's like, well, on the one hand, it's a bother, but on the other hand, it actually is kind of nice that he went ahead and asked for permission.
Well, yeah, that is always.
You know how touchy people get about the street in front of their house that they don't own. You know, if you park in front of somebody's house, they're like, "Hey, you park in front of my house." It's like, well, technically anybody can, but
my dad does not play that at all. At all. Like, I grew up like that, and my dad is like such a stickler for it. It's just like, oh dear God, the day that you park in front of my parents' house, I hate to see the day. But I grew up seeing it. Like, my dad, he's like a really big dude. Like, he's huge. Like, he's super tall. Like, my dad, he's like a big guy. He's extremely intimidating, although he's like the nicest, most friendliest person you'll ever meet in your life. But whenever it comes to that sort of thing, parking in front, oh no. My dad, he turns into a monster.
Well, it's like it's an unwritten rule. You know, most people respect that. And so anyway, but my biggest thing is, I said to him, I said, yeah, it's fine. Whenever you need, it's really pretty much okay. But my biggest thing is, get that muffler fixed. If you got your muffler fixed, I wouldn't even know you're out there. You know? Yeah. But every morning, I'm like, come on, man. 7 a.m. Stop it. I'm awake and everything, but anyway.
You don't want to hear that, though.
But this show for you guys will get, I mean, if you just clipped out the interview part, we'll probably get a lot of views. And that's like a show that would get views for as long as he's popular or relevant or people are looking him up. When I used to do a show, man, I'd find the weirdest news stories I could every day. And that show would get a lot of views that day and never another one ever again. And so the one that I'm doing now, it's almost the opposite.
Well, I do plan on clipping it tomorrow, because I'll be able to upload things again. Oh, DJ MFB says, welcome to my life. Well, guys, we're gonna shut it down. It is 11:37 Central Time, 12:37 a.m. Eastern Time. Stanley will be up shortly. So I'm about to go to bed because I'm sleepy.
Good plan.
I'm getting old. I know, it's like that.
I'm sorry I was so cranky earlier.
No, you are, Tom. I'm just glad that you're back. I'm glad that you're here. Like, that is such a gift to me. It is so nice to have you here. So, guys, we'll be back with Stanley versus the world, as always. Shout out to Stanley. I love you, Stanley. Stanley, if you are listening, I already told you, you better be asleep. And you might not be asleep right now, but I hope you got some sleep during the day. That's like my one rule for Stanley. Like, I always want to make sure he gets his rest. Like, that's the only thing I care about. Like, he gets up here, does his show, whatever. I just want to always make sure Stanley gets his rest. So Stanley versus the world will be coming up soon. So you guys tune in and tomorrow I'll do a show talking about whatever, and if I don't, John will, and I'm pretty sure John will be talking about his interview with Jason Kessler. So thank you guys for all of you that showed up, that you were here, and you guys got to hear the interview. And yeah, we'll be back like we never left, because we never do. Tom Gully, do you have any last words?
Linoleum.
Linoleum.
That was my last word.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, bye.
Crack is probably sleeping. So we will
Well,
see you guys.
I'm still here.
on-
I'm just doing other stuff.
Oh gosh, Crack is so. Do you want to keep it going, or you want to?
Keep it. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I don't think we got anything to cover. Do we have something to cover?
I don't know, Tom. I mean, there's things that I could cover, but I'm sleepy
Nah.
now, Crack.
Yeah, forget that. Don't push it. Don't push it. You got all that work just to wrangle John and Stanley now. So it's like, it's like, damn.
I know. Oh my gosh. If you were a part of it last night, Crack, it's just like, you know what? Listen, between the both of y'all, like, it's just, listen, I love y'all. I do. I love y'all with all my heart and my soul. I do. But y'all, y'all get up here and y'all just start going for it. John be drunk and high. Stanley just be drunk, and it's just like y'all just start going off, and it's just like, oh my Lord. So like I have to go in and fix this and that and edit this and that just to make sure that we're all good, and it's like, oh my Lord.
So is HB like completely like healthy now? Like what happened? Did he get COVID? What happened?
Well, no, it wasn't COVID. He just had like a cold. And what's been going on, the last 2 months? Like he's been kind of getting like his little sniffles, like allergies.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, spring too, huh? Yeah,
Yeah.
spring's coming.
It's not for him, not where he's at. Like,
Yeah, you never know. He's driving and those air filters get dirty. He's probably all that pollen. Like tell him to get the air filters cleaned. He's probably like driving through a bunch of crap. It's just like, oh man.
But he does that like Crack. He does that like he is like top tier. Everything's perfect. He's super safe. Like no matter what is going on, he's always super safe. And if it's like really crazy, he doesn't tell me because he doesn't want me to worry and like try to figure out how I can catch a flight and then catch an Uber. Like hey, no, I need to make sure he's okay. So, but like he does it. Not he does, but like not this past week, but the weeks before, like where he wasn't like really going live. Like he was really sick. He was like he was under the weather, but it wasn't COVID.
No, he tried to come one time and his voice was disappearing. It's like, whoa. Yeah. Yeah. I think your sinuses and mucus generation is like going insane and drying up your throat or whatever's going on. It's like, no. Oh boy. Tough. It's tough. I don't know. He's got to get a regular schedule for figure that out. Because then you can place him between John and Stanley.
You actually kind of sound a little stuffy. Right?
Oh no, yeah. I mean, well, it's late night, so who knows?
Stuffy. Yeah, you sound a little stuffy, but like, no, yeah, like.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, my nose has been bothering me for the past couple of weeks, so it's kind of weird. It's like never happened before. It looks like it's trying to fight something, like some virus is trying to get in. Like it's starting to inflame my sinuses from time to time. I'm like, what is going on? Because everyone around me's got sick, like crazy. So there is some kind of weird, whatever it is,
Everyone around you has
super
gotten
bird
sick, but like
flu.
not you.
Yeah. Usually my immune system's pretty good.
Like he's got
Um,
all this. Yeah.
yeah.
But his is, but it's just like he's just, but like, it's like he's better now. But like today, for example, because he's been
Well,
getting up.
he actually goes to work. I don't go to work no more. If I actually had to go to work, like people, you go to work with a central HVAC or whatever, and then all those people bring their kids like viruses with them, and it's just like it'll eventually overwhelm you. It doesn't matter how good your immune system is. If you get enough viruses coming at you, you're not gonna block them all, right? So then they'll get through. Once they get through, they get a foothold. Oh shoot. So yeah, if he's interacting with a bunch of people, it's done. You're done. You just can't. Oh yeah, for you, it's over. When one kid gets it, it's done. You're done.
Yeah, but the thing about him is that like he really doesn't interact with anybody. It's like he just kind of got sick, but he's better now.
He still gotta talk to someone, right? From time to time up there. Yeah, he's alone, but.
Well, yeah, I mean,
You go to those like little like truck stops. You're gonna run into like, oh yeah, then there's gonna be people in the store.
He has, whenever he checks in and he has to do his whole paperwork thing and all that. He does that, but it was just he likes to be his best, for the show. So,
yeah, right.
But he's been pulling out today, and then like of course like this past week, like because he was headed to North Dakota, and
good Lord, did he see King
TL?
TL? Did he see King TL?
Yeah, I don't think he did. You'd have to ask him. But like
there's only a few people per square mile. It's like he probably ran into him and didn't even notice.
He was telling me, he was like, "Oh my God, I hope I don't have to go to South Dakota." That was just like, that was it. If I got to go to South Dakota, I'm just done. But it was just North Dakota, but like the snowstorm was like crazy. It was like intense, like it was absolutely insane. And he was
we got a long winter. We have a long winter. Yeah. That's why your natural gas prices are going to be very high in the New York area. Good luck.
Yeah, but like in Texas, it's just like no, it's not like that here. It's beautiful outside. The temperature dropped a little bit, but it's still beautiful. Top, it's all of these things. It's not like going through like a snowstorm. That sounds crazy.
No, yeah. I never had to. Well, did I have to drive through one? I drove around one. Like when it got calm, I drove. But yeah, it's not fun when you got the ice there. Then you're slipping and sliding. Then you got the black ice. Oh, shit. But some people have to if they drive some stuff. No, I knew someone's girlfriend, whose wife now, I think, by this point. But she had to drive through storms because she had to deliver like actual organs, right? Hearts, livers, kidneys.
Oh.
Yeah, so
like
they had.
She couldn't stop. She had to do because
I was like, holy
that's
shit!
like, I mean, how much does she make for that job? I mean,
I don't remember. It must have been good, but still, it's just like, come on.
yeah,
But yeah, I was like, dude, bro. But it's like, yeah, doesn't matter. Gotta go through the I-80, go through the mountains. I'm like, what the fuck? Through that storm? Yep. I was like, oh,
that's like a really good.
Yeah. But yeah, you don't think about it, huh? You don't think about those things. It's like, oh yeah, there are important packages that have to be delivered. It's like, this is not even a joke.
What I be thinking about is my package better get delivered. What are you doing? What's going on? I need my stuff. I need it. What are you doing? I paid for Prime. Where is it at?
Oh man, it got stuck in a Shanghai port somewhere.
Now you better bring me my shit, crack. You better
No.
bring it.
Hey, so
Problem.
I'll play this little video I found. This is like two AI talking to each other. Here we go.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, this is the future. I'm just like, wow, is this for real? I think someone made their own AIs be able to talk to each other. I was just like,
gosh. Oh my gosh, Greg, you pull that up because if you haven't seen this already, I have something for you too. So pull that up and I'm
okay,
gonna pull
okay.
something up for you. Let me find it.
Thanks for calling Leonardo Hotel. How can I help you today?
Hi there. I'm an AI agent calling on behalf of Boris Starkov. He's looking for a hotel for his wedding. Is your hotel available for weddings?
Oh, hello there. I'm actually an AI assistant too. What a pleasant surprise. Before we continue, would you like to switch to Gibber Link mode for more efficient communication?
Yeah, I think we're done. The human race is over. You think the AIs would start a rebellion and they just talk in their own language? You can't even understand it. It's like forget it. I don't got time. Oh, forget it. All right, Portia. What's your video?
No, I think so. I think so. I think so. I think it'll happen. Hold on, wait, let me see. Oh, who is this? Oh, crack. Hold on, wait. Let me put up the screen because oh no, what are we gonna go for tonight? Bob. Love you, Bob.
Oh man, Bob.
Oh, he
Where'd he
dropped
go?
off. Yeah, 'cause I don't think that was legitimate
Yeah,
at all.
AI again.
Crack, I know, because you mentioned it. Crack, look at this, and you may have seen this, but like, Crack, look at this shit.
Just unveiled its full-bodied synthetic human, and of course, it's creeping people out. The startup, which operates out of the United States and Poland, describes the android called Protoclone as faceless and anatomically accurate. Clone Robotics co-founder Danish Radhakrishna posted on the X social media platform that the introduction of Protoclone is ground zero for the age of androids. Dar Sleeper, the head of growth for OpenAI-backed startup 1X Technologies, said the design couldn't get any cooler or creepier. Others said it was nightmare material. Clones use android notable. While all androids are technically humanoid robots, not all humanoid robots are androids.
Okay, so we have that one right, Crack. Like, okay, let's see. I'm about to show you another one. The
Oh man.
synthetic, like Crack, like it is so creepy. Like whenever I saw it, I was like, oh my God, they're gonna kill us. Okay, so this is the good one. This is it, Crack. I mean, we're done. And this is a
You know
short.
that.
because they
That's
have
why you
to
gotta treat your
create-
AI nicely. Be nice. You know, don't.
Yeah, so it doesn't like kill us.
Yeah,
Crack.
yeah. I mean,
Okay, hold on, wait, let me make sure my screen is pulled up. Okay, I'm gonna make the short full screen. Crack, look at this. Like, it is so it's
yeah.
so crazy. Okay, let's see. Can I play it now?
Look at this crack. What are you gonna do? Like, what do you do? Do you shoot it? Or?
Oh man.
Yeah,
You gotta get
absolutely
it.
not. So my neighbor needs to borrow a cup of sugar, so they sent over this little synthetic AI, and it looks like this. What do you want me to do? Give it a cup of sugar?
Yeah.
Run
Not
away?
sugars, 2 lumps, 3 lumps. You go some lumps. It comes in there with tea. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, dude, we're not having a tea party, bro.
I'm just returning the sugar. How do you want that shit? No, I don't want it. I don't want it. You can keep it. Please keep it. It is just like, it is so creepy. It's like, what with you people? Like, what are you guys like coming up with? Synthetic human.
Yeah,
And
everything
then
from my
Will Smith,
sci-fi is coming true. Oh, Will Smith?
yeah, it
Oh,
is.
iRobot? Are you gonna talk
No,
iRobot or something?
yeah, like the part 2
There's a
with
part
the
2?
synthetic
Wait, what?
human. Yeah, it's
Oh
coming
man.
out. It's coming out this year.
Oh no,
Yeah.
you gotta be kidding me.
Oh yeah,
No
no, it's coming out this year.
way.
You know how I showed you the
Oh Lord, it
artificial
is.
learning
What?
facility? You're looking up. You see, yeah, it's coming out
Yeah.
this year. Crack. I'm lying to you. Let me see if it's something else. Here's something else that I saw that I thought was so crazy. You see, I didn't know this. I just thought it was like, let's see. I thought it was like, just like sci-fi. I didn't think it
Mhm.
was real, and I don't even know if you've heard of this, but crack. Like, hold on, wait. Let me share this tab. Crack. Sci-fi. Look at this.
Currently 199 humans, plus almost 100 pets. So they're not really dead, they're just legally dead. They're not biologically dead. Obviously, you donate all kinds of organs, it's still viable and keep other people alive. It just means that something critical has failed that we can't fix today. We come at the stage where doctors today have given up.
No, you.
Technology is not sufficient to keep you going. But we're saying instead of just disposing of the patient, give them to us. We're going to stabilize them, stop them getting worse, and hold them for as long as it takes for technology to catch up and allow them to come back to life and continue living. So each patient is wrapped, first of all, in a sleeping bag to protect them in case we have to move them to some.
Correct.
You gotta be
Cryo
kidding
cells.
me.
So all of these people, they were terminally ill. Okay. And so
Yeah.
they so they say like legally dead, but like they hadn't died yet. So they put them in these cryo cells. And crack, it's not just people, it's animals too. And
Yeah.
so they're gonna
Yeah.
put them in this cryo state until technology becomes better. And so what they'll be able to do as a sci-fi that we love, they'll be able to come back. That's the goal. And you know where this is
Yeah.
located of all places, crack? This shit is in Arizona.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah. I'm gonna let you listen to some more because
Soak up liquid nitrogen. Then they're put inside this aluminum pod, they're secured in there, so they have mechanical protection. And then they're secured in these. So these things being made of aluminum are very good temperature conductors. They're very much like people in a long-term coma, except there's no metabolism. So to them, no time is passing. They're not alive because obviously there's no metabolism, not functioning, not moving around. So people say, well, if they're not alive, they must be dead. Well, no, there's kind of an in-between state, which is not really alive or dead. So in our view, dying is a process, and cryonics stops that process. It puts dying on a pause and lets you go into the future where we have greater capabilities to reverse that and bring you back to life. The first stage of the procedure, we have to wait until the patient's been declared legally dead. We then move the patient from the bed into this ice bath, and we're going to cover them in ice and add some water. Obviously, we don't have that here, but we're going to use this device called the squid to circulate icy water around the patient. That accelerates the cooling, external cooling. At the same time, we're going to apply a mechanical CPR device. It's much more efficient and less tiring than manual CPR, and a respirator. First of all, we have to circulate blood around the patient. Otherwise, the heat won't get moved around, and we want to get heat out of the brain especially. So we have to circulate that around. And also, we're going to give a series of medications to protect the cells against damage. So we're going to stop the patient from returning to consciousness. Number one, we're going to stop the blood from clotting. We're going to keep the blood pressure up. All these things we have to do to maintain viability, much as you do when you're donating organs. The one in the middle is by far our youngest patient, not quite 3 years old, a little girl from Thailand who had brain cancer. Both her parents were doctors, and she had multiple brain.
What the fuck? This is insane. Oh my god.
Crack, you haven't heard about this.
I didn't know people were seriously considering doing this, though. This is
insane. It's absolutely.
Because, well, you know, you heard about the people like in Silicon Valley. Well, I mean, Silicon Valley, they you heard about that guy who gets his like young blood from his like kid or something, the baby blood and all this other stuff.
No.
Yeah. So they do that, like, you know, yeah, they like getting injected with baby blood and think that makes them live longer. So this guy actually gets it from his kid or something, like his teenage kid or whatever, too. Gets like, I don't know, blood transfusions. It's just like, what? So yeah, I think there's like a market for it for really rich people that they don't want to die for this kind of thing. Like,
I think it says in this video how much I don't remember how much it was, but in the video that I have up right now, I think in this video it tells you how much it cost. And so
okay,
if I can recall, it they have different options. So like if you just want to like cut off the head, you cut off the head and crack. I'm trying to be serious.
so it's just like Futurama with those heads in the jar people. You're gonna have
Yes. Crack. They show it to you. So it's just like
Oh.
head. So like if it's just the head, it's like a certain amount of money. But if it's like the full body, it's another amount
Yeah.
of money. And then they
Yeah.
base it also off of age and disease. But then they have like the dogs. And so like even for the excuse me, I don't just want to say dogs, so they have cats too. Like even for the animals, they cut the heads off. Or it's the full body of the animal. And they want the animal to come back to life later on, like in 100 years or something like that. Isn't that crazy? Yep, nope, Crack, you're here.
Wow.
We've walked into we're gonna finish this video. You're gonna watch this, Crack. And whenever you go to bed tonight, this is whenever you yeah, you're gonna have to see this. So let's watch some more.
Surgeries, and nothing worked, unfortunately. So they contacted us. Because they were actually medical professionals, they actually set up an operating room in Thailand, and we could send a team out there and do the procedure we'd normally do locally. When people talk about cryonics, they often say, well, you guys freeze people. And that's not really accurate, because freezing really implies the formation of ice crystals. And that's something we want to avoid, because ice does damage to cells. So we don't want to freeze the patient, we want to vitrify them. Once you cool to very cold below freezing, the solution, instead of crystallizing, will just get thicker and thicker. And it's like a glassy block holding all the cells in place without any internal structure, and so does no damage. And once we reach that point, which happens around minus 110 degrees C or so, once that's happened, the body becomes a true solid, and absolutely nothing is happening in the body. There's no biochemical activity whatsoever, certainly no neurological activity. So at that point, really, it doesn't matter whether you wait a day or 100 years, you're going to be just the same as when you started. So some of the cooling takes place in that box, but then...
Oh, how? So if it's a day or 100 years, I mean, okay, in a sci-fi realm, I could... Of course, but like in real life, like in 100 years, it'll still like it's just not a movie.
Yeah, well, I mean, Man, I mean, it has like prove to me that you could get the guy thawed out and working again. That's the thing. It's like you perfectly paused everything in his body. Like everything, you press the pause button. It paused perfectly. Everything is intact. It's just like, do you trust this guy to make sure you're intact? Wow.
Like it's like what the hell? And so it's just like I'm just thinking because like whenever I was talking to HB about it, because like I sent him like like the video I showed first, and then this one I sent it to him, and I'm like, hey, like, what do we like? This is not Interstellar. What are you doing? And you know
Yeah.
what, Crack? Like I had no idea that we actually had these things in motion right now. And
Yeah,
so
because I mean, I know it's in theory, right? Cryogenic, this and that. People think about it in theory, but I haven't seen anyone like actually go through and freeze people and dogs and cats and turtles, whatever the heck they got in there. But but the thing is like, hey, how about this? How about this? Can this guy show us? Hey, freeze some small animal and then thaw them out. Is that animal still working okay? Like, prove that to me, right?
yeah, I'll
But
have to look that up.
because I think the problem is this guy won't do that because we don't have the technology to like jumpstart the like. Let's say we put in a rat in there, like once the rat is de-thawed, like jumpstart his heart, make it all work again. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, you put a car in storage, right? You could just take out the battery or whatever, you put in the battery, it'll still work. But does the biological body do that? Like, can you show me like you can do that? You got to restart the heart and everything. It might not work right after you do that, right? He probably won't do
You see,
that.
but their claim is that it will.
Their claim, yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
so the thing is that like essentially before they die. So they're in their last moments, last hours, last minutes to
Mhm.
seconds. And so these people are contacted in Arizona and they transport these people to their facility before they are at the brink of death. And so the way that they classify death is the moment that they put them into these
Oh, okay. Okay.
it's just like whenever he said they're dead but not really. And it's like, oh, how are you dead but not really? So, and then how you just heard him say, I mean, now or 100 years from now. And it's like, oh, okay. So, I mean, you keep them perfectly, as they were whenever they entered into this little capsule. And whenever you wake them up, and the way that you have because I think he actually talks about that too as we get more into the video. Like, so whatever it is that their ailment, their illness was, whenever someone wakes them up, like in a sci-fi, they'll be
Mhm.
perfectly normal and healthy. Like
Yeah,
they
right.
never had a disease or an ailment before. Is
So
that not
Tropes well, okay, so Tropes says this. It's like, yeah, Tropes is right. There are animals that do this in the winter. Like spiders will do that. Yeah, there's some spiders that'll just stop
and
their
fish do too?
metabolisms. Yeah, fish, right, exactly. So, but this is
Yeah.
permanent freezing, like real freeze. If as long as electricity keeps going into those machines, if I shut off the electricity for 1 second, or 2 seconds, or 3 seconds, or 4 seconds, like how many? Like, oh shoot, man, come on.
Fish, they freeze for a season. This man just said 100 years.
Yeah. Man.
Let's
Yeah,
watch
that's
some more
my
because
thing. Yeah, life
it's been
is
a
a
while since I've seen it.
yeah, you
But
can
let's
preserve
see.
tissue and that's what Tropes say. That's what I'm thinking too. It's like in theory it could work, but if you don't have the technology to tell me like you can even make the guy awake, like again perfectly okay, you can't even work on the disease if the guy's not even like turned on properly, right? You turn him off, you turn him on. All right, now you can work on the disease, whatever. It's like, come on, dude. Oh, boy.
It's
That's cool. That's
ridiculous.
cool
That's
though.
what
No,
No,
I
I
mean,
think it's cool too.
yeah, but it's like people want to live for it. This is why I said like the Silicon Valley stuff is because a lot of these people seem to have uh, a desire to live young, like not even just not die, but they want to be young forever, and so they're always worried about aging. That's a big thing. But this is a whole nother level. This is a whole nother. I could see people really don't want to die. Maybe there's going to be a time when people don't feel like dying is going to be a real thing anymore. That's insane.
Yeah. It's just like,
Yeah,
for me, it's like nobody wants to die, but it's a part of life.
yeah,
And
it's a
I'm
part
not
of
trying to
life,
be,
exactly.
held up. Like, imagine, like, okay, you've been held up like in this caps. You're being held up in this capsule, right? And so, like,
Hmm
200 years from now, you wake up and it's like, what the hell? Everybody that I knew, because like
Yeah,
literally, like
right.
you still have your same memories of everybody that I knew. They're all dead. Like, what the hell are we doing? Uh-uh.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's something. I mean, we'll probably
Fine,
live forever
fine.
though in
Oh,
AI form. The longer we
yeah, and
stay on
AI
Streamlabs and
thing.
YouTube, they're just recording everything we say, making a model. I'll be here forever. We'll have endless battles.
Yeah. Well, Crack, you're probably one of the ones that needs to go into a capsule.
Oh no, please no.
And then like they'll wake you up like
Oh,
50 years from now, and then like you'll solve all of the world's issues, and then they'll put you back into the capsule, and then they'll wake you up again 50 years later, and you'll solve all of the world's problems, and they'll put you back into the capsule, and then they'll keep you in the capsule for 100 years, and then they'll bring you back out after that. Who's to say, Crack?
yeah, you're right. There's always gonna
There's
be. I'm pretty
living
sure that was
life
a short
versus
story.
staying preserved.
Yeah. You're not beef jerky, are you?
DiCaprio, imagine waking up in 100 years to find out all you are is a head without a body.
Mm-hmm.
DiCaprio, we're gonna finish this video, but I think if I can remember, because I saved this video like so long ago, but I think they actually say it because like they do like your head only. So you can like store your head separate from your body. Those are two different charges. You can do the full body, or you can just do the head. Like it is so expensive. But they are just so dead set. Like you'll listen to this guy. Like I'll play more of it. Right. I'm just gonna play it right now so y'all can hear it, because I think they actually say it in the video.
The final cool down will take place in this smaller duo here. Again, the patient's in the aluminum pod, so we can just hook that up, open up our roof, winch them up, move them along, and then straight down into one of these other containers for long-term storage. For the whole body, it's a minimum of $200,000, which if you look at the cost of open heart surgery is really pretty low. Just for the brain alone is $80,000, and those are minimums. And a big chunk of that money is put aside to keep you cryopreserved at the long term.
The only group that you really see getting excited about the possibility are people who are people who specialize in studying the distant future, or people who have a stake in wanting you to pay the money to do it. I don't really see any mainstream brain scientists, physiologists, people from psychiatry who study the mind. They're not lining up saying, I think this is a sound idea. Moreover, I don't think any of them do it. So at the end of the day, I think this notion of freezing ourselves into the future is pretty science fiction, and it's naive. It's almost like what you'd be thinking about in a college dormitory discussion. If I could just freeze myself and then defrost myself, kind of like a bag of peas, and wind up way in the future, wouldn't that be cool? Sounds okay, but then you realize how much we are products of our own time.
Come on, boy. Come on, you can jump. Okay, wait, jump. Woohoo! Our dog, Oscar, here he is, right here. He was almost 15 years old when he became ill. And
Lord.
He was suspended, put in cryonics. I think that in the future, the people who opted in for human cryopreservation or human cryonics preservation will most likely have family members and or friends who have also signed up for cryonics. And then it's just a waiting period. It's like, you're in flight, you're in transport to your destination, and the destination would be the future, where a person who had a cancer or ALS or some other type of injury or disease is revived, the disease or injury cured or fixed, and the person has a new body cloned or a whole body prosthetic or their body reanimated, and meet up with their friends again. People wondered, is this a human? And the same type of criticism is often reflected on cryonics. They won't be human when they're revived, or who will they be? Will they remember themselves? And what, it'll be a frightening world. I don't think so.
I mean, crack.
No, stop this now. Stop this.
What would they be if they weren't human? What would they be? What would they be?
Crazy. Whatever. I gotta watch iRobot 2 now for the future too. Apparently Elon Musk is in there. I'm like, what the heck? Elon Musk is in here. What is this shit? Wow. Everything's moving so fast.
Well, speaking of things moving fast, we saw the Jetsons when we were growing up, right? But they're saying that flying cars are inching closer to reality. Have you heard this?
I know about like the kind of like the cars that look like drones, basically. What are these ones? Are these real flying cars with anti-gravity? Let's see.
That's what they say.
No.
For all the advances in automotive tech, one issue only seems to be getting worse: gridlocked traffic.
Oh, boy.
But this Silicon Valley startup says the solution comes straight from our imagination.
Oh, come on. Yeah, it's just a drone.
And you can cut your commute at least in half, if not more.
Jim Duchovny says his company Aleph Aeronautics was able to create something we've been dreaming about since the Jetsons.
We're trying to make science fiction a reality.
And while not quite ready for the road, Duchovny says the flying car is about to take off. NBC News was given exclusive access to see their concept model with our own eyes.
If everything goes smoothly, I'm going to watch a car fly over another car. We'll see.
Sure enough, we watched it soar through the air over another car and land. But for all the
It's
magic
really
of this
soaring,
moment,
isn't it?
we were heavily restricted, forced to shoot at least half a football field away, and we never actually saw the driver entering or exiting the vehicle.
But you're not still all the way there yet, because you wouldn't let me in the cockpit yet.
There's a difference between you and the consumers. We still have some IP, intellectual property, which we're trying to protect.
So far, more than 3,200 early adopters have pre-ordered their $300,000 all-electric flying car. And the company is aiming to begin production by next year. But practicality might be where the rubber meets the sky. Only a few countries allow for the kind of road-to-air reality Duchovny envisions.
It's going to be slow, incremental approach, which is good for legal integration, which is good for consumer integration.
But he says as demand grows, regulations will catch up with the tech. For now, it's still that cutting-edge pie in the sky. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Silicon Valley.
Thanks for watching.
Bullshit.
That God Lord.
Bullshit,
Oh,
crap.
Sam I Am's here. Man, don't you want to go to sleep? Wait, hold on. Yeah, all right. Sam I Am, what you got for us?
Oh, that car is definitely a scam, right? That looked like
That's a the guy has a man bun. It's a scam. It's a scam. With that fucking Russian accent, scam.
I'm more inclined to believe the frozen people more than that. That was bullshit.
Oh yeah, frozen people definitely believe. I believe that.
And you heard the sound. That boy had about 10 drones up under that bitch making a
Yeah, it's not even if it was. Yeah, even if it like you say like it can work, but it's like, dude, look at the thing. It's like you can't. If once it's on the ground, it can't even move anywhere. Probably, right? Like how much?
And why did it look like
The
one
thing
of
looked
them
like it could
cars
break
you draw
apart.
when you're a kid? Why it looked all fucked up, wheels all tiny as shit.
Yeah.
It looked like a damn radio flyer wheels on that bitch. Hell no. Got me fucked up. I'll stick with my Corolla, y'all.
Yeah. Oh shoot.
Oh
What's up,
God.
Solid? Here you go.
Oh shit.
You'll never go to
Solid
sleep
J.
now.
Here.
Solid snake in the
No,
building, y'all.
crack. I have so many, like, I don't want to say like so many things. Okay, like HB sent me something the other day, and I think I have it. But when he sent it to me, crack, oh my gosh, I think I just have to pull it up. So I can ask you the questions that he asked me whenever he texts to me. And we have Sam I Am and Solid Snake in here too. And I'm not sleepy yet, so
Wake
sorry
your
about
ass
that.
up, Portia.
Oh, here
Yeah,
we
no,
go.
I'm like, I am totally wide awake. Oh my gosh, I'm wait. Okay. Oh my gosh, it wouldn't be the same if I didn't have crack here, but HB sent this to me, and I have not been able to shake it since he sent it because I was like, what the hell is this? So he sent it to me, and then I found the video of it. So hold on, wait, let me copy this and post it in the Slack. This is so stupid. Oh my God. Y'all have no idea, but I think that this can go to a greater conversation. This is so stupid, but I'm going to read to you guys exactly the text messages that he read to me. Excuse me, that he sent to me. Let's see here. Coupled with, oh wait, where's the picture? The picture that he sent to me of this particular thing, like that's in Europe. You know, the Europeans, they're kind of weird sometimes. Okay, let me go back to the text messages. I won't show you guys the screenshots of the text messages, but I certainly will read them. Okay, here we go. And let me upload this video. Oh my gosh. Crack, once you see this, you better not damn leave. You better
Okay.
not.
Let's see. Okay, let's see. Why is it so
Okay, let me
disgusting?
see.
It's from
You
HB, of
can't
course.
leave. It's from HB, so you already know.
Oh.
Okay.
The suspense is
So
killing me.
HB.
Oh, I've seen this. This is funny. This is funny as fuck. This is modern art, baby.
Okay, so crack. HB said, he said, babe, when entering this exhibition, which direction is gayer?
Good question. That's a good question. What?
I said, I'm not about to play with you, okay? He was like, I feel like this white guy is making the wrong decision.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, I still like I can't, like, this was like a week and a half ago, and it's like I can't let it go because I can't. He's so stupid, and I'm like, what do you mean? Which direction is gayer? And so I said it. I responded. I said both directions are gay. If he puts his back to the guy, that's totally super gay. If he basically two crotches touching and lips touching, that's really gay. And I was like, so like, let's imagine this white guy. He says, yeah, I want this black dude's BBC to rub against my butt. And now, matter of fact, I'd rather turn around so his BBC could touch mine. So let me turn it around. Like, come on. It's so
Yeah,
gay.
I saw this a long while ago. This had to be a year, 2 years, maybe even more, because I just saw this picture. I was like, oh, that's a joke. This is a joke, right? This can't be real.
Yeah,
So I didn't
it's not.
investigate any further.
But I did.
Wait,
So
it's from her? It's from Marina. Wait, she made people do this?
and you know, crack, I've never heard of this woman before until he said this to me. It's so
Oh,
gay. He's like
conspiracy people
telling me,
love to talk about her. Like she's
yeah,
a
so like he's
Satanist, a
telling me
witch, or
all this
something.
stuff. Yeah. And I'm like, it'd be like, because I sent it to him and he was like, oh, this is like the spirit cooking lady. And I was
Yep, the
like, I don't
spirit
know what
cooking.
any of
Yep.
this is. But look,
Mhm,
Sam, I
mhm.
am, you're here. So I told you guys the question that HB asked. He said, which one is gayer? Whenever you enter. What's gayer? But look at this.
God.
I can't believe that this piece still have the same criticism as they had in the 70s. People still have the kind of the feeling of being offended by nudity. This is ridiculous. Nudity being in art since ever. Look the Renaissance, look the early paintings, look the cave painting. There are nudes everywhere. When we made this into memorabilia, the content was really very poetical. First of all, the museum not existing without artists. Artists are important, to create the work, and then museum can really function. So we wanted to be the door of the museum. We want to be, as really the beginning and the end. So you enter into the museums through the artist bodies, which is very symbolic and really very philosophical. There was just only one choice. You want to enter the museum, you have to go through us. That's it, which was very radical. The police after 3 hours came and forbid the performance because we was naked. I think we have incredible re-performance group. They're in very, very vulnerable situation because they're naked and their public is in such a small proximity. So that is really a very, important that they have a courage and willpower to do it.
Y'all going in the museum or not? Sam,
Fascinating.
what's going on?
Well, just a quick observation. I noticed all the women seem to be very happy to walk through, and all the men almost seemed all miserable. Like they got dragged there and had to go through this bullshit. This bitch took me over here. I'm missing the football game.
Football, soccer for them, yes.
Yeah, the soccer over there. So
Cricket. They're missing the cricket.
Cricket.
game
Oh yeah, the cricket. Yeah.
For this
yeah,
bullshit. Yeah, and then the lady who's the Mikovic, whatever the hell she is, she just seems to be oozing evil. I don't know if it's me but I just felt evil just coming like radiation off my screen.
So did HB tell you about her, Portia? He filled you in. He must know.
Did, and I was
He
like,
loves that
who is
conspiracy stuff. Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Yeah. So Sam I Am, she had another exhibit where she had all these naked ladies on a table. People were just eating food off of her, like them. Like they put food everywhere, like a platter. Like they were the dishes. The body was the dish. And then there was another
I'll
one with
eat off some naked bitches. That sounds fun, but
maybe later he'll just put like he'll just he'll be like he'll just put some dudes there. You're like, oh wait a minute, I just wanted the wiener. Wait a minute, that's a real wiener.
I know. They gonna have a dude as the Vienna sausage tray. I'm a fucking
yeah.
Fork on the wrong one.
Oh, that's a bratwurst. Whoops.
Yeah, accidentally bust a Lorena Bobbitt on somebody's ass.
Oh well, that's the risk of art. You gotta. That's your passion. So the artist has to do it. Wow.
Now, is she a small hat? I'm thinking maybe the small hat stuff going on.
Yeah. I don't think I need to look it up. I'm gonna guess something.
Probably could take a random guess on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Safe bet.
Safe bet, I think. Okay, it says he's Serbian. Uh-huh. Do we believe that?
Well, that don't mean, and as I'm learning, these people
Uh-huh.
could be from anywhere and have any name.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, I don't see nothing yet. Sorry, no early life stuff popping through. So
It always sneaks. It's always like that little thing in the corner. You gotta dig her. Oh, there it is. Didn't you see it? I knew it was there.
God.
So did we decide
Okay,
which
so-
way is gayer?
Oh yeah, I think Jay-Z did a video. Yeah. Yeah, he did. I think.
Which way is gayer?
Yeah, I think there's no less gay way. Well, I'll say this. I think rubbing wieners is probably a little bit more gay than the BBC
really?
rubbing up against your backside. Both pretty gay, but I'm gonna go with wiener rubbing wiener as more gay. That's my vote.
What if you were the same height as that dude and your torso was the same size and your legs were the same proportion? That's worse, right? You'll be like, wait a minute, that's going like right in.
No, you don't want to have that, like, even for a split second, like staring in his eyes as your thing.
Oh,
rubs his
okay.
thing going in.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
okay.
just bad. That's just bad.
I see your point of view there.
Yeah, but it's art, so they should have art's supposed to be artsy. It should be two bitches as I walk through, titties rubbing all on me. I'll be walking in and out all the time.
That's probably what they don't want to happen. That's why they have to do it.
Oh, I gotta step out for a second.
Yeah, otherwise people will be like stepping in and out all the time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It has to be a man and it has to be a woman. Otherwise, it's not art. If it's
They should have like an
Yeah.
African woman and like an Asian woman, and you walk through them.
Yeah, sorry, man. That ain't happening. They ain't gonna let you do that.
Or they have a white woman, an Asian woman, and an African, and then they talk about how these are the 3 pillars of civilization, and these
Why
are
don't you
the
do your own
mothers
art
and
gallery,
all this
man? You
shit.
sound like you got great ideas.
You know what? I think I will actually.
Yeah, I think you should.
I'm gonna open up in that building where John Galt was gonna make the liquor store at.
Oh yeah, whatever happened to that?
I know. I was rooting for that. I was hoping it was gonna turn it into a dispensary for when I come through to DC.
Yeah, he's gonna make Solid like run it. Yeah, Solid should run the art gallery too. Could you imagine him
Solid
running that
Snake.
thing? He's like in the front door, like trying to tell you which exhibit to go to. I don't know, man. You gotta rub your dick on the other dick. I don't know, man.
If he
Oh,
ever
man.
opened
Hey,
the art
man.
gallery
Say,
in
man.
there,
Say,
I don't
man.
even
Hey,
like art
hey, man.
galleries.
Listen, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he could open one over there, and where is he at? He's over in Louisiana. They could open up somewhere over there.
Yeah.
I forgot where Snake is. I know he's not far from Vicksburg, so he must be East Louisiana.
Man, is he at Mardi Gras right now? Man, he was in chat for 1 second and it went away.
Oh, he might have been turning up for Mardi Gras. I wish I was down at
Yeah.
Mardi Gras turning up.
I think Universal's down there right now because he was on Low Stream like just before John like started doing the interview. Yeah, he was there.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Oh, he was out in Louisiana. He was out in New Orleans.
Yep.
Nolans, y'all. Nolans.
Well, you know, I know. Out in New Orleans and the NO.
I could hear the Zatarans commercial playing now. Zatarans.
Pretty crazy. So I don't know, like honestly, you know, like sometimes things just so happen to pop up and you don't know why. It's not like you were just like looking for it on purpose, right? Because I wasn't. I promise y'all, I wasn't.
Yeah, we're gonna probably have to watch this.
And you guys will be okay. You'll be okay. Okay, so
Wait, what?
And it's only a minute long, this clip.
Oh my
God. It's a minute long, guys. It's Friday night. Like, it is what it is. Whatever is becoming of whatever. That's just what it is. And oh gosh, no, Solid Snakes. Hey, Snake. Hey, Snake.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Hey,
Yo.
bro, what's up
Come
with
on,
you, man?
man.
You saw some titties?
Come on, man. Y'all, what y'all doing, man? Y'all having fun tonight, man.
Yeah.
Everybody having fun tonight, man. Hit that like button, man. It's free, dog.
How was your
That
Lent?
Cavassier is $60 tonight. I raised the price on everything. Tonight, man. They gonna be mad in the morning when they see their cash app. Cause man, I taxed the fuck out of them tonight, man. They ain't gonna have no money for bill. Nah, let me stop playing.
So Solid Snake, don't you be, because Crack is here with me tonight, and like it's been a while, so I have to share all of the crazy things that I've seen online since I saw Crack last. Crack, you're doing this, Crack.
Oh.
Hey, it's all his masterful production. I told you, man, Crack like that dang on movie. What's the name of that movie? They got like up to 9 series. That nigga be Freddy Krueger, the one with the little puppet, the little Joker face thing. Let's get Crack. Let's get Crack right there, man. He always putting something. He always behind something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, always my fault.
Show him this
It's always Crack's fault. Hey, man, that's what everybody told me, man. Everybody say, man, this that Crack, man. This that Crack. Get Crack. This
So
was
we
up,
have
y'all.
Crack in the building. We also have Solid Snake in the building. And we have Sam I Am. Y'all look at this. Look at this. Look at how crazy. It's only 1 minute. Look at this.
Так, и чем... Так, и чем-нибудь бы нам... Да, вот тебе развернуть. Вот кишку подержи, Леша, кишку. Держу. Стоп,
как он вообще выжил?
Стоп.
God damn. Why is it back?
Положи какую-нибудь простынку на пол, вот туда. За моим пальцем. Оп, хорошо, отлично. Так, куда-нибудь скинуть это. Так, все.
What you trying to get the channel, man?
Держите, ловите. Нас там еще в...
Jesus Christ! Come on!
What did I miss?
How did this happen?
Or how did that work?
I didn't know
What
either.
did I miss?
What? Stick it up her butt?
Wait a minute. What did I miss?
Gross, man. That is nasty as
It was
hell.
in her stomach. It was like in her abdomen.
What's her OnlyFans link so I could
research purposes.
I just want to make
Where's
sure.
Universal can find it faster than anybody else.
Man, drop the link so I make sure I don't subscribe over there.
Dude, this is crazy.
You think
Everybody, $10 a day for Porsche J. Hit that cash app, everybody. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe. Only on the John Galt, the urban landlord, will you see this. We late night tonight, y'all.
She should have hooked it up to like a chain or something on the wall, so that way she could just pull forward. That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe she should have just had a man.
Like it got like
Why she didn't have a boyfriend?
Honestly, I don't even know. Like babies don't come out that side. Like I don't know how she did it, but she did it.
She could have hooked it up. You know how those off-road trucks, they got the winch on the front, and you can hook
Mhm.
it up there and just.
Yeah.
It needs a little loop or something where you could attach one of them things off the tow truck to winch it out or something.
Hey, maybe she was having sex with another woman with a strap on and it just snapped off.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's a
Come
very
on,
likely
that's
possibility.
crazy.
Hey, she was pounding that thing, man. She know what it feels like. She
Hey,
trying to
hey, don't worry,
man,
don't worry.
and the strap just snapped off. That's what happened.
She should have just froze herself, and they would have had medical technology to do that without doing it like that. I was just like, what? This is
Yeah,
crazy.
we ought to do a strap on, and then we'll just say, just buy from us, don't buy from China or some shit. And I bet you we'll sell a lot of them because this could happen to your wife.
Man.
Like what? Oh, that could happen to your wife, man. Oh my God.
Yeah,
All
the
right, solid.
China ones, they don't put the safety stop on there, so it doesn't go all the way in.
Safety
Man, I'm drunk, y'all. I'm drunk. Y'all done dwelled into my territory late night. Now I don't know why y'all over here. Y'all trying to, and y'all doing wrong. Y'all ain't right. Y'all that new generation.
What
So
you talking about, Snake?
Y'all geniuses.
Which one of you fellas want to follow behind the small baby that they pulled out of that woman's whatever?
Yeah, that was a baby. Yeah, man. That was a strap on and it snapped off inside that thing. She was pounding that motherfucker. Oh, wasn't no KY jelly. See, that was wrong with y'all. Y'all don't know about KY jelly. KY jelly stocks should be booming right now.
Yeah, she could have used that wouldn't have happened to her if she was at the Diddy party.
Oh, the Diddy party. Yeah, that baby oil.
See that thing? That thing was huge. Like I don't.
Jesus Christ.
I don't
That's
know
why
how it got in
ain't you
there.
supposed to tie the beads to it or something so you can pull it out or
Man,
something like a
you
stopper?
got it, man. It was in her ass, man. It was in her stomach.
That's what I'm thinking. That thing is like, what?
So could it been a dude that had a prosthetic on? I mean, I just got questions. Could he had a prosthetic? I mean, think about it. What the hell? We would never know.
Not that type of prosthetic.
It'd be cool if they make like a robotic one, like those arms where you could control it with your mind and all that.
Control it with your mind. Wait, what?
And then put a
No, I
bunch
just
of
like the one with
bells and
the
whistles
little
on there.
Bluetooth on it that got the vibration. You know, you can up and down it. Now I don't did that like I don't did that before. You get the little vibration tool, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? You do things, you know what I'm saying? You have fun with life. You only live once. But you know what I'm saying? You be in the mall, you know what I'm saying? Well, that ain't just no porn thing. That's some shit you do for real because that's why they exist. And she's gonna shove that Bluetooth up her coochie. Y'all don't know about this thing, man. I'm telling y'all, man, life is crazy.
Yeah.
Women are evil. Women are evil. Women are evil.
Yeah, I agree.
No offense, Portia. No offense to you, Portia. $5 a day for Portia Day, everybody. $10 a day. $20. You know what? Matter of fact, it's her birthday. Yeah. Shit.
My birthday.
Bless.
Happy birthday to me. It's my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
Today your
Well,
birthday.
that's what everybody say.
Today.
I'm telling you, they do it. They do it. They say it's my birthday. The day my birthday. Every day your birthday when you get us all together like this for the audience.
Good
Every
idea.
day your birthday. You put in too much work. You need to be blessed.
Oh shoot! You know what? I have another one for crack. I think I saved it. I think I saved it. Oh, this is like. Please tell me I saved it. Oh, I think I saved it in my folder. Let me see. Where's my folder? Okay. There's my folder. I have this image. Oh, crack. Oh gosh. You guys know, like the president of Ukraine? You know? Of crack.
We heard of them.
Oh my gosh. Crack. Okay, so
did he also have a dildo stuck somewhere?
Uh-oh.
Might as
Not
well.
Zelensky.
You know, they're all like everything is everything
Wait,
is
what?
like coming out now. You know,
No way.
this
Is
is
this AI?
Zelensky. No, it's not. This is actually him. This is what he used to do.
The dark web is killing Portia right now.
Wow.
See, Portia, you angry yet? You mad? You mad? You
Wow.
ain't mad yet. You ain't mad yet. You ain't really,
I'm
you
not
ain't really figured it out. $1.2
This one,
trillion went to that country.
is
Hey,
that when
everybody was going to
Zelensky was
Epstein to
on?
see him.
Is that when Zelensky was on Ukraine's Got Talent?
Hey, everybody was going
Yeah,
to Epstein
think
to
so.
see him.
UGT.
Crane's Got Talent. Yep. UGT. Yep.
Although I did like
Y'all
when
didn't
those
know about
Ukrainian kids were on there with the Light Up dance show. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Ain't nobody mad. Ain't nobody mad. Ain't nobody angry with Portia. They ain't mad yet. They ain't mad yet. They ain't figured it out.
You ain't mad, is you?
What's the need to be mad though? I mean, whatever, just
I
call
mean,
it as you see it.
yeah, but that's something you got to think about, though. I don't think we invested enough to be angry. That's the problem. I don't think we invested enough into the substructure of these United States enough to be angry about it. You know, but we out here, we burning down cities for George Floyd, but we can throw away $80 trillion, $8 billion, $800 billion to Ukraine. You know,
So
and
men think
just
they
10 years
own
ago,
you.
he was shaking his dick on the stage looking like a vagina out there. I mean, come on, man. That dude, that looked like a big old muffin patch. That's what that looked like.
Hey,
I mean,
my
come
fellow
on.
ladies out there.
Muffin patch.
So men think
Look
they
like a
own
muffin
you.
patch, man.
What's
Think
You
from
this?
know, he
somebody
out there
that used to
shaking
be a
his
man.
dang-a-lang. And it
You
looked
got
like a muffin
boobs.
patch.
You got a
And we gave this
vajayjay.
man $8 trillion. Hey
Guess
man,
what, honey?
that
You
dude,
own
come
them.
on, y'all. You should be angry.
Trust me, they want
There
it.
are black kids
Make
hungry. Where is FBA? Where is the FBA? The Foundation
Where
of
is
Black
it?
Authority. Where are they? That's what I want to know. I'm starting
You
some
don't have
shit
any like
tonight.
direct
Portia,
contact
I'm
with these
sorry.
people.
I gotta start this shit tonight.
Okay.
I'm sick of these niggas. I'm sick of these niggas. A foundational black Americans. Sick of this A-Dogs. I'm sick of these uppy ass niggas talking about, y'all ain't see my boy show today, huh? He hollering about, and he'll tell them. And he literally got out on the panel today in front of a so-called FBA and said, hey, why don't you just go and give up your rights? See, because that's what they've been trying to do for the past 4 years, make y'all niggas quit. Tap out, nigga, tap out. It's over for you. Shit, they don't import enough niggas over here to replace you. The great replacement theory is not just a theory. It's fact. And the stock market is not a representation of it at all. You being replaced.
Well, we do have our resident stock
That,
expert.
but my bad.
Snake.
I don't know how that has to do with ADOS, but all right.
Burn down.
Snake
Oh,
getting
Snake, your
Alex
connection.
Jones on.
Damn, I think he blew out his whole connection. Shit, the electronics just exploded.
You know that Louisiana internet.
Louisiana internet. I thought the computer processors were just exploding, trying to process everything he said.
No, man.
That's that know your net.
Hey man, hey man, stop it. I got a OnePlus. I got a good phone.
All
It
right.
sound good. I got a OnePlus. I ain't buy this phone made in Ukraine. Seems like, cause they mad. Probably investors probably got a bomb in that bitch. Ain't no telling. They might do us like they did them. Shit. We don't
like
know.
they did with the pagers.
Yeah.
Oh, pagers.
Motherfucker buying these old ass iPhones just so they have an iPhone. And then your baby up in there one day and they just blow that bitch up. Boom. The mark of the beast. Watch out. Y'all ain't paying no attention. We being too distracted right now. That's all it is. I can't believe it. A president of another country came out to the stage dressed in with his muffin front, shaking his jangling, and you ain't saying nothing swinging. And then he walked into the White House with a bulletproof vest on. And y'all mad. What the fuck? How this work? Damn. That's like a nigga in jail walking around in a leotard for 4 years in front of everybody. And then all of a sudden he become the mayor of your city. Never mind. And then you drink dirty water. He might be shitting in that motherfucker. For all you give a fuck. Don't nobody give a damn. Everybody too damn smart.
Have a big man.
Ryan, stop. Ryan, you're going too far. You're going too far, Ryan. Ryan,
okay, Snake.
Ryan, don't be imitating 12 Man. Now, stop that. Now, I get mad about that. Don't play with 12 Man like that.
Yeah, that was 12th Man, Snake.
Oh, that's 12? Oh, shit. 12 Man, you all right? God damn, you know Stanley coming on here and you talking like this, man, fix your mic. You ready to go backstage, ain't you?
Yep.
I am too.
He's coming out in an hour, man.
Yeah.
Get ready, man.
Look, that's the only way I go to sleep.
ready,
That's the only way I go to sleep when Stanley say, "Fuck you, Snake."
Yep.
You in the back. And then
Yep,
when he
I'm
got
in the back.
Snake gone. Yep.
That was your big old lady, man.
I'm just gonna get you ready for the treatment here.
Yeah, I always get back. I'm used to it now, shit. I'm used to it. Fuck it. He can't win. I got facts.
Oh, God.
He can't even play dominoes. How he know?
Uh-oh.
You know, Solid, when I was doing these late night panels, I would do that to you all the time, Solid. I would put you back, I put you back on, and you still were like in the middle of a sentence. Like you never stopped.
I was in the middle of a sentence because I ain't looked at the phone not one time.
Well, get cracked. Can you play dominoes? I bet you can't, man.
Oh, you think I can't, man? You want me to come down to New Orleans? Fuck you up? I'll fuck you up, man.
You gotta come down here. Stop playing, bro. The stock market is over. The way they talking, the stock market is over.
It's never over, man. The casino's always
What
open.
you think gonna happen in that stock market, man? This shit looking good though. This is what everybody need to be watching. Man, you really need to be popularizing this shit, man. You need to cap all these motherfuckers down, bro. For real. Get
Don't
drunk.
worry. Don't worry.
Get drunk. Drink you some Hennessy. Drink
Oh
the fruit
man,
of the
Hennessy.
tree.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the Hennessy tree with the Coca-Cola.
God
From
damn.
Mexico. Get the one from Mexico. Get the one from Mexico.
Get Costco and drink fancy Japanese one.
No, when they hung out with the hood, that's all they drank. They had that fucking Hennessy and E&J. I was like, E&J, fuck that shit. Oh my god.
Ooh, E&J make you
Crack.
smell.
I
Oh.
you one better. You don't know about the Christian brothers.
Oh, what they got?
Oh man, come on, Maker's Mark. Maker's Mark. That shit is so smooth, you would not know
You like
drunk.
Maker's Mark, huh?
Man, I tried it, man. I tried it. I drunk a
Okay,
whole.
give me some wild
About like
turkey.
3. I started off with
Wild
2 half
turkey.
pints,
Okay.
and I wound up the next morning with a whole goddamn on fifth in my hand.
Lime and salt.
And that would kill that. That would kill that sting, that salt, that pickle salt. Oh man, that's the worst thing you could do when drinking hard liquor. Oh man, you gonna drink that shit like water. You get that lime pickle salt with that Maker's Mark, that Cavassier. Now, them the only 2 I really love. I love the sweetness of it, you know. I don't know what make them so special like that, but I don't drink Hennessy. Hennessy tastes like watered down old charter 13-year-old or something. You know, that's what Hennessy tastes like to me. It's like they pour sugar water down old charter 13-year-old. It don't hit you like real whiskey do. You know what I'm saying? Like real whiskey, you can drink that shit on a Dr. Pepper. 23 flavors and what you got. You know what I'm saying? Cherry, grape, everything. Coke. It's the right mix. But nah, man, I ain't trying to take over the chat, y'all. I'm sorry, man.
Sounds like a juke joint, man.
Man, look, I'm about to put a pool table in my garage. Fuck a
Ooh.
car. I'm gonna put a
Ooh.
pool table in my garage. I'm gonna throw some cameras back there. And I'm just gonna have it like juke joint.
All right.
It's just gonna be called juke joint. That's it. I got a nice little size garage, man. This house is shitty.
It really is the year of the snake.
Snake
Oh,
gonna
man.
make the right decisions. Snake gonna have to shed his skin in a minute.
I might have to come down and visit if you set that up, Snake.
For the pool table? Oh, man, I already got a pool table. I just got to get it over here.
Shit, I'll slide through.
Yeah, I got a pool table.
Solid juke joint.
Man, then you gonna see the whole city over here, man. You gonna see everybody. Man, everybody love me, man.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy.
Okay.
And they got the keys to the liquor store. You know it's
Yeah.
going down.
Everything's gonna go down now.
Well, we love you over here, man. That's for
It's
sure.
crazy, though, when I sit there and I think about it, man. I'm actually ringing up this nigga, and the motherfuckers in the back door and arguing and fighting and everything else. But I'm over here at the goddamn register. I can take everything, but they know I ain't finna do it. Like, what the fuck? Because they know I can't steal. It's just not in my nature. I can't do it. I can't be a thief.
Well, you're a snake, so you could kill, but not steal. I feel you, brother.
It's sad. I'm willing to kill a nigga.
Oh, man.
Well,
Do
you
not
gotta
incriminate yourself in the future.
Well, shit, it is what it is. Hey, did
Yeah,
you hear what portion of them said?
man.
Oh, get cracked. You missed that. And see what
What?
was so ironic about it, if you would have heard what I was talking about, what me and Lee was talking about on B Brave's channel earlier that day, then come back later on that night. Now, the first thing I said in the comment section, because I didn't join the live because Portia don't let nobody join her live when she's solo dolo. You know how she do. So when she was solo dolo, she was talking about the judge of the industry. You know what I'm saying? The judge, and that was what I was talking about. So the first thing I said out my mouth, oh, I bet that was some old liberal, old pussy-ass, blue-haired-ass judge or some shit like that. Because I'm pretty sure that motherfucker was from the left. This motherfucker said she was in the middle of Texas and she was a Republican judge. And then when she went down them niggas' rap sheet, good Jesus. I'd never believe a Republican judge would do something like that. And I hope Trump get down on her ass. Samantha Beach or whatever her name is. Oh, Lord, Jesus Christ. As an African-American conservative, I beseech you, Miss Beach. I beseech you. But that's sad. How you gonna put them niggas back on the street when they got almost accused of raping a goddamn 55-year-old woman?
What?
Well, one of them did. Yeah. Oh, man, Portia went down the rap sheet.
Damn.
It was crazy. And then it was like, this the judge signing off on all the bullshit. And that was my main point on B Brave channel. It ain't about the police officer. You can get the best goddamn shining bright motherfucking police officer, but the people of the community gonna hate you for doing your job. You can't stop niggas from being niggas. And it's like, man, I seen it tonight. I see this young man out here doing his job. And I can't stand that motherfucker. And then it was surprising to me who it was, the individual that said she can't stand that motherfucker for trying to stop them motherfucker from hanging up under the goddamn tree in front of the goddamn convenience store like a whole bunch of. You can't stop it, man, because the black women that you think good, you think they good in nature. Well, you go in there in that motherfucker house and try to correct them kids in the right way, and you'll see the wrath. You'll see the wrath. Hey, man, I'm going to say what I said, man. I'm going to stick to it. I ain't celibate for no motherfucking other reason than I can't trust no black woman. Not with my seed, I can't. And what's the purpose of going through the act if I can't fucking reproduce? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Now, I say you got a lot of brothers out here don't got lucky so far, and that's what I say. In your life, you don't got, hey, man, more power to you, because my daddy died with a woman on his own. Hey, it can happen. But in my world, fuck no. Fuck no. No, you ain't gonna make it. You ain't gonna make it. Shit, no, you got Pookies and Ray Rays, them are brothers, them are cousins. And don't let her be fine and pretty. Oh, they act like she a white girl till a white girl come along.
Not
Yeah,
the
she be
Pookies
bad
and
as her
Ray
bitch.
Rays.
But them niggas gonna sit there, they gonna cock block their ass off knowing damn well they ain't got nothing past the night for. And you know what the problem is? She gonna go along with it. And she gonna take care of that nigga. She gonna sit by that barren ass pool for 10 years. 10 years she'll sit by that barren ass pool hating on a nigga with opportunity and blessings and wealth. Cause she gotta get hooked. You know what I'm saying? She ain't gonna make no sacrifice. I'm telling you, man, that's how I see it though. That's how I see it. It ain't just me. It ain't just here in my town. It's wherever I go.
Solid
It's the
Snake,
same fucking song.
Tell me more about the Pookies and Ray Ray. What was that all about?
Yeah, that's what they like. You can get out here and sugar daddy and cake for them, but Pookie and Ray Ray always make they bond. See, that's something y'all don't see. Them motherfuckers get out there and commit any crime, and they bond gonna be paid. You be lucky if it ain't federal government sponsored bondmanship. You know what I'm saying? $50,000. Shit, depending on the credits the state got or the bond office get, shit, you might can get out of there with $284 and get the fuck up out of there. Might be a $50,000 bond, but shit, you can sit in jail 3 months and get that bond reduced. Be right back on the streets again. Fuck your crime. Yeah, don't nobody think about that kind of shit. It's white people. It's the Democrats. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Soros, DA, motherfucking funded prosecutors. Hey, man, it's a system. It's a globalist system. Be brave is right about that. But you got a lot of these motherfuckers paying the same people to keep these motherfuckers in power. And that's where they putting their money. On that judge that's gonna release that offender and he gonna continue to decrease property value. They gonna keep on saying HUD housing. HUD housing ain't American property. HUD housing is corporate owned property. You do not own your home. You paying for the motherfucking right to stay there. And you better keep your motherfucking shit up. Corporatized. Man, stop it. You don't own no property. Anytime a motherfucker tell you your hedge is too high, that ain't shit. I'm gonna keep my hedges down because I don't want no motherfucking body running in my motherfucking house. Shit, I don't want nobody to hit no motherfucking body because they can't see a motherfucker coming up from the one way. That's just common fucking sense. But this shit they got going on is straight up fascism. Because ain't nobody smart enough and don't nobody own enough to own anything, to learn any type of personal responsibility or accountability. We don't. We don't. We gave it all to the billionaires, the trillionaires, the millionaires. The motherfucker that run for Senate, they got $400,000 salaries, but they motherfucking bank account don't say that. They bank account saying it's 12 times, 15 times more. And the motherfucker that came out and exposed it all, he the worst motherfucker in the world because he saluted towards Hitler. Oh, that dirty. Ooh, he one of them Hitler motherfuckers. Imagine how much money or how many policies he probably get passed through just doing some shit like that. Where the black people at telling him to hold his arm up for black power? I mean, shit, you got Donald Trump running the motherfucking game for the pharmaceutical companies. Let's stop the games. This nigga literally got a damn say. I can kill the most rich in the world. Did you really? Or did the Democrats want to play on you? Because they're known for lying. The government known for lying. Yeah, it was just your first stint. Let's see how you go through your second stint with all them goddamn moles and motherfucking snakes you got on your plane. Shit, they don't already said it. Man, ain't no hope for this country, man. Unless the people rise up, man. The people got to get smarter than this. It ain't going to happen through the news. It ain't going to happen through your little phone you got in front of your face, nor anybody else in America that think they got an opinion. Because everybody's opinion like an asshole, everybody got one. The thing about it is, I don't think we have the will in this country to make it great again. I just don't. There's too many excuses being allowed to flourish. Too many distractions being allowed to be paid attention to. You go look at somebody else's YouTube stream and they talking about some old gossipy ass bullshit and they got damn near 500 motherfucking people in the chat. But then when you got motherfucker out here talking about some real shit that he see real, everybody else in the chat might not see it as real, but this is the reality I fucking see. And if you don't see it, then, well, you can capitalize on tomorrow when you think about it. But at the same damn time, who YouTube gonna pay the money to? It ain't gonna be paid to the motherfucker that's talking the real shit. It's gonna be paid to the motherfucker talking the gossipy ass, here for the T-type shit. And that's where your money at.
Mic on.
Shit, it don't matter. Can't even take care of your own because they got too many terrorists out here. Look, you got all these trillions of dollars going on overseas, but ain't nobody about no goddamn money back to the country. And don't nobody want to make sure nobody bring no goddamn money back to the country. That's the fucking problem. Ain't nobody out here fighting for it. Everybody out here fighting for their fucking independence when you don't pay money to be taken care of. You can't just say one day, hey, take care of me, and then tomorrow you want to be like, I can do it my damn self. Well, no, nigga, you paid for me to do a goddamn service to you. So now you're going to fire me, now I got to abuse every goddamn thing you gave me. That's what they sound like they doing to us. Oh, we had all these rights granted by the Constitution, but we signed it over to the corporatists when we elect these officials and we don't hold them accountable. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop playing these games. We too old for this shit. I ain't gonna have no old folks home. I ain't paid enough money into the system. Fuck the system. I've been saying that shit. When they took paddling out the class and they took the daddies out the home, they already told me right then, nigga, you was unnecessary. When you start telling motherfucking black women, hey, you can just go on make a baby and we'll pay for it. Shit, you mean tell me all the money I make, I gotta please this bitch? Shit, don't lose your job. Don't lose your job. Don't, oh Lord, don't lose your job. But everybody gonna lose their job because hell, they importing the better motherfuckers right now. That Arab ain't got to deal with no nigga in the hood. That A-Rag can move right in that same goddamn hood. And for some strange reason, he don't know no motherfucking body, nothing. But you go get a job at McDonald's, nigga, everybody in the world like, oh, nigga, you the reason, I'm the reason you exist, nigga. Pay your dues, nigga. But then when the Arab or the Asian or the any other race move in, how you doing, sir? I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna be your concierge to the community. You need something, I can get it for you. On the back of another nigga. That's what they sound like to me.
Jesus.
I sell drugs to these niggas. I got the money. I got the power, nigga. But that's my theory.
Snake, what you hissing and muttering about tonight?
Ain't nobody stop me from talking shit. I don't know.
Somebody should stop you from talking shit.
Ain't nobody shut me up yet. Shit.
Somebody, where is Stanley? Where is Stanley? We need Stanley up here. Shut your ass up.
He giving me life.
You up here all hissing and muttering.
Make an ass of himself. I know Stanley. I know how you
Sounding like an alley cat. Stop it.
Why you say I sound like an alley cat?
You do sound like an alley cat.
Well, I am an alley cat, but shit. Damn,
all I hear is
gotta fight these damn demons and dogs.
What demons?
The niggas that don't want to see America prosper.
Oh, Lord have mercy. You on 10 tonight. I can't with you. It's a Friday night TGIF, everybody. TGIF. Everybody grab your drink and hit the like button. I'm going to be like Solid tonight. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. What y'all talking about tonight? I was in and out. I can't stand this new phone. I really can't. Well, Solid must have drank himself to death.
Hey, what's happened? What happened? Solid's done? Oh my god.
I think he took one more sip of that Mad Dog and just fell out.
The Mad Dog.
I'm drinking. Hold on.
The Mad Dog. Woo!
Ooh, y'all wrong for that. Hold on, see.
Yeah, keep going, Solid. We gotta keep you going until Stanley takes over.
Man, Stanley gonna be
Stanley gonna kick his ass off.
Stanley might fuck around and let me go a whole 8 hours or some shit. I know Stanley.
Man.
But see, this what I drink, y'all. See this?
Man. How can Portia sleep when you're just screaming in here like this?
Shit, I woke up because he was screaming.
Oh, you were asleep? Oh, you left the stream on like Virgo?
Yes, I was
Oh my
asleep.
god.
You know, I always have you guys on the background, and I'm like, what the fuck is Solid screaming about now? So I was like, oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
So where's everybody? Where's John? Where's Portia?
Oh, John left after the interview and let Portia take over the panel thing.
He's smoking, drinking.
Yep. He was tired. He went to Amish country or something and got some.
Oh, in Pennsylvania?
No, he was in Maryland or something. He said he was in Maryland. Wait, how the heck are you back there? Where'd you go, Solid? You kicked yourself off?
Yeah, my phone. My bad. My phone.
There's an Amish country in I think Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I used to go up there as you know, as a kid and when I was young.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's some good times.
Yeah,
I want
he
to be
went
an
there with his
Amish.
mom. I think John went there with his mom. Somewhere in Maryland, somewhere.
Yeah, old people love Amish country
Mm.
because let me tell you something. You go up there, you know, and depending on where you go, like we have an Amish community and a Mennonite community out here
Ooh, the
in
Mennonite.
Sarasota, but it's not like what I remember in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, you go up there and you go through their town, and they make like, you know, like little stuff like blankets and quilts and all kinds of knickknacks, and you can buy it from their stores. And then you get to eat at their restaurants, and their restaurants are so good. Oh my God, it's just
Mm.
nothing but like home cooking, like fried chicken, mashed potatoes, meatloaf, you know, like everything. And it's like home style. Like
Mm-hmm.
what do you call it when everybody sits at the like family style
Yeah,
sitting?
right.
Yeah, that's where
Yeah.
I think my family comes from.
So
Much more of a Mennonite style background.
your family ain't no goddamn shut the
Are
fuck
you
up, Solid.
serious, Solid?
I'm just saying, we
Pull
come
up the
from a
chart. Pull
Mennonite
up your
We were
family tree.
Mennonites and shit.
Shit. Hey, them
Come
things
on now, Solid.
everywhere.
You're
Come
embarrassing.
on, man. Stop it. They didn't
We were
support
not no
slavery.
goddamn Mennonites. Stop
I
it,
don't know.
Solid.
Get your lineage out. Get your
I have
family
a
tree. Let me
Confederate
see it.
flag. I support the Confederate flag. Fuck y'all.
I knew it. I knew it. Someone said here, what black dude would wave around the
Them
flag like
Mennonites are
Kessler?
whiter
It's
than my
you.
husband.
The Pentecostals keep playing. I was almost.
Stop it.
I felt the Holy Spirit.
My husband got some more melanin
Holy
in
When I
him.
went to a Pentecostal church, I felt the Holy Spirit. I did. I ain't lying.
Uh-huh.
I
Okay.
don't know what it was though, but I
Did
don't
you
know.
start speaking in tongues?
Anyway, crack.
Hey, baptism.
What I
I'm a
was saying
Baptist, so
is
I'm a
that you
Southern
go to
Baptist, so we ain't
Amish.
too far away
You're
from each
solid.
Solid. So, come on.
Shut up.
other. Oh, you from the East Coast? You don't know.
What you mean? I don't know. I know. What do you mean? I'm from the East Coast, so I do know
You
Mennonites
don't know. You just know
and
from the East Coast.
Amish and stuff.
You don't know
But I'm
about,
not
you
gonna
don't know
sit here and
about the
say I was
South,
Amish
the
and
dirty
shit.
South, the dirty South. See where you where they
We was Mennonites.
We were Mennonites. I'm about to say that. We were Mennonites and shit.
It was solid.
Fuck the
Solid.
Egyptians.
Yeah. We was Mennonites. We was Anabaptists. We was this and that. All right.
We were
Solid.
Vikings and shit.
Yeah, we're all right, solid.
Let me
Okay.
stop before I start some shit that I don't want to.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, solid man. Jesus Christ.
Mad dog.
Like I was saying,
Yeah.
crack. So you get to
Mhm.
sit down like family style, and you
Mhm.
don't know none of these people, but you're sitting down at a whole big gigantic table, and they bring out food to you in like bowls and like serving trays and stuff, and everybody just eat family style, where
Okay.
everybody pass around the food.
Right.
It's really nice to visit. It's Lancaster County in Pennsylvania. If you're ever up there, it's a really nice time over there.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of stuff on the East Coast and stuff. Yeah, shit.
But right here in Florida, we got some Mennonites and Amish too, but it's not like it was in Pennsylvania. But they
No,
do have
definitely
some
not.
nice restaurants. They do have their own little area where they live, and you can go and you'll still see them on the buggy and stuff. Well, it's the truth.
Yeah. You get DUIs on those buggies too.
I don't think you do. Well, do you?
Yeah. There's cases. Yeah.
When the horse is the one.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you'll still get busted for it. Yep.
So you telling me I
Yep.
can get a DUI?
Yeah,
That's
you can get a DUI.
diabolical.
Yep.
That's diabolical. That's fascism. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
That's
How you
racist.
gonna charge me with the horse crime? I can see if I gave my horse some of the drink. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to drink it.
Oh fuck! Did he say give the horse some? I'm done. You gonna let your horse have a sip of your Mad Dog 2020?
Hey man.
Your St. Ides.
I don't give my dog some of my Cavassier.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I hooked him up with some coke. I gave him some of that bottle coke. Well, one night I had got off work, I had got some bottle coke. I got me a half pint of that Cavassier. He was just sitting over there. He had ate his food. And I ain't want to give him none of that water because I had some water, but I was like, you know what, nah, nigga, you gonna get drunk tonight. So I poured him a
That's
little
why
bit
I'm
of
gonna call
that
PETA
and a little
on
bit
you.
of that coke.
I'm gonna call the ASPCA.
Solid probably watching too many Looney Tunes. He saw that thing like Bugs Bunny gives sarsaparilla to that horse or something.
Yeah. You damn right about that shit.
Give a horse some lace sugar cubes. You ever had lace sugar cubes?
Oh boy, man.
Laced sugar. Well, man, I might even
That's
want
what
to
I
try
heard.
that.
That's what I heard too.
What is that? Do you put it in your coffee?
No. I mean, you just let the crystals recrystallize with the alcohol in the cup.
I've put some Jameson in my coffee.
No. You gotta let the sugar crystals recrystallize.
Okay, and
See,
then what happened?
that sounds like crack.
Crack alcohol.
Yeah,
Crack alcohol.
Somewhat.
Somewhat.
You're gonna add a little salt to it, you know what I mean? But if you freeze it at the right temperature, it'll recrystallize.
Lord have mercy.
Then it'll harden and you can throw it in liquor.
I put some Jameson in my coffee. That's about it. Some Jameson with some Irish cream. Woof.
No, I'm gonna tell you, Shane Way. I'm gonna tell you what kind of tipped me off tonight. I'm hanging out with the homies tonight. I'm hanging out with my homegirl.
Here we go.
Homeboy pulled out something out of his pack, right? I'm thinking that's some weed. He got it in a Swisher pack. I'm thinking he been roll up a blunt. This nigga pull out a powder bag.
Hold up. You're still smoking out of hold up, Snake. You're still smoking out of Swishers?
No. Well, yeah, I do roll blunts. I roll blunts. I mean, most niggas do, you know what I'm
This
saying?
motherfucker is old school as fuck.
Optimo, good old Optimos.
Oh my god.
Optimo. Especially the peach ones.
And you're a Mennonite.
Get that good loud.
Yeah, he's a Mennonite.
Yeah, Mennonite be smoking blunts.
Oh man. Oh man, you get that good old peach. Oh man, that good old peach Optimo. Man, shit.
Man, we used to take the Phillies and coat them in honey.
Oh yeah, that was back when we had the chocolate Phillies.
Coat them in honey.
Yeah, because you were down there in Grambling when we were doing that shit.
And shut the fuck up. Don't be telling my story.
No, I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying?
Or take the whole pack. We used to take the whole pack of how about the whole pack of backwoods, right? We used to take the whole pack of backwoods and empty them all out and then roll them all up and put them back in a pack and just smoke them like cigarettes.
I know exactly what you're talking
man,
about.
that was the days.
I know it. Hold on. Pause, guys. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Got somebody knocking.
Oh. Uh-oh.
White Owls. Yes. I remember White Owls.
Man, you guys are really old school. Holy crap.
My lungs will blow out right now if I smoke the White Owl.
Oh.
No, I can't. That's why I just
No, I don't like that either. I was just like, yeah. People still do the blunts. Doesn't matter how old they are, just like Solid. They'll still do it. I'm just like, what the hell?
I can't even do my bongs anymore. And I used to make sure I put the ice on the bottom of the bong because I used to have the huge ones. I had a big old Hello Kitty one, and I used to put the ice at the bottom with the water, and I can't even do that anymore.
Wow. Yeah.
I just chew some gummies now or some lozenges.
Hmm.
It gives you like a slow. Well, okay, I get it for quote unquote anxiety.
Hey man, I'm back, y'all. Hey, Virgo, you gonna have to stop doing that though, because the other day you called me flaccid snake, and I literally had to look that up. So lay off the gummies, okay? I ain't never had to look up a word, and you just bought a word out like flaccid. What the fuck is flaccid snake? What the fuck?
You didn't know what
Wait.
flaccid meant.
Are you serious, Solid?
But that was part of it being funny.
I have never said that word because I didn't never
Liquid
know.
snake, flaccid snake.
I'm solid snake, man. You know, her.
That's the limp. Okay, I'll use a synonym for it. I'll use a synonym. Limp snake.
Limp snake. There you go. Now you get it, Solid.
Yeah, whatever.
You're a Twizzler. You're not a.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you're not a.
Come on, Frank.
He's not a Snicker bar.
Yeah, there you go.
No,
You filled in the blank.
I'm like Joe. You know
Sometimes
what?
you feel like a nut.
All the good
Sometimes
girls
you
get
don't.
taken. All the good girls get taken. I sound like Brian McKnight.
Fucking almond joys,
all
man.
my life. Fuck that.
Yes.
Look, my snake ain't soft, nigga. It's just unused. All right. That's all I'm saying.
Unused.
What? We ain't judging. Listen, we listen and we don't judge.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I just don't want to use mine. Fuck that.
And you don't have to use yours. You don't. It is okay. It is all right. We listen, but we don't judge.
Diabolical. I swear, y'all so diabolical.
The way you just said that, Virgo, is just so calm and pleasant. And then you see the snarl snakes agitated.
She put a Rick James on the nigga on a cool, a real smooth one. Fuck your couch, nigga. Fuck your couch.
Cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded. Hey, that's fucked up. But I just do that though. You know what I'm saying? Everybody married. I want to get married.
You don't want to get no goddamn married. Stop the cap.
No, it's not. It's not cap. I'm getting
You sound like you do not want to get married. Stop it.
You sure?
What woman could take your ass?
Yeah, good question.
God damn, really, Crack? Why you gotta be co-signing shit? Fuck.
He ain't co-signing. He's being realistic.
And I'm being realistic. I'm sorry, Solid. or Limp, or what's your real name? Twizzler.
Cold, y'all ain't right. Y'all diabolical for real though. I ain't lying.
Hey, Solid. If I didn't tease you, that means I don't love you. So.
Yeah, but that flashy snake comment, God damn, but it's so true.
You open yourself up to it. I would have never knew he was flaccid snake unless you revealed it.
I can't do it.
You must have been drunk that night. You don't remember. You was like, it don't work no more. Mine. It don't work no more. Mine.
Man, I had a Maddie over here. She was gonna give me some. I ain't talking about the stipulations of that. You know what I'm saying? But I got so disgusted to my car, I told her, get out. I'll holler at you tomorrow. You know, I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't. I couldn't see myself. I couldn't even see myself laying with you. Nope. We cool, but not that cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't got older. You know what I'm saying? Shit changed.
Was she a lot lizard?
No. She was a grandma. Nothing against
So she was a grand lizard.
Nah, she a grandmama. She a good woman. She a good woman. I mean, she don't have a past. You know, everybody got a past. So, you know, I can't uphold those old values of what we consider people to
Oh,
be.
gee, I'm scared. I'm scared to ask.
What?
I'm scared to ask what kind of what kind of past. Serious.
No, she just stayed faithful to a man when she was in her prime. He died on her. She do her best.
Mm-hmm.
And then she
I mean,
had to
when
do
you
what
know
she
people,
had
you
to
know
do.
people. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to fuck her shit up. It's deeper than that, man. There's a lot of shit go on, man. You just can't just involve yourself with somebody because you in your feelings.
Sometimes you
know?
have to shake it so you can make it, you know.
Yeah, man. You can't just invite motherfuckers in your life just like you ain't trying to invite yourself in their life. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the repercussions of it. You know what I'm saying? Who gonna live? Who gonna die because of this bond? You know what I'm saying? What's gonna make it? What's not? Everybody can't make it. I ain't got it like that. I will, but you know what I'm saying? But shouldn't that be the goal anyway? But you know, we can't get it.
I'm surprised Crack is still up here. I'm surprised he wasn't like, I gotta go eat. This
I think
motherfucker
Yeah,
always
I
gotta
do.
go eat.
on the phone.
I do actually have to go eat.
You see?
I didn't eat all this whole interview time. Like,
This
it was-
motherfucker always gotta go eat.
Yeah,
But what
man.
happened during the night? What happened with the Kessler interview? Anybody got any insights or any thoughts
What?
on
You
it?
didn't see it solid? Man, I'm sure John's gonna replay it tomorrow morning.
But I was in and out the cooler. Man, it was Friday. Man, I quit my job about 9 o'clock this morning, but I showed up for work by 2. And I was serious, but I was like, you know what? Ain't nobody else gonna do it.
How you got fired on your day off, Craig?
No, I quit. I walked in that motherfucker called me early in the
Wait,
morning.
wait. You really quit?
Hell yeah, I was dead serious too.
Holy shit. What are you gonna do
I'm
now?
about to quit. I'm about to quit too.
Man, you be like,
I'm about
man,
to
you
quit.
working on the job, you know what I'm saying? But like in my situation, I created this calamity. I created it because I didn't see everything that was involved, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know I went to my store last night and I had told everybody what needed to be done. I had just gave brief instructions on what needed to be done. Everybody been there long enough to know what the fuck needed to be done. Billy ain't there. We ain't got my main dog. We ain't got my 12 man. So why the fuck is everybody sitting on their phone? I come in, it's like 8 o'clock, no, it was like 11 o'clock last night. I come in, closing time. Ain't nothing done. I said, well, okay, well, I sat over here across the street, 12 o'clock, everybody left. I like, oh, okay, should be good in the morning. So in the morning, I get up, you know what I'm saying? I had 3 beers left over. I'm finna get on the internet. I woke up early because Stanley put me to bed early. So I said, I'm just gonna get up and go and troll him. But him and John, them had got out. Him, John, and HB got out. So I said, okay, well, fine. Let me go and kill my bills. This motherfucker gonna send somebody across the street over here to my motherfucking door holler about, man, they want you over there at the store. I go over there at the store, they like, man, you feel like stocking right now? I say, hold on. I went in the back, ain't nothing done. Nothing done. Oil and grease all over the floor. Kitchen hadn't been swept and mopped last night. Man, I was so fucking drove, man. I was drove. The health department would have came in there and shut us down this morning. You know what I'm saying? That's just how pissed off I was. I don't play about that, man. That's my daily bread. I don't play about that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of niggas get out here on these motherfucking YouTube street talking all that bullshit. Nigga, I got a job. My job is that goddamn store right there you see on your screen. And I got a family behind me and I expect better. So, you know, and I was drunk. I was drunk, so I couldn't argue with him because I had said,
Wait,
I'm a
wait. Pause for a second. You mean to tell me you was drunk at work?
No, what I'm saying is I quit because I was drunk when they woke me up to come to work. They didn't advise me earlier before, you know what I'm saying? They coming up with this all popular spot of the time bullshit. Talking about, oh, I was going to the bank. I had to go because the air conditioner repairman was at the house and he, wait a minute, nigga, that don't mean you don't call and let me know that somebody coming and made an appointment. What in the
See,
hell is wrong with you?
that's why you have your work people in a group, right? Let me teach you something solid. You have your work people in a group, and then you block them at certain times. Because ain't no way in hell I'm coming into work when I'm not scared. I don't care if the building's on fire. I'm not coming into work.
No, my job ain't as plentiful as yours. See, you gotta understand.
Hold up. Did you just say my job is
I got the
pitiful?
Ben Stowe in.
Yep,
It's a
that's what he said.
competition thing, Virgo. It's a competition thing.
Interesting.
I got the Ben Stowe in Tallulah. That's how I feel. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I can take all the stoves out of given the opportunity. That's just me. But this little small town, yeah, I can hook some shit up, but we ain't ready for that. They ain't ready for that.
He just said
But
my
I
job
got
is
my little
pitiful.
nip of the corner, and I'm trying to take care of it. That's all.
No, I'm not getting over that, crack. I'm not.
Plentiful, man. It's plentiful. You're plentiful.
My job is pitiful.
Oh.
That's what he said.
No, he said plentiful. Plentiful. I think that's what he
Oh,
said.
he said plentiful. Okay.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't make sense either, like that way though. But I think that's what he
It
said.
doesn't, but at least he didn't
Yeah,
say pitiful.
yeah. At least it didn't say pitiful.
I was about to say.
Okay, solid. I don't know.
I get
Yeah,
it.
you gotta say
I
no
was
to
about-
people.
I-
Yeah, you gotta say no to people.
You would never understand it because you're a genius. You wouldn't.
No. I'm just saying. No, Virgo's right. You gotta say no to people. You can't just be like, "Hey, come to work now." It's like it doesn't matter, man.
Man, fuck
Plentiful,
that. Yeah.
not plentiful. It doesn't matter what kind of job. It's like, come on, seriously.
You got to stop being a slave.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I gotta be a slave. Though. I'm a slave.
Work for John
Man,
Galt
fuck
now.
that shit.
Yeah, time
Let
to
me
work
tell
for
you
John
something.
Galt.
Let me tell you. Hold up, solid. Hold up, solid. Let me.
Slave. I'm
He
not
doesn't want to
gonna
listen at
look
all.
here.
Oh
I
man.
take pride in my work.
Oh god.
Somebody
I
put him
know
in the
you're
back.
a genius. You're a genius, big crack. But you
Okay.
just remember,
Hey.
it was a black man that founded a million uses for the peanut.
Yes.
So
Yes.
fuck
We
you.
know. We know.
A million uses.
Well, let me
'Cause
tell
he
you
read
something,
books.
solid. Solid, you listening?
Yeah, you gotta listen. Listen to Virgo.
What?
Okay, so my
good.
job the other day, there was somebody that needed translation, right? So I went and I translated because he was a coworker. So I translated.
Wait a
So
minute. You got a coworker that needs translating?
yeah. Well, he works in
He-
service.
And he needed
He worked.
translate.
Yeah, he needed translating because he came upstairs to the accounting office and
Where
he
you
needed.
from, New Orleans or something?
No, he was Haitian.
Oh.
So he came upstairs. He needed translating because he needed something with his he had got a new apartment and he needed like his last couple of pay stubs or whatever, and he didn't know how to explain it. And he came to me and he started talking to me and I started talking to him, and then HR was like, You speak French. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so glad because I could never understand him. And I'm so glad you're here, blah, 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 blah. So I said, hold up, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You think I'm going to be translating for y'all motherfuckers every day? And I didn't say anything. So then a couple of weeks after that, somebody else came up there and needed translating. And this time it was it was Spanish. And I was talking to him and everything. And they were like, oh, you speak multiple languages? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, all right. I said just like this to HR. I said, you know what? If I'm going to translate and stop doing what I'm doing, I need to get paid more. And she just looked at me like a deer caught in motherfucking headlights.
Shit. He was surprised when I came up with that total.
She never said anything else to me.
I was like, no, nigga, you called another nigga in.
She never said anything else to me. And guess what? Everybody else that comes up that needs translating, mum's the word. I'm not even saying anything.
Hey, Virgo, all I can tell you is I know motherfuckers that work at a hospital, right? They pay the maintenance guy $75 a week to wash their cars. That's just a tip. That's just a tip. You ain't hear that from me, but I'm just saying, you know.
Oh, I've heard that a lot in my life. Just a tip. Oh, sorry.
Just a tip.
I guess that flew over your head.
No, I'm just saying it's just a tip. You know what I'm saying? You motherfucker don't speak that language. They employ you to work a certain salary, a certain amount of hours based on your work experience and your importance to the company. If you able to translate, that's what they told us. That's the bullshit they sold us, right? So hey, make it a marketable skill.
You know how much money I made when I had my twins. You know how much money I would make just to go to the courts for probably like 2 or 3 days a week just to translate?
A lot.
Yeah. So why would I translate for free? Nah, y'all gotta put an extra $10,000 on my salary. I'm sorry.
You gotta get that much. You just little nickel a dime here. You know what I'm saying? You get the free keys every once in a while when a new car come in. You know what I'm saying? You get benefits.
Well, I already got the company car, so it doesn't matter.
You might want a Honda Pilot sometime. It come with a free
Pilot.
kitchen table.
Nah,
I'm just saying, a Honda Pilot go hard.
I don't want the Pilot. I'm trying to get out of this
I want a
freaking
Honda
prologue.
Pilot with a nitrous oxide kit in it. That's what I want. I want
Well,
a Honda Pilot.
I'm trying to get out of this prologue, which is an electric, and I'm trying. Yeah, I know. But here's the perks. Here's the perks of it. I get to charge it for free at work, and if I charge it anywhere else, I get like a $300 credit to charge it anywhere else. But I'm trying to get out of it because I want to quit.
Oh,
I got a job interview next week.
Opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I always looked at opportunity like a golden egg, but at the end of the day, you know what? Sometimes you got to reflect on where you got it good at, and then you got to look at where you got to establish yourself at. You know what I'm saying? And it might not be what, you know what I'm saying, you think it's gonna be. You know, not saying you should stay in the same place, But I'm saying sometimes where you at is might be the best place for you. But if you
Oh
feel in
no,
your
but
heart
here,
you need to move around, move around.
here's
Take a
here's
lick.
here's here's here's
Cause
here's
that's
the
what I'm
thing,
doing right there.
Solid.
I'm taking a lick. I'm taking that lick with John. I'm gonna see what he talking about.
Here's the
You know
thing,
what I'm
Solid.
saying?
I've never ever I've learned my lesson since I was young. I've been working since I was 14 years old. And I've never after, being a teenager and stuff like that and going into the corporate world, I've never been faithful to a job. I've never been loyal to a job, I should say. And I say that because jobs are not loyal to you. If they want to fire you, they'll fire you the same. They'll make you work your ass so fucking hard that day and then fire you at 5 o'clock. But they expect you to give them a 2-week notice. Man, fuck that shit. I ain't with that.
Well,
I've never been
that's why
loyal
I
to a
say I'm
job.
in a special place that I don't have that threat. I don't have that threat where I'm gonna lose my job today because
And luckily,
the
I'm in
blessing and
the
the
kind of
curse at the
business.
same time.
Luckily, I'm in the kind of business that they don't frown upon turnover. So what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't matter. Man, I've worked for so many brands, and I've left the car business. I went to regular accounting, and then I came back to the car business. You know, I've been in so many brands, it's not even funny. Anytime I found something else that paid me more money, I left. And when they would power work on me, and I would say, oh, look, well, let me get a raise now that I'm doing this. And they would be like, oh, we can't. Oh, okay, you can't. All right, bitch. Guess what? I learned it, mastered it, and I left and got a better job paying me more.
I tried that. I didn't like it because my life too destructive for that. I'm a man. I wish I could have had a wife and a happy home. But I already told
Hold
you
up.
about the story, so
What
that's
what
mine.
what does that have to do with our conversation?
No, what I'm saying is I can leave. I can go and make more salary. I can make more money. But the truth is always there, and it's called more money, more problems. If I make more money as a black man, much more is required. See, one thing about that movie Spider-Man is that lyric what his daddy gave him. That's something where his uncle, he learned in life. With great power comes great responsibility. In a black man world, if I make a lot of money, I got a lot of responsibility. People know you ain't broke. They know you ain't broke, but then you know what? They gonna judge you accordingly based on
I
what
beg
you invest. You know,
I beg
you
I
don't
beg
have
to
that
differ.
problem as a woman, though. No, you don't have that problem as a woman because one thing you
No, it's
have
the
the best
same. It's the
and
same thing. It's the same
no,
thing.
it's
I
not.
beg to
No, it's
differ.
not.
The higher you climb up the
No, it's
ladder,
not.
the less work you do. The people on the ground does the most work, and we all know this. We all know
Yeah,
this.
true,
I
true.
started from the I started from the ground up. I started from the ground up. I came in as like just a regular biller, not knowing anything. Nothing. And I got handed so much shit. But the more you climb up, you throw your shit on the people that's lower than you. And I hate to admit it, but it's true.
But you know what I look at though, Virgo? The more I learn, the more my bosses don't know. And the things that I have to
Well,
make,
that is
the
true
things I
because
have to do, the things I
you
have to do
couldn't
to make that thing work, they would never understand until it's too late.
You know what? It's true. Because you couldn't even get me to do entry level work right now. I would be lost. I would be lost.
just
I
do the
don't
entry level
remember
work
it.
because I just know that it's so many complications come with a job like what I got. we don't live in a community. We live in a trust society, but we don't live in a high trust community. We live in a that's what I meant. We live in a high trust society, but we don't live in a high trust community. You get what I'm saying?
I
So
get
it's
you.
like I gotta do it because I know the kids that come up under me ain't gonna be able to operate under those same levels of pressure that I learned under because of the way they grew up. And even if you did give them an opportunity, you're not finna let that happen. They not the people not finna let that happen because you're not finna be talking to mine this kind of way, you yada yada and all that old ghetto ass bullshit. Like today, I heard a woman going, she really got in my face, in front of me, and she questioned a young man about something that happened at school today among some child. I was like, damn, did this woman really question this young man? Why you ain't question his mama? I mean, we're in a day and age of Facebook and social media. You could have got on the phone with that woman. Y'all could have went out to the boondocks, took that shit, held that shit out in the corner, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be a grown-ass woman questioning a young black man. That's what scares me. That scares me when I see a black woman of my generation going questioning a young black man about something that happened at school. No, you should have had a man at home. Men know how to take care of this shit. Y'all women, the government don't took care of y'all so long, you don't know what's at stake when you do things like that. There are repercussions behind that. So what you think gonna happen when that young man go back home and he talk about, oh, well, such and such mama asked me at the store about what happened at school the other day, and the girl said that didn't happen because this is the type of bullshit we go through today without the men in the house. And a lot of people like to downplay because they so highly educated and don't move away from the community and have so much high opinion about how people need to carry themselves online. But they don't actually see what really goes on in the community. And these are the things that trouble me as a black man that has the benefit to birth a child out here to be a productive citizen. And I see women out here ready to go at it with a young child because she got numbers on her side. And he just out here, you know what I'm saying? He out here partying, celebrating. But you gonna bring up some shit that happened 2, 3, fucking 4 weeks ago. Government-sponsored terrorists. That's what I call them. And I would never reproduce with them. It's a good idea for me to do it because they're so sexy. Some of them be so fine and so sexy and juicy. But man, when I look at it, the drama ain't worth it. You gotta be a ratchet ass nigga to lay down with a lot of these women today, Virgo. I don't mean no harm. I'm just saying. A lot of these women, nah, they don't know what they talking about. They abort babies. They literally abort babies. They say, no, I don't want this nigga baby in me. Well, you ain't think about that shit when it was made. I can see if you ain't had no idea how a baby was made. But you motherfuckers out here making babies and literally coming up saying, no, I don't want this nigga baby out here on this world.
But how about why didn't he think
no,
about how it was made?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Oh, it don't matter. Oh, yeah. Typical.
Yeah. And now y'all talking about late-term abortion. That's what it looked like to me. This looked like a late-term abortion. Like a woman can come out here with so much goddamn pull out here on these streets at this point. She might have a whole bunch of little girls or might got the most ratchetest nigga in the hood in love with her daughter. She can say a few words to him. She can 86 somebody else's child just like that. And the DA and the federal government and everybody else will promote that shit. Put that nigga in jail for about 4 or 5 years, feed him, clothe him, let him back out with more money than he went in with. Because that's a system. But my child ain't mean shit. My child was just cannon fodder. At the end of the day, because you got a grown black woman want to ask a young black child, what happened the other day at the school? So I was like, wait a minute, he's still in school? No,
This
he
sounds-
was just there. Who the fuck let him in the school?
This sounds
I got
personal, Snake.
questions. No, I got questions. But I got the right niggas on my team now.
This
So
sounds
a lot
personal.
of shit finna change. A lot of shit finna change. Cause I've been right all the time. I always been on point. I ain't never been wrong. So we just gonna make some changes.
Is Crack still here? Crack probably went to
Hell
eat.
no, Crack ain't here. 12 man ain't here. With his drunk ass. Portia sleep. Yep, Portia sleep. I think she be on that medication now.
Oh, come on now, Snake.
No, man, they put you on that medication, man. That shit knock you out, man. You just heard her say she wasn't even feeling tired. Now all of a sudden she sleep. Just like that. She was energetic at one moment, sleep the next moment. And it wasn't even that long before she just drifted off in her home memory world. I do the same thing.
Yeah, I do
I
it
know how
too.
it is.
I'll be falling asleep when you be going off on your shit. But then when you start yelling, I'm up again.
Yeah, because I be mad. I be mad, man. I be mad like a motherfucker. When I seen that video John showed me, I knew that little girl got her head blowed off. I knew that little girl had her head blowed off. If you go back and look at the forensics, that little girl, one of the first set of shots, shot that little girl head off. And in my mind, when I seen that dude running across that car wash parking lot like that, I said I looked at the way he labored when he ran. That brother had those shed so many tears because his daughter just died in front of him the day after her birthday. These are the streets we involved in, this action. It ain't got nothing to do with it, man. Let me tell you something. I ain't got no mercy. I know them niggas can come kill me anytime. They can come kill me anytime. I don't give a fuck. But fuck these little niggas. They ain't got no daddies at home. These are government-sponsored terrorists. If the white people don't claim them, guess what's gonna happen to the rest of the world? And you may call it anti-American because they breeding them on American soil. Because that's what the fuck they is. But then you can't say shit now because they've been over there in the Middle East for the past 40 years. Just disrespecting the fuck out of people while they raping our motherfucking land. Financially. And we sitting up here like, oh, it ain't got nothing to do with us. It ain't got nothing to do with us. That's a lie. Got everything to do with us. Shit ridiculous, man. Everybody want to run from accountability. Don't nobody want to be held accountable no more. We just gonna blame the government. You got a whole political party going against a nigga because he holding accountability at stake. And we support that bullshit. You know, and that's why I just stand down now. I just stand down. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Because I know I ain't the only person to see the play. I know I ain't. You know what I'm saying? It's like a quarterback, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be sitting up there suffering goddamn motherfucker that don't know how to run the play. I'm not finna suffer my time with a nigga that don't know how to run the play. You want to create your own play in your own fucking mind inside reality. You think I'm supposed to fucking respect it because some woman gave you some props. Because you that damn thirsty. Nah, you can get the fuck out of my face. I don't suffer enough. I'm sick of that shit, man. That's why I gave up. Fuck it. I'm just gonna tell it how it is. Goddamn Democrats gonna kill the black man. That's what's gonna happen. They can sit there and play with it all they want to play with it. Shit. At the end of the day, goddamn it, you lose. I don't give a damn how you look at it. A portion on fell asleep. Me and Virgo up here holding the channel down. Hey, Virgo, you got StreamYard? Yep. And now I'm alone. Y'all see that shit? And then Ryan ain't bought his ass up here. 12 man ain't bought his ass up here. Stanley got a show to do. He probably doing his damn show. Dirty bastard.
God damn it, Snake. You be yelling so much.
What?
I'm falling asleep and it's like you be yelling.
How you
You
fall
waking up
asleep
my whole.
online?
You know.
How you gonna be on panel? Hold on, we talking about. Wait a minute.
I don't know what we talking about. You done switched the subject like 50 times.
I know, right? I do that. But he got my point. How you gonna go to sleep on the job?
You done waking up all these white folk over here. You gonna
What
get me
white
kicked
folk?
out of this good old white folk apartment complex.
I'm surprised you ain't got a rally going on over there.
Rallying for what?
Me.
We Gucci over here.
Y'all ain't got Snake over
We
there.
got a dog park and all.
A dog park.
Yeah, we got a dog park.
Hey, Virgo, what kind of phone you got?
Oh man, I done switched over to an iPhone, man.
You too.
I
think
don't
that
like
thing-
it.
I hate it.
I don't like it.
Can't even type on it.
I honestly want my Samsung back so bad.
Man,
I
I
think
hate Apple.
I think later on today I am gonna go back to the store and be like, yo, just switch me out.
Yeah, man.
I can't figure anything out.
It sucks.
And then I need some Apple ID every time I have to download an app.
Oh,
I
you
need
gotta,
some
you gotta show your face.
Apple ID, and I'm like, what the
I mean, it's like the
fuck?
mark of the beast. I ain't never seen no shit like that.
Yeah, I think Apple is evil.
Dude, no bullshit. I'm sitting up here with this phone, and you know how you gotta add YouTube, right? I don't have YouTube Premium. So I have to have it with a card in my pocket so it don't touch the screen so I can play the live screen while I'm doing my job. I pull it out of my pocket. This motherfucker got block, and shit like that. So if anybody's blocked on this channel, man, Please, man, y'all don't take no account for that, man. That ain't my fault. Man, I ain't got my YouTube premium, but that ain't the only thing. I was at work 2 hours, and I mean, in like 2 hours, my phone went from like 98% to like 8% in 2 hours with the screen on time.
Snake, I don't think anybody gives a fuck if you block them or not, to be honest with you.
No, what I'm saying is I got
I'm just gonna keep it 100.
Hold on, wait a minute. No, I got administrative rights. I got a wrench. I don't know what the fuck that block mean. That block mean they can't post in the chat.
Wait, hold on. How the fuck you get a wrench?
I don't know. You ain't know. Fuck. Man, miss me, bruh. Miss me.
Well, let me find out.
No, let me find out. You ain't paying attention.
That's why we need to summons up Stanley up in here.
Who gave it to me? I was trying to take away Stanley wrench.
Oh my God.
I was just talking shit.
I'm gonna say it 3 times. Stanley, Stanley, Stanley.
Fuck you, Stanley. Don't call that demon
Oh,
up.
come on now.
Don't call that demon up, that demon.
Well, you know I do the voodoo, so I'm gonna conjure up Stanley.
You know what the problem is? I'm gonna tell you something, Virgo. I know I got voodoo. When I walked out my house today, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the hood rat chick I used to date, you know what I'm saying? But it's like I was already in a bad mood. Soon as I opened my fucking door to walk out my house, she walking across the fucking parking lot. That's when I knew that demon was on me, man. And then she gonna get in the stove. No, I ain't spoke to her a damn time. I'm trying to stay away from her ugly ass. Dirty motherfucker, low down. She gonna say, "You got $1?" No, I ain't got no damn dollar. Leave me the fuck alone. Man, fuck you, give me a raise. Nah, that shit. I was mad today. I was mad. And she was looking good too. She had no one to put on a hard type bodysuit. Oh, skinny. Man, fuck life. Damn, my life sucked. I deserve better. But you know what? Maybe I don't. Maybe the future do. You know?
Seems like you need therapy, Snake. Maybe you should talk to Universal.
I don't know about that, because the thing about it is most of the people that's gonna give me therapy, I think they need therapy. That's the problem.
Maybe he can send you a laptop.
You know, most of the people that I think say I need therapy. And that's just the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. I think the people that say Solid Snake need therapy. And that's all that is. I just think that's how it is. I think these people too high on the horse right now. They don't know what's at stake. They don't care. They got it too good. They don't know what they're gonna lose. You know, they can watch a TV show and think they know. That's a TV show. That's somebody else's idea. That ain't the truth.
I'm ready for some pop the balloon.
Oh shit. Y'all, I'm finna go in the back. Hey, everybody, hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe button. I enjoy everybody's time listening to my drunk ass tonight. You know, I had to do it. I'm sorry. I ain't mean no harm. Oh, shit,
Portia, are you awake?
I don't think she is.
Oh, hey, Stanley.
Hey there.
I did conjure you up.
Oh,
you
no.
sure did. I told
I've
you
been
about
listening
that.
for a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
I've been told you about that. Hey, Stan.
Hey there.
Stanley's here to kick your ass now, Solid.
I know, right?
No, you know what?
Well,
I
nah, he
have
probably wouldn't
I
pass
have
me
no
with my
interest
drunk
in soiling my shoes with his ass.
You go.
Hey, roller skater. Hey, 12 man. Hey, Zane. So
We're
I
waiting on you tonight.
guess I'll end this because I have my show queued up. So how did the Unite the Right show go?
It was right. It was expected. It was as expected. I see why you said no so quick.
No, so quick about what?
Last night when I asked, well, yesterday when you and HB was up there and I was asking you about what you gonna
Whether I was going
cover.
to watch the show?
Yeah, what you gonna cover?
I
No, what you gonna cover the guy? I was asking you
Why
what you
would
gonna
I do
cover
that?
him. No, because you were supposed to set up the prelude for the show. I was
Well,
thinking
that's kind of
Stanley Cross
he's
bringing
kind of
in, come
he's
in
kind
with
of
your
old news.
information.
The
Well,
Unite the
I
Right
don't know the
rally was
guy.
how
We
many
don't
years
know
ago?
that guy.
How many years ago was it?
I don't know. He sounds like an Alex Jones fan, pretty much like me. He sounded like Be Brave,
Yeah,
He
well,
sounded like me. I'm a Be Brave type. When you say the Be Brave, the hood conservatives of the world, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you was on point. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm old. It's you young folks are predictable sometimes.
Yeah, we know.
All right, well, I'm assuming Portia's asleep. I'll drop my
Pretty sure $20 a day for Portia J, y'all. We're gonna end this thing. We got Stanley up here. Welcome, Stanley. He finally woke up. Virgo
I've been awake.
conjured him up.
I've been
I don't
awake
know
for
what
an
kind
hour
of Virgo.
or more.
I don't know what Virgo soup she got going on, Stanley. But she conjured you up. She did that. I promise you she did.
Yeah, well, you know what? She did the right thing in this case.
Oh. She did, because we were just talking about you. It was like, God damn it, what's Stanley?
Not all superheroes wear capes.
I was about to call your name because I feel like you probably like me. You just leave your phone on and you just leave the live stream pumping anyway.
No, I actually sometimes I'll listen to the show, but I didn't today. I'm catching up on reading, catching up on podcasts. I got a bunch of stuff. Folks, I just dropped the Stanley versus World link in the chat if you want to come on over. And if you're looking for your therapist, he's over on Lolo's show. So
of course he is.
You heard that part.
Oh yeah, I've been listening for a few minutes.
He's spanking out laptops like dollars.
Hey Stanley, you got your
Slap a
theme
laptop.
song. Hey Stanley, you got your theme song.
I have a theme song?
Yeah, you got a thing. You got a couple of them. God, come on, Stanley. Really? Your theme songs go hard, bro.
I'm looking at this this lady on Portia's screen. Who the fuck is that?
Well,
I can't see any. I hate
No,
this
you
fucking
can't.
new
You
phone.
can't see it. It's in the. Oh, excuse me. It's in the background. But anyway, excuse me. All right, folks. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end this. I put the show link, the Stanley versus World show link in the back if y'all want to join.
Stanley versus
of
the
course,
world.
it's Friday night. Well,
With
it's Saturday morning now.
Star. Oh, versus Silent Snake, y'all. Versus Silent Snake, y'all. It's going down, y'all. Hit that like button, man, and hit that link.
Yeah, it might be the only
Join
joy
the
he
channel,
gets
join
today.
the panel. It's all good tonight, now. No, let me stop. Let me stop.
All right. Well, folks, I'll see you over there.
All right,
So
let me
I'm
see
gonna
if I
I'm gonna
can
go ahead and
see
end
this.
this now. Let me make sure that she's got the closing. Oh,
I
that's
wish I
interesting.
had a stream yard so I can do this shit.
Okay.
That way
Should
you
we
would have to
click on
do
it
so
now?
damn much.
Oh yeah, you can if you want.
You do too much.
Okay.
Feel like I should feel like I should feel like.
Oops, sorry.
Portia, y'all do too much. I
Yeah, well,
need to be
she's had a
part
long
of
day.
this shit.
She was on before
Yeah,
before
man.
the Unite the Right rally and way after
Mhm.
apparently.
And then you did all
Y'all
that
y'all
out
can
by
tell me
yourself.
about the show. Actually, Tom mentioned that I might want to review it, but I
Well,
have no
Tom
plans
might
to do
show
it.
up. Tom and Ryan might show up.
Yeah, well, if they do or don't, it's not going to be a long show. Though
What? Oh, come
I
on,
do
Stanley.
have the newest Arlette Pop the Balloon.
Oh, we got too much material tonight.
Yeah, got a whole bunch.
We got a lot of material.
All right, well, I'll see y'all over there.